Senior Linyu, I like you. Late at night. Jiangcheng University of Media and Communications, Drama Club, on the stage. The shy schoolgirl was wearing a beautiful sailor uniform skirt and small square-toed leather shoes that reflected the dazzling light of the stage. Lights. She had delicate makeup, cute and playful twin ponytails, and was holding a bouquet of bright and beautiful champagne roses in her hands. Linyu was a little stunned when he saw the cute schoolgirl who suddenly appeared in front of him. At this time, Linyu was wearing a British-style costume. Deerstalker hat, double-breasted suit, white gloves. He seems like the stereotypical detective. After all, in tomorrow's official performance, the role he will play is an elegant and wise detective. This has always been Lin Yu's habit. The day before the performance, he would wear his costume and come to the stage of the drama club alone to get the feeling. After all, Lin Yu is a typical experiential actor. As the current pillar of Jiangcheng Media Drama Club, Lin Yu also has such privileges. This is specially granted by the president and the club's instructor. Logically speaking, no one should come to disturb me at this time. And so, looking at the pretty schoolgirl who was passionately confessing her love to him, Lin Yu frowned slightly. It's my rehearsal time now, sorry. I'm also using my personal time to study and practice my acting skills. I don't have any plans for a romantic relationship for now. Sorry. Lin Yu said in a somewhat stiff tone. The schoolgirl opposite him still kept a bright smile after hearing Lin Yu's words. Senior, don't get me wrong, I don't want to date you. My love for you is the same as a fan's love for their idol. I'm your biggest fan. Lin Yu's brows furrowed even more tightly. Fans. If you want to give gifts, take photos, and get autographs, there will be an interactive session at the end of the performance tomorrow. Although he doesn't like these parts very much. But the president said that this was a necessary measure to attract audiences. The pretty schoolgirl in the sailor uniform heard this and shook her head again. No, senior, I think you misunderstood. I'm not the kind of fan who would be satisfied with just taking photos and getting autographs. I'm a fervent fan like Mark Chapman. Lin Yu was stunned when he heard this. Mark Chapman? He searched for the name in his mind for a while and quickly recalled it. The murderer who shot John Lennon was also a huge fan of Lennon. When the pretty schoolgirl heard Lin Yu's words, she smiled brightly. That's right, Senior Lin Yu. I knew you were not only a good actor, but also very knowledgeable. Along with the other person's bright laughter, the bouquet of champagne roses in her hand bloomed. Shoo dash. The girl tore up and threw away the bouquet of flowers in her hand. The pale orange petals fluttered, looking like splashing blood in the light. From the broken bouquet, the girl took out the object that best represented the word violence. Just like a rose represents love. The dark, heavy metal replaced the soft and bright flowers and was held in her slender white hands. That is a gun. Beretta M9. When Lin Yu saw the gun suddenly appearing and pointing at him, he felt cold all over and his mind went blank. He subconsciously identified the model of the pistol in front of him. Is it a model? Is it a prank? Although in China, a pistol that appears before your eyes is most likely a model. But Lin Yu is not so optimistic now. It's not just because the texture of this gun is too real. It was also because the other person's sharp, calm gaze was fixed on him without moving away. Lin Yu, who had spent a long time trying to figure out the serial killer because of his role, was very familiar with this kind of gaze. This is a look that views people as prey and targets, which can be summarized as murderous intent. Boom! The gunfire exploded, and the bullet pierced through a falling petal, and then pierced Lin Yu's beating heart with the same precision. Iron and fire, blood and death, declared that the Beretta M9 in the opponent's hands and the murderous intent in his eyes were genuine goods. Pain and coldness quickly spread from the bullet hole in his heart. Lin Yu felt as if all his strength had been drained from his body, and he collapsed to the ground. The girl's voice came from above his head again. It had changed from being playful and frivolous to becoming more serious than ever before. Even a little pious. May you be seen by the gods. The girl's voice stopped, and Lin Yu felt his consciousness gradually dissipating. What a joke, it's so weird. The original confusion turned into an extremely strong unwillingness after realizing that he was about to die. How could I die here for no apparent reason, because of this inexplicable weirdo and inexplicable shooting? I don't want to die. There's a performance tomorrow. There are still many performances next week, next month, and for the rest of my life. His acting skills also need to be honed. To date, he hasn't even given a performance that he is completely satisfied with. How could he die here for no apparent reason? But no matter how unwilling and resentful Lin Yu was, in the end, everything returns to eternal silence. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Yu opened his eyes again. The pain of death still lingered in his chest, but it seemed to have become an illusion. He subconsciously touched his heart, but there was no wound. Looking around, Lin Yu found that this was a dark and empty space. Is this hell, Hades, or the underworld? Or am I not dead at all, but just a vegetable or something, with my consciousness trapped in this place? Lin Yu looked around in a daze, his mind full of random thoughts. And as if to answer his question. As he had these thoughts, blood-colored words suddenly appeared in the void before his eyes. Welcome to the death game. Here, we will give the deceased who have a strong desire to live a chance to start over. Participate in the game and gain a new life. Do you choose to participate? Looking at these bloody words, Lin Yu reacted. I guess I encountered some kind of supernatural power. As a college student, although Lin Yu is obsessed with acting, he spends most of his time studying and honing his acting skills, and his life is relatively simple and monotonous. But Lin Yu is not a primitive man either. Lin Yu also reads online novels and cartoons during his free time. Combining those, he also understood his current situation. A certain high-ranking being created this game called Death Game. The chosen dead people have the opportunity to be resurrected by participating in this game. And based on the experience of those works, Lin Yu is very clear. This kind of game that can bring people back to life is often cruel and dangerous. But even so, do I have any choice? Lin Yu sighed slightly. If Lin Yu wants to survive, continue performing, and continue his life, he has only one choice. I attended. Following Lin Yu's response, the blood-colored text changed again. Welcome to the death game, player Lin Yu. Drawing your initial profession. Congratulations! You've obtained the unique profession, Trickster. Professional ability. After activating this ability, if your deception is believed, it will come true to a certain extent. The degree to which it comes true depends on how much others believe you. Lin Yu read the newly appeared blood-red text. But before he could understand it, new blood-red words appeared. The initial profession has been generated. Coming soon. Game name, Who is the Outsider? Clearance conditions, kill all players from different factions or survive until the specified time. Number of players in this game, 7. When? A heavy bell rang in Lin Yu's ears. He was somewhat surprised to find that he was no longer in the darkness of nothingness. Instead, there was a large and dimly lit room. The whole room is decorated in medieval Baroque style, gorgeous yet dilapidated. Thick carpets, exquisite oil paintings, crystal chandeliers, wrought iron candlesticks. Each one was covered in dust and cobwebs, and upon closer inspection, they were all stained with black and red stains that looked like dried blood. On one side of the room is a huge floor-to-ceiling window, with a moon phase relief carved above the wooden window frame as decoration. Moonlight slanted in through the window, barely illuminating the room. Through this, Lin Yu concluded that this was probably a room in a long-abandoned Western-style castle. In the middle of the room is a long wooden table. Lin Yu was sitting at the head of the table at this moment. There were 6 people sitting next to him, in front of the long table. 6 people. Including myself, there are 7. Which happens to be the number of players. Therefore, these 6 people should be the other players of this game. Lin Yu quickly calmed down and glanced at the 6 people calmly. There were 4 men and 2 women, and they had little in common in terms of age or temperament. The only thing they had in common was that they all had a look of surprise and confusion on their faces. It seems that not only are they all players, but they also seem to be people who have no clue about this game. As an experiential actor, Lin Yu also dabbled in psychology in order to better understand the character's psychology. He couldn't see through people's thoughts at a glance, but it was not difficult for Lin Yu to understand their general state by observing the expressions on their faces. At the same time, Lin Yu also noticed a detail. There was a brown envelope on the table in front of everyone present, including myself. However, Lin Yu did not remind him of this. Because he still didn't know how to play this game, he didn't want to speak in this situation and become the focus of everyone's attention. In particular, his ability is that of a fraudster, a profession that requires deception to be effective. After a few seconds, someone couldn't help but speak. Everyone, I want to ask, are you like me? After death, you ended up in a dark space and saw some strange things, such as text and games? In the crowd, a middle-aged woman wearing glasses whispered, "What on earth do these mean?" After hearing what she said, Lin Yu understood. Although I quickly figured out the situation. But Lin Yu knew in his heart that this was not just because he calmed down quickly. More importantly, he is a contemporary college student who frequently surfs the internet and has seen many fictional works of the battle royale and death game types. And among the 7 people present, it was obvious that several of them looked like the type who would never be exposed to this kind of fictional work. However, Lin Yu still didn't intend to remind him at this time. Because someone has already planned to do so. On the other side of the table. A chubby guy wearing thick glasses and a white printed round-neck sweater couldn't help but speak up when he heard the middle-aged woman's question. I think this situation is very similar to some of the anime and novels I usually read. It's about a group of people who died in an accident, but were chosen by a certain god to play some cruel game. They used their abilities to overcome the game and survive. Although it's cruel, this is also our chance to change our fate. Boom! Suddenly there was a muffled sound, and a thin man with a scar on his face, a fierce look, and a fierce body slammed the table. Fuck, what a bullshit god. My death was unclear enough, damn it. After death, I still come to this crazy place to suffer. The scarred man seemed to be recalling the last scene of his life, and his face looked extremely ugly. I don't think this is a bad thing, a gentle and shy young woman said timidly, blushing as she tucked her hair behind her ear. Just like the little brother with glasses said, at least we still have a game to play now, instead of being truly dead. Humph, you believe everything that fat guy says? The scarred man stared at the woman and sneered, what if that damn god is just playing tricks on us? The young woman was stared at by the scarred man and pursed her lips, obviously not daring to refute this guy who looked dangerous. Seeing that the other party didn't respond, the man with the scar snorted coldly. The 4 of them only exchanged a sentence or two, but Lin Yu had already made some judgments about their personalities. The little fat boy with glasses looks a little silly. He looks like a simple high school student who has no experience in society. Scarface is a bit fierce, has a bad temper, and is eager to convey the signal to those around him that I'm not someone to be trifled with. 2 women. The middle-aged one looked quite serious, while the younger one was more fragile. The reason why Lin Yu used his knowledge of psychology to analyze the personality traits of these people was because no matter what the content of the game was, he would definitely deal with the other 6 people next. Either an opponent or a teammate. Therefore, the more you understand about them, the better your chances of winning this game will be. As for the 2 people who didn't speak, Lin Yu looked at the guy who remained silent like him. A person sat opposite him. He was a short young man of about the same age as him, in his early 20s. He looked shifty and was looking at others curiously. He licked his lips from time to time and seemed very nervous. The other one was the tall man who had always been sitting next to Lin Yu. He has a square face, a resolute expression, a strong body and looks full of power. Like Lin Yu, he listened carefully to everyone's speeches. After Scarface finished speaking, he knocked on the table and spoke. Alright, everyone, stop arguing. No matter what that god thinks, since we're all in this game, it means we're all in this together. After the tall, square-faced man finished speaking, Lin Yu immediately denied him in his heart. Grasshoppers on a string? That's not necessarily the case. Just when Lin Yu had this thought, it seemed to confirm that the square-faced man's statement was wrong. Suddenly, a creepy, rustling noise came from the wall next to everyone. They turned around and saw a line of large, eye-catching blood-stained words appearing on the wall. Immediately afterwards, line after line of bloody words appeared, soon covering the entire wall. There are 2 outsiders among you 7. Find them. Drive them away. Accompanied by a strange rustling sound, lines of scarlet words covered the surrounding walls, as if countless wronged souls were writing there. Hatred with blood. The 7 people present were all startled. The weak girl was so frightened that her face turned pale and she screamed. After a few seconds, the blood words gradually faded away. It's game tips. Lin Yu understood. Then he looked around and saw that the square-faced man had also quickly calmed down. This guy is indeed a professionally trained soldier. Lin Yu was thinking in his heart, and the square-faced man said coldly, everyone calm down, this is not a big deal, the words that appear on the wall now are probably hints about this game. After saying that, he looked at the fat boy wearing glasses and asked, you said you've seen similar animations in novels. Do you have any clues? Expelling the 2 outsiders hiding among us. It feels like a game like finding an undercover agent, the chubby boy with glasses coughed lightly. But the instructions are so simplistic. The bloody words in front of me and on the wall just now are so unclear. At this time, Lin Yu also spoke up at the right time, I think there should be clues to this game in these envelopes on the table. I think we should take a look at what is written on them. Lin Yu chose not to speak before because he didn't want to be the focus of everyone's attention. But if he continued to remain silent at this time, it would be a bit suspicious. Lin Yu had already noticed that several people began to secretly look at him and the short young man who had not spoken. After Lin Yu's reminder, everyone present suddenly understood. Indeed, I almost forgot about this envelope. The tall, square-faced man said this as he reached out and opened the envelope in front of him. Seeing this, the others followed suit. The scarred man hesitated for a moment, then opened the envelope in front of him. Lin Yu slowly opened the envelope, but did not rush to take out the contents. Instead, he first observed the states of these people as they read the letter. He discovered that when these people checked the letters in the envelopes, some had furrowed brows, some looked nervous, and some were moody. Furthermore, they weren't checking the letters as quickly as he'd imagined. It seems that the game is not that simple. Then, Lin Yu opened the envelope. The content of the letter appeared in front of Lin Yu. Hello, my fellow human, whatever your reason for coming here, I want to tell you something about the castle. We left many boxes in this castle. There are some things in them that you can use. Open them if you find any. But be careful with boxes other than the red ones, because those boxes belong to the werewolves and contain werewolf weapons humans can't open them, so be careful of those who can. To maintain the normal operation of the castle, remember to do what's on your schedule every day, otherwise the castle's traps, poisonous fog, and severe cold may kill everyone. Every evening at 7 o'clock, it's meeting time. You can vote to exile anyone from the castle. The meeting room is sacred, and no one can commit violence in it. So it's best to use the meeting to exile them. Of course, if 2 people get the same number of votes, no one will be exiled. If you discover a body, you can choose to call the meeting for the day early. After the activation, the time will be 7 p.m., and no one will be allowed to move freely. They must immediately go to the meeting room. During your evening break, you must gather in the conference room until 7 o'clock the next morning. Of course, no violence can be committed in the conference room during this time. Be careful, werewolves are cunning and good at disguise. They look exactly like humans on a normal day, but they are full of hatred and murderous intent towards us. Even among werewolves, there's no way to directly confirm that the other person is a werewolf. My fellow humans, I hope you can eliminate all the werewolves in hiding and survive. As long as there are humans who survive after 7 days, even if the werewolf hasn't been found, you can leave here. The letter was written in a rather hasty hand, and looked as if it had been written by someone in a time-sensitive situation. In addition to the letter, there was an identity card inside the envelope. Lin Yu took out the card. Your identity is human. Lin Yu looked at the card in his hand and raised his head silently. Before he could see the expressions of the people around him as they read the letters and cards, a click sound suddenly came from his hand. The crimson flames rose up, and although they were not hot, they were enough to scare Lin Yu so much that he subconsciously let go of his hand. After he let go of his hand, the burning identity card, envelope and letter paper were all burned up before they could even fall to the ground. Not even any ashes left. Balls of flame fell and went out. But this time, no one cried out in surprise. After reading the letter, everyone fell silent. Combined with the bloody words on the wall just now, everyone has realized. They are indeed not on the same page. This is a game between players. Finally, the middle-aged woman wearing glasses took the lead in breaking the silence. This letter, what do you think? Among the crowd, the chubby boy with glasses pushed his glasses up and whispered, I almost figured it out. This is a game similar to Werewolf. Everyone present nodded slightly. The oldest person here is a middle-aged woman wearing glasses, who looks to be in her 30s or 40s. Obviously, although many of them may not know about virtual works such as Death Game. But they are not old people who never go online. At least they have heard of the game Werewolf, which is popular all over the country. Seeing that everyone understood, the chubby boy with glasses continued, we were divided into 2 camps, humans and werewolves. There were 5 humans and 2 werewolves. Humans need to complete quests and open chests to ensure they survive for 7 days, while also finding the so-called outsiders, the players who have obtained the werewolf. Werewolves, on the other hand, need to hide themselves, find the werewolf chests, and obtain weapons, using these weapons to kill humans. Make sure all humans die within 7 days. After the fat man finished speaking, no one refuted him. Obviously, what he said coincides with what most people think. Scarface scratched his head and said unhappily, damn it. The rules are so convoluted, and they even have to write a B letter for someone to translate. No one would play this game if it were released to the public. The short young man at the side finally spoke for the first time, that's why the damn god kidnapped dead people like us. Otherwise, no one would play this unlucky game. The short young man said this in a joking tone. Although this is not a good time to joke, everyone still laughed when they heard this, and the atmosphere felt a little more relaxed. Lin Yu looked at the short young man. This guy is a bit suspicious. Lin Yu knew that it was some people's instinct to ease the awkward, intense atmosphere. But this is a werewolf game, and it's a werewolf game where people die. Does this kind of game really need someone to adjust the atmosphere? What's more, this short young man had been silent all this time with his eyes flickering, but now he opened his mouth with such a slick joke. Lin Yu instinctively felt that something was wrong with him. However, this is just Lin Yu's intuition. He was not so far as to judge based on his intuition that the short young man was a werewolf. After all, the other party might just be an idiot. But no matter what, this happy atmosphere is what Lin Yu doesn't want to see. So, he cleared his throat and said, but we have to play this damn game now. Let's discuss the strategy on how to play this game. The gentle and delicate woman heard Lin Yu's words and spoke softly, just now, you mentioned the box. I remember the letter said that the red box can only be opened by werewolves. In other words, as long as you see who opens the red box, you will know who is the werewolf, right? Scarface snorted coldly, the werewolf also knows this, he certainly won't be stupid enough to open the box in front of everyone. Then we can watch secretly. The woman retorted in a low voice. Scarface's face was gloomy. What the hell are you mumbling about, bitch? Lin Yu quickly tried to smooth things over and change the subject, saying, alright, there's no need to discuss this now. In a game like Werewolf, it's impossible to reveal the hidden identity of the person in the first discussion. Only as the game progresses, based on everyone's behavior, can we slowly identify the werewolf's identity. The middle-aged woman was stunned for a moment and said, "But if that happens, people might die. As the game progresses, the werewolf will of course be exposed. But this will cost human lives." Lin Yu heard this and said slowly, "That's why this game is called the death game, except for our lives, we have nothing left. Even this life is already borrowed." Everyone at the round table fell silent after hearing Lin Yu's words. The atmosphere, which had just relaxed a little, became solemn again. That's right. Although it is called a game, it is not just playing house. They are a group of dead people fighting for the chance to come back to life. This may be the most brutal competition in the world. An atmosphere of uneasiness permeated the air. Lin Yu, who also looked solemn, did not have any emotional fluctuations in his heart. Very good. The current atmosphere should be enough to make some of them realize that besides life, they have another reliability. Lin Yu's words just now were intentional. He didn't want to see a happy and relaxed atmosphere. Lin Yu needs to guide everyone to think in this serious atmosphere. To this end, he even used some dialogue techniques in his previous remarks to enhance the appeal of his words. Sure enough, in this solemn atmosphere, the previously active little fat boy suddenly thought of something and spoke with some surprise. "Wait a minute, the situation isn't necessarily that bad. In addition to our lives, we actually have careers. Before coming here, I had a career." The aunt just mentioned that the blood words she saw also had the word career in them. "So, you should all have gotten your own classes. Those will definitely help with the game," the little fat man said a little excitedly. The square-faced man nodded slightly upon hearing this. "We can take turns introducing our professions and abilities. Then, based on everyone's abilities, we might be able to formulate a more reasonable game strategy." After hearing this conversation, Lin Yu felt much more relieved. Things developed exactly as he expected. After getting the profession of a fraudster and entering here, Lin Yu was thinking about how to use his ability. After a brief thought, he made a judgment. That is to disguise yourself as another profession. But this requires him to listen to what other people's occupations and abilities are. When the others heard this, their expressions also changed. Indeed, they all have their profession as a trump card. Seeing no one objected, the square-faced man took the lead and said, "I'll go first. My name is Yulongwa, my occupation is soldier, and my ability is to increase my physical fitness fivefold." His voice was full of confidence, which showed that this professional ability was indeed simple, crude, and powerful. The scarred man looked at Yulongwa in surprise, then a smile appeared on his face. "I didn't expect there is such a profession. It's really useful, but is it necessary to introduce the name?" "It's necessary, because this is a game where werewolves are bound to lie," Yulongwa said to him coldly, "so, giving some basic information in your self-introduction will also help me judge whether you are lying." The scarred man sensed Yulongwa's bad attitude and shrugged. "Okay, it's okay to introduce myself. My name is Bao Lu, and I'm a rogue. My ability is to ignore the rules once. While my job isn't as simple and brutal as a soldier's, don't mess with me. I can ignore the rules," he said, giving everyone a sinister look. Lin Yu observed the two people and found that the professions they obtained seemed to be closely related to themselves. The man named Yulongwa was strong and sturdy, with a resolute face. His whole temperament made him look like he was a soldier or had been a soldier. His occupation in the death game is also soldier. And this scarred Bao Lu, from the very beginning, clearly exuded a rogue aura, and his profession was rogue. It was the turn of the middle-aged woman wearing glasses. She adjusted her glasses and said, "My name is Su Xiaomei, and my profession is teacher. My ability allows me to obtain some information related to this game." The others listened and nodded slightly. Although the ability of a teacher does not sound very strong, it at least has a certain effect. Everyone was thinking about the role of their own abilities. But only Lin Yu had a vague judgment in his mind after hearing Su Xiaomei's occupation. As expected. Although Su Xiaomei's appearance wasn't as obvious as Yulongwa and Bao Lu's, Lin Yu could still see it after careful observation. She wore relatively simple clothes, had the habit of clearing her throat when speaking, and had thick calluses on her index finger and thumb. The other party should indeed be a teacher. In other words, the professions in this game are likely to have a strong correlation with everyone's real-life professions. While Lin Yu was analyzing, the communication between other people on the field continued. After hearing Su Xiaomei's introduction, Bao Lu immediately asked, "What information did you obtain? Is it additional information about this game? Tell us about it." Su Xiaomei hesitated. The nearby soldier Yulongwa reached out to stop Bao Lu. "Don't worry, she doesn't need to tell us the information she has. After all, no one knows who the werewolf is right now. If we rashly reveal this important information, it could be detrimental to us humans." The rogue Bao Lu said somewhat unconvincingly, "What if she herself is a wolf?" At this time, the other woman with a gentle and delicate appearance glanced at Bao Lu again, and said softly, "You are so anxious to get information from Su Xiaomei, I suspect you are the wolf." These words refreshed Lin Yu's understanding of weak women. Although she looks weak, she actually has a hidden agenda. From the beginning of the game, Bao Lu has been targeting her to show his ferocity, perhaps for the purpose of establishing his authority. But no one expected that she would actually give it back during the self-introduction session. Bao Lu's eyes widened with rage when he heard this. He slammed the table, pointed at the woman, and shouted, "Stop spitting blood on me. Are you slandering me?" Seeing the situation getting out of control, Yulongwa stood up and said seriously, "Stop arguing. There's no point in arguing now. Let's wait until everyone has introduced themselves before discussing this." The pressure brought by the tall body and the powerful ability of the soldier made Bao Lu dare not act rashly. He could only put his hands on his chest, snorted coldly, and leaned back slightly on the back of the chair. He pointed at the fat boy with glasses and said, "It's your turn." The fat man cleared his throat and said, "My name is Chunjua, and I'm a homebody by profession. My abilities are confidential. Keep it a secret?" Several people were a little surprised. Bao Lu said viciously, "We've all said it, but now it's your turn. Why do you keep it a secret? You want to be treated specially, don't you?" Chunjua shrank his head slightly in fear, but still put on a mysterious look, shaking his head and whispering, "No. That's right. My ability is so special that I can't describe it to you in words here. You'll understand once you see it." Although Chunjua chose to conceal his ability, his occupation as an otaku still made others think. What abilities can an otaku have? Otakus generally like to stay at home and watch anime and read novels. What abilities can such a profession have? Chunjua's words left people confused about what otaku means. But seeing his appearance, no one bothered to delve into what Chunjua's abilities were. After all, everyone had a vague idea in their hearts. Even if Chunjua was really in the opposite camp to them, this little fat guy probably wouldn't be much of a threat. Although he had been providing everyone with useful information at the beginning, but it was precisely because Chunjua just dumped out everything he knew that people felt that he was not scheming or threatening. If he were a werewolf, he would have exploded long ago. Even Lin Yu felt that this boy was a little naive. If the other person is acting, then it will not be difficult for him to become a movie emperor in the future. Next, it was the short and thin man's turn. He hesitated for a moment, then said, "My name is Yao Zhengye, my profession is thief, and my abilities. I don't want to talk about them." At this point, the others frowned slightly. Bao Lu smacked his lips. "Damn it, you don't want to talk about it. Are you mysterious too?" As he spoke, he gave Chunjua another vicious look. "Look at what a good start you've made." Chunjua shrank his neck, still not daring to speak. Yulongwa said nothing, as if he was thinking about something. Although Yao Zhengye also concealed his abilities, the ability of the thief is obviously related to stealing. In that case, it's better not to say anything. Everyone present has more or less guessed about his ability as a thief. Then it was the turn of the gentle-looking woman. She spoke. "My name is Xia Yu, my profession is veterinarian, and my ability is treating small animals." "Tisk, what's the point of treating small animals?" Are there really animals in this castle? Bao Lu said disdainfully. Because Xiaoyu had stepped on him before, Bao Lu was really unhappy with Xiaoyu at this time. Who knows? Maybe the owner of this castle likes to keep pets here. Chen Zhua added. Even if there are animals in the castle, what good will it do if this woman treats them? Bao Lu turned his head and stared at Xiaoyu and said, Do you really expect animals to help you find outsiders? This time, Xiaoyu turned her head slightly and ignored him. After she finished her introduction, Lin Yu was the only one left. Everyone's eyes turned to him. You're the only one left, young man. Yu Longwa said, What's your occupation? Yeah, it's my turn. Lin Yu placed his hands on the table and crossed them lightly. It's my turn now. Lin Yu had already listened to everyone's occupations and introductions. His profession is fraudster. There is no doubt that if one's occupation and abilities are made public, it will be of no use. And so, as the name of this profession suggests, this is a profession that requires fraud. Lin Yu pinched the bridge of his nose, then looked at everyone again, his eyes sharp and calm. Before I introduce my profession, I think everyone has more or less realized one thing. The profession you drew is more or less related to your real identity and profession, right? This brother you has the air of a soldier. Chen Zhua, you look like a total otaku. Xia Yu. You're even wearing a white coat. MS. Su Xiaomei, you are probably a teacher or something like that in real life, right? Su Xiaomei nodded slightly, yes. I am a middle school teacher. She whispered. Lin Yu snapped his fingers, that's right, it seems my reasoning is completely correct. Is fraud lying? Lin Yu thinks, including, but not limited to. At least what he said above were the truths that we just analyzed. But after finishing the analysis just now, Lin Yu was also thinking about one thing. If this rule is indeed correct, then what does the profession of fraudster have to do with a college student like me? He has never committed telecommunications fraud and is not even good at lying. But Lin Yu quickly thought of a sentence his professor said during class. The essence of acting is actually deception. You have to deceive yourself and the audience, making everyone believe that you are the character you are playing. Lin Yu is indeed not good at lying, but he is very good at acting. That is a more advanced and more effective form of fraud than lying. Now, he's about to start performing. Inside the room of the ancient castle, everyone at the long table turned their eyes to Lin Yu. Just like the spotlight on the stage. Lin Yu sat at the table with his hands crossed and a very confident expression on his face. As long as you trust me, this game is actually not difficult to win. Bao Lu looked at Lin Yu, frowned, and said, Why should we trust you? Just because you analyzed that each of our occupations is related to what we do in real life? You're just trying to say that I'm just a gangster in real life, and this Yao Zhenye is just a thief, right? Bao Lu pointed at Yao Zhenye and said unhappily. Yao Zhenye, who was standing aside, also looked quite unhappy. You mean we're not good people in real life, so just vote for us and that's it? Sure enough, after Lin Yu finished speaking, the two people reacted very violently. The other people looked at the two of them with a little more caution. Lin Yu shook his head, You two, I deliberately didn't mention your professions just now to prevent misunderstandings. I'm saying this just to convince you that I do have the ability to lead you to victory in this game. It's not just my own reasoning ability, it's also related to my professional ability. Well, the tone is good and the lines are good, thanks to my persistence in practicing improvisation. Lin Yu glanced at everyone and adjusted his costume. The British style of dressing is elegant and decent, giving people an impression of wisdom at first glance. My name is Lin Yu, and my profession is detective. And my ability is to verify the identities of everyone here. Lin Yu spoke calmly and opened his hands. What? After hearing Lin Yu's words, the expressions of the other 6 people changed slightly. Check identity? Chen Zhuo was the first to exclaim, Holy crap, a prophet. Impossible. How could you be so shameless? Bao Liui slammed the table and shouted, "I think you are just talking nonsense and trying to sow discord." Veterinarian Xiaoyu also spoke immediately. "You said your ability is to check identities? But this game is called Who is the Outsider, a game about identity, and your abilities are completely in line with this game." "I think you're lying." Teacher Su Xiaomei nodded slightly. "Weren't we given our professions before this game even started? Logically, our professional abilities shouldn't be directly related to the content of this game." Yu Longguo looked at Lin Yu. Although he didn't say anything, there was a hint of scrutiny in his eyes. When they first heard about Lin Yu's abilities, they were indeed shocked. This is an identity game in itself, and then you say your ability is to check other people's identities? How can it be such a coincidence? Only Qinzhua vaguely believed it. But, in werewolf games, there usually is a prophet. The little fat man muttered. Lin Yu felt a little nervous when he saw the different reactions from the crowd. He was feeling whether he had acquired the ability to verify identity that he had just mentioned. Based on the ability of a fraudster, if they all believed him, he would have gained the ability of a detective. However, Lin Yu didn't feel anything now. He didn't have the ability to verify other people's identities at all. It seemed that the players present did not believe what he had just said. In other words, the degree of belief is far from enough to enable oneself to acquire this ability. However, although Lin Yu was nervous, he was not panicked. Although it was a bit surprising, it was also expected. These guys are not that easy to fool. Lin Yu let out a breath. Before he said it, he actually knew that his statement was flawed. However, Lin Yu was still a little surprised that half of the people chose not to believe him in an instant. That thug is not stupid. And those two women and the soldier were all smart people. Lin Yu thought quickly in his mind. But the good thing is, my performance is exquisite enough. The temperament reflected in Lin Yu's eyes and small movements just now is enough to make everyone believe that he is a detective. Then the next step is to fill in the loopholes in the previous statement. Lin Yu was thinking quickly in his mind, but his face remained expressionless. He straightened his deerstalker hat, his demeanor unhurried. Yes, my ability is not to verify identity. But the reason I say this is because my ability can indeed do that. What do you mean? My ability is actually to know a hidden secret of the other party. In this game, wouldn't that mean I can verify their identity? Lin Yu's tone was neither hurried nor slow, and he looked very calm and composed. When everyone heard this, their expressions varied. Su Xiaomei frowned slightly, but why didn't you tell me the truth at the beginning? Lin Yu was prepared for this. Because I think the idea of being able to pry into other people's secrets would make people feel more resistant, right? Lin Yu said calmly. And this reason is indeed enough to convince everyone. I see. Xiaoyu thought for a moment, no wonder you said that at the beginning. Knowing someone's secret is quite fitting for the job of a detective. Yu Longguo nodded slightly. That sounds much more reasonable. In this kind of identity game, the detective profession seems to be very powerful. Bao Lu smacked his lips, and suddenly felt that his profession seemed to be of little use in this game. At least it's much worse than Lin Yu. Qinzhua said with a smile, of course, this kind of prophet profession in the werewolf game is a powerful god who leads the team. Just surround him and attack him and we can easily defeat him. Everyone nodded slightly. The ability of detective does have a unique advantage in this game related to identity. However, when Lin Yu looked at the expressions of the 5 people except Qinzhua looking at him, he still sighed in his heart. Sure enough, no one likes the feeling of having their secrets discovered. Although my abilities are of great help to this game, but... Except for Qinzhua, the remaining 5 people looked at him with more or less caution in their eyes. There were even some looks filled with disgust. No one likes the feeling of having their secrets discovered. However, disgust and caution also mean they believed what Lin Yu said. At this moment, Lin Yu was bathed in the gazes of the crowd, and he could clearly feel that he had an innate ability. It was as if he could peer into other people's brains. As long as he wanted, he could choose anyone present and directly explore the secrets hidden in the other person's heart. It could be the identity of this game, or some other secret. It's up to him to choose the general direction of the secret. The fraudster's ability has officially worked. Lin Yu's performance fooled everyone present. After gaining the ability, Lin Yu felt a little relieved. But he still didn't relax. Yes, the ability to verify identity is indeed very powerful in games like Werewolf. Just as Chenju said, as long as the game revolves around Lin Yu, the human camp can win relatively easily. And werewolves can also realize this. In other words, Lin Yu has now put himself in a very dangerous position. As long as there is a chance, the werewolf will definitely try every means to kill him. Unless he always works in a group with others and doesn't give the werewolves any chance. But Lin Yu knew very well that this game would not allow such a thing to happen. Beep beep dash. Above the heads of everyone in the room, a rapid alarm sounded. Lin Yu raised his head and found that the alarm seemed to come from the room above the ceiling. The sound sounds like it's coming from the second floor. He spoke out to remind everyone. Chenhua, the otaku, was a little panicked. What does this alarm mean? Is the werewolf going to start killing people? Before Lin Yu could speak to comfort Chenhua, Soldier Yulongwei immediately spoke in a deep voice. Don't panic. This isn't a sign of werewolves killing people. Remember what the letter said? There's a schedule in this castle that lists what needs to be done every day. If we don't do it, a mechanism will appear to kill us. After he finished speaking, Chenhua was stunned for a moment, then hurriedly said, Isn't this still going to kill me? Where's the schedule? Lin Yu pointed to the wall beside him. On the wall where the blood words had just appeared, there was a schedule posted near the door, not hidden. Chenhua hurried to the schedule, and the others followed. The schedule is densely packed with words. Day 1 to-do list. Repair the generator, located in the engineering room on the second floor. Estimated completion time, 10 minutes. Countdown, 15 minutes and 49 seconds. Refuel the equipment. Location, the third floor equipment room. Estimated completion time, 3 minutes. Countdown, 17 minutes and 22 seconds. Cleaning, location, library on the first floor. Estimated completion time, 15 minutes. Countdown, 21 minutes and 6 seconds. The schedule is clearly written on it line by line. There are more than 10 tasks with countdowns of less than 3 hours. And behind each task, there is a corresponding location and a constantly jumping countdown. I don't know what the consequences will be if I fail to complete the mission, or what kind of trap will appear. But no one wants to joke with his own life. So many tasks? What the hell is going on? I've never worked outside of work before, and now I'm working in this damn game. Bao Lu couldn't help but curse. His words also expressed the thoughts of others present. Lin Yu understood it even more clearly. There are simply too many tasks, and the locations are extremely scattered. If we huddle together, we won't be able to finish it. If you want to complete the above tasks as quickly as possible, the fastest way is to divide them into groups and do them separately. And this is probably the way this game prevents the human camp from sticking together. After counting the existing tasks, Lin Yu did a simple mental calculation in his mind. If we split into 2 groups, 3 people each and 4 people each, and plan a route, we should be able to complete it. Lin Yu was silently thinking in his heart how to complete the task with the least number of groups. But before he could calculate the route, Bao Lu spoke first. I think we should split up and do our tasks immediately. I'll be in charge of repairing the generator, he said, making a gesture to leave. The others present didn't seem to have any objection. Lin Yu frowned slightly and stopped him. Wait a minute, you can't just leave like this. Bao Lu turned around and looked at Lin Yu, and said fiercely, Boy, what do you mean? Don't you see that the time is getting shorter and shorter? Are you trying to kill all of us? Don't think you're so great just because you're Detective B. Facing Bao Lu's aggressive attitude, Lin Yu spoke calmly, Do you want to act alone? Aren't you afraid of being killed by werewolves if you act alone? Although these missions are urgent, if all 7 of us act alone, it will simply give the werewolves an opportunity to strike. Even if we have to act separately, we must split up into groups. After Lin Yu finished speaking, Xinjue quickly nodded in agreement. That's right, the most taboo thing in the werewolf game is to go alone. Bao Lu was stunned for a moment and was about to refute. But Yulongwa said in a deep voice, I also agree with the division. There are 7 of us, so let's divide into twos. Lin Yu looked at Yulongwa and was about to say something. But Yulongwa spoke again, I know what you are worried about. Act in pairs. If a human and a werewolf are grouped together, then the human will be in danger. But don't forget, if something really happens to someone, the people who team up with him will be the biggest suspects. So, from this perspective, everyone in the team is safe. Without giving others any chance to refute, Yulongwa continued, okay, time is running out, let's divide them into groups of 2. Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment, and said with some concern, but there are only 7 of us, and we will be divided into 2 groups. Doesn't that mean the last group? There will be 7 players in total, working in pairs, divided into 3 two-person teams, and 1 lone player. Yulongwa interrupted her without a second thought, I will act alone, I am very confident in my ability. Even if it is a werewolf with a weapon, I have the ability to fight him. Chenjue listened and touched his chin thoughtfully, I agree that Brother Yu's ability is enough to bear the responsibility of going solo. Yulongwa's plan seemed to have been approved by everyone present. Lin Yu did not object. But he felt even weirder. What Yulongwa said sounds reasonable. In many werewolf-like games in reality, dividing into groups of 2 and taking responsibility for each other is also a very common strategy. This grouping method will speed up the game process and allow everyone's identities to be determined more quickly. But the smaller the group size, the greater the risk to humanity. In essence, this is still using human life to determine everyone's identity. Although they are participating in the death game, it is not a real game. Rather than winning the game and faction achieving victory, shouldn't everyone's first thought be to survive? But why did no one object? Lin Yu's mind was in a mess, but the urgency of the countdown on the schedule made it impossible for him to calm down and think. At the same time, a vague sense of unease made Lin Yu feel that it would be better for him not to raise this question now. At this moment, someone beside him pulled his sleeve. Lin Yu turned his head to look to the side, only to see Xiaoyu standing beside him with her lips pursed. Detective, I want to work with you, is that okay? Faced with Xiaoyu's request, Lin Yu naturally had no reason to refuse. The 2 of them naturally formed the first group. Among the remaining 4, Zhenzuo and Su Xiaomei did not want to be in the same group with Bao Lu and Yao Xingye. Therefore, after Xiaoyu invited Lin Yu, the grouping of the 7 people was automatically completed. The first group is Detective Lin Yu and Veterinarian Xiaoyu. The second group is the Thug Bao Lu and the Thief Yao Xingye. The third group is Otaku Chenjue and Teacher Su Xiaomei. The fourth group is Soldier Yulongwa who acts alone. After the 4 groups were completed, everyone took up the tasks on the schedule in order. After confirming the tasks they were to perform, the 4 groups quickly left the meeting room. After all, they don't have much time left to complete their first tasks. Lin Yu and Xiaoyu also hurriedly looked for the engineering room mentioned in the first task. After leaving the conference room, the corridor outside the room also has a slightly exaggerated decoration style, with wolf heads carved on the iron. Candlesticks and dark red thick carpets inlaid with gold silk threads. Looking out through some broken windows in the corridor, you can see that the outer wall is made of stone, and the style is probably that of an ancient castle. The conference room is located at the end of the first floor of the castle. After leaving the conference room and walking along the corridor, you will soon see a spiral staircase. Lin Yu and Xiaoyu walked up quickly and came to the corridor on the second floor. Just next to the stairs, Lin Yu saw a wooden door with a metal nameplate hanging on it. It's the engineering room. Lin Yu read out the words on the nameplate. Behind the wooden door, sharp alarms continued to sound. This was the source of the alarm they heard downstairs. I found it now, there's still plenty of time. Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief, then stepped forward, reached out, grasped the wooden door handle, and turned it gently. The door was not locked, and the two of them entered the engineering room easily. In the huge room, an old-fashioned generator was running slowly, with many halogen light bulbs on it. One of the light bulbs had turned red and emitted a loud beeping alarm. The generator was also connected to some other equipment, but these were all functioning normally and did not appear to require any repair. Lin Yu and Xia Yu approached the generator. As a weak girl and a veterinarian by profession, Xia Yu obviously doesn't know much about mechanics. She said in a distressed tone, "How do I fix this? Isn't there an instruction manual or something?" Although the death game is called a game, you cannot automatically enter the game by long pressing a key to complete the task. For tasks like repairing generators, you still need to troubleshoot the problem yourself. But Lin Yu was not nervous. The estimated time to complete this task is 10 minutes, which means there's no major malfunction. It only seems to have a minor issue. Besides, this is a werewolf-style game after all. These missions are probably just a means to break us up. They shouldn't be too difficult. Lin Yu was thinking, his eyes fell on the storage cabinet next to the generator. There is a toolbox on top of the cabinet, which contains some wrenches and screwdrivers. And under the toolbox, there was a booklet. Lin Yu gently lifted the toolbox and pulled out the booklet. It was a thin booklet stained with black oil, with slightly curled pages, and the cover was labeled Wolf 3 Generator Instruction Manual. Here comes the clue. Lin Yu reached out his hand and flicked the booklet lightly, then spoke with a confident smile. Xia Yu breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Lin Yu with admiration. "You are indeed a real-life detective. Even without abilities, you are sharp enough." Lin Yu shrugged non-committally, then opened the booklet in his hand. 3 indicator lights. If this light turns red, it means the engine is not lubricated enough and needs to be replenished with lubricant. It is stored in the utility room on the first floor. This booklet was as straightforward as Lin Yu had imagined, and he easily found the problem and the solution. You need to go to the utility room on the first floor for the lubricant, right? I'll go get it. Xia Yu said, "I saw it on the way to the utility room." Facing Xia Yu's proposal, Lin Yu frowned slightly, his expression a little grim, "But, we are divided into groups of 2 to avoid acting alone." Xia Yu put on a smile. "However, the mission time is very tight. You should stay here and continue to study this machine. What if you get the lubricant by the time comes, but can't find where to add it, causing the mission to fail? Don't worry about my safety. This is a very dangerous game. And like I said, I've already saved my life." She said this with her hands behind her back and her head tilted slightly, her tone relaxed and her expression playful. Lin Yu heard Xia Yu say this and nodded. "Okay, according to the task allocation, there are only the otaku and the teacher group on the first floor. Now, if you go and come back quickly, you may be fine. Try to keep the time within 5 minutes and 30 seconds. If it exceeds this time, you will be in danger." Lin Yu said calmly. As for why it was 5.5 minutes, he did not explain to Xia Yu. "It will definitely be quick, there's even a countdown." Xia Yu said with a smile, left the engineering room and closed the door. Lin Yu was the only one left inside the door. The calm and conceited expression on Lin Yu's face disappeared instantly. He rubbed his face vigorously. Until the moment when he was alone with Xia Yu just now, he was still acting. He's playing a cocky and clever detective who likes to be in control of the situation. Why 5.5 minutes? Lin Yu was just talking nonsense. In his opinion, the sooner Xia Yu came back, the better. If only I could actually gain superb observation and logical analysis skills by making others think I'm some famous detective. Lin Yu rubbed his forehead with a headache. He believed that he was not stupid. After all, Jiangcheng Media's performance department was among the top 3 in the country and the admission score was very high. I usually take acting courses in self-study psychology, which are also relatively easy. Because I joined the drama club and often performed on stage, I have a strong psychological quality and can force myself to calm down quickly. Lin Yu even felt that he did have certain advantages in analyzing others. But in such a game where people could die, Lin Yu still clearly felt that his intelligence and calmness were far from enough. After all, Lin Yu was only a sophomore student in the acting department, and his biggest advantage is that he has a lot of experience in drama performances. He had no way of knowing everyone's movements, nor could he truly see through everyone's thoughts and directly point out who the werewolf was, and he certainly had no way of remaining completely indifferent between life and death. In fact, Lin Yu had vaguely felt that there was something wrong with this game since the beginning, from the rules to other people's reactions. There were some abnormalities in all the details. But he couldn't figure out how to explain these anomalies. But even if you are not smart enough, you have to keep playing. Lin Yu adjusted his mentality. If you can't figure out a problem, don't think about it for now. These 5 minutes or so of alone time must be used well. Thinking of this, Lin Yu began to search the room. Compared to others, Lin Yu trusts Xia Yu more. Rather, among the 6 people at present, Lin Yu felt that the person least likely to be a werewolf was, of course, the somewhat silly-looking Chen Shua. The second place might be this week's Xia Yu. But no matter what, Lin Yu could not completely trust Xia Yu. Just like Xia Yu didn't seem to fully trust herself. What's more, in order to maintain his image as a confident and conceited detective, it was not convenient for him to start looking around in front of Xia Yu. And Lin Yu happened to have something he was looking for. The previous letter mentioned that there are chests in the castle, but there are 2 types of chests, human chests and werewolf chests. Lin Yu began to search in the engineering room, wanting to see if there was a box there. In addition to the engine, there are some other equipment and facilities in the engineering room, which is a bit messy. According to the content of the letter, there should be supplies and props in the human box, which will be of great help to the human camp. If he could find a box and take out some useful items from it, Lin Yu would feel much more confident. Lin Yu looked around briefly and found that although the engineering room looked cluttered and messy, in fact, those junk are really useless. But Lin Yu cannot say that he gained nothing. The smell of incompletely burned diesel in the generator that filled the air, the alarm that kept ringing in his ears, and the choking old dust that was raised by rummaging through the pile of debris made Lin Yu feel dizzy and painful. I've already wasted 2 minutes. No, I can't waste any more time in this room. Lin Yu opened the door of the engineering room. After walking out, he immediately felt refreshed. He then locked the room across from the stairwell. This door looks quite big. Lin Yu muttered. There are 2 staircases in the castle. One is a spiral staircase in the center of the castle that runs through the 3 floors of the castle. The other is a zigzag staircase at the edge of the castle. The castle is very large, with more than a dozen different rooms or secret rooms on the entire 2nd floor. Time was running out, so Lin Yu could only choose the one closest to him. This is also the reason why they had to divide into groups, because the castle is too big. If they all piled together and ran around, even if the route was planned, it would inevitably be very tense and the tolerance rate would be very low. As he approached the door, Lin Yu could also clearly see the room name written on the doorplate. Kitchen. Lin Yu didn't hesitate and pushed open the kitchen door. As soon as he entered the kitchen, Lin Yu smelled a faint fishy smell. Damn, how long has it been since this kitchen was cleaned? Lin Yu couldn't help but wrinkled his nose. No wonder cleaning the kitchen is one of the last items on the schedule. But I don't know what kind of traps or dangers will be triggered if I don't clean the kitchen. There were some black and red marks on the kitchen wall, which looked a bit like blood that had been dried for who knows how long. There was more blood on the ground, and it was very dirty. On the table, there were not only a lot of broken pieces of raw meat, but even hanging body parts. Seeing this scene, Lin Yu felt a chill. Especially the stumps, shriveled and twisted, sort of human, but not quite. The Happy Valley effect was created for Lin Yu. Why is the kitchen in this state? No one cares about these broken limbs and flesh? The owner of this castle has a really heavy taste. You live in such a big house, but you can't afford a cleaner? Then at least find a clean chef. Lin Yu suppressed his nausea and went to take a look at the stump. It was covered in blood and had already rotted and dried up a bit, so Lin Yu was not sure what kind of creature the remains were. From a distance it looks a bit anthropomorphic, but up close it doesn't look quite like one. Lin Yu didn't want to stay here for too long, so he left directly. But after leaving the kitchen, he found a brown box in a corner next to the kitchen. It's a box, a brown box. Lin Yu was a little surprised. The red box belongs to the werewolf. This was mentioned in the letter. But since he is a human, he probably cannot open the werewolf's box. However, the box in front of him is brown, which means it is a box that can be opened by humans. Lin Yu walked forward and flipped the switch on the box. The box seemed to be sensitive to him, and with a click, the box opened. Inside was a piece of bread, well packaged, and a bottle of water. It's food. It seems that whoever left the box here also knew that the kitchen was so dirty just now. It's hard to find any food in this castle. Lin Yu picked up the bread, tore open the package directly, and ate it all in no time with water. After eating and drinking, he walked back to the engineering room. He didn't want to reveal to Xiaoyu the fact that he had opened the human box. Although being a human was a good identity, but the most crucial point was that the two werewolves probably didn't know each other's identities. There are hints of this in the letter as well. A werewolf's disguise can often fool even its own kind. In other words, in this game, the werewolf doesn't know who his other teammate is. Therefore, Lin Yu does not need to prove his identity as a human by opening the box. This would not do him any good. Assuming Xiaoyu was a werewolf, she would definitely not take action until she was sure whether she was a wolf. Teammate. But why hasn't Xiaoyu come back yet? You have to know that time is running out. Lin Yu had been estimating the time in his mind since just now. Now Xiaoyu had been gone for about 8 minutes, more than 2 minutes later than his estimated 5.5 minutes. This makes the time to complete the task even more urgent. If Xiaoyu hadn't come back, they might not have been able to complete the task. Could there be some accident? Lin Yu was already struggling with whether he should go to the first floor to look for Xiaoyu. But before Lin Yu made up his mind to leave. Boom! The door to the engineering room was opened. Xiaoyu appeared at the door, panting, holding a small bucket of lubricant in her hand. Her hair was messy, there was some sweat on her forehead, and her white coat was dirty. Xiaoyu walked forward quickly and said apologetically, "Sorry. The lubricant was placed a little high, and it took me a while to get it." After approaching, Lin Yu found that Xiaoyu's face was a little flushed, and she kept pulling the collar of her round-neck shirt under her white coat to fan herself, looking quite adorable. Lin Yu subconsciously wanted to comfort her, but he immediately realized. My current personality is a cold and conceited detective. Therefore, veteran actor Lin Yu entered the role in an instant and just snorted coldly. Fortunately, it didn't take too long. As he spoke, he took the lubricant, found the fault location of the engine that needed lubricating oil with ease, and completed the task easily. After completing this task, Lin Yu and Xiaoyu left the engineering room without stopping. The next task assigned to the two people was still on the second floor, but in the prayer room on the other side of the second floor. The task was to arrange the offerings and light the candles. Although there is ample time to complete the next task, neither Lin Yu nor Xiaoyu wants to waste any extra time. However, after completing a task together just now, the two seem to have become more familiar with each other. Especially Xiaoyu, this delicate and beautiful girl seemed to be in the death game due to the suspension bridge effect, coupled with Lin Yu's efficiency and reliability in completing the task. Lin Yu felt that she seemed to have developed some kind of dependence on him. Even though Lin Yu's attitude towards her just now was a little cold and bad, she didn't seem to take it to heart. While rushing to the next mission, Xiaoyu even took the initiative to talk to Lin Yu. Lin Yu, speaking of which, have you activated your detective ability yet? While speaking, Xiaoyu put her hands behind her back and walked briskly in front of Lin Yu, completely exposing her back to Lin Yu. When Lin Yu heard Xiaoyu's question, he became a little wary. However, because of Xiaoyu's defenseless attitude, Lin Yu hesitated for a moment and still answered her. I haven't started yet. Lin Yu answered her truthfully. Xia Yu turned around, walked backwards, and continued to ask with some curiosity. Eh? Why not? How are you going to use it? Lin Yu pondered for a moment and said, to be honest, detective, a piece of information that can determine the direction of the game is bound to be the werewolf's primary target. Maybe for you, it doesn't matter if I found a good person on the first day. In any case, it helped you reduce one suspect. But for me, if I can't find the werewolf and vote him out on the first day, if there are two werewolves on the second day and they recognize each other after a day, my situation will be extremely dangerous. Even your situation will be extremely dangerous. Lin Yu analyzed it in a very clear and logical way, but Xia Yu was a little confused. She tilted her head and thought for a moment, then waved her hand as if giving up. Okay. So how are you going to use it? I plan to save the first day's investigation for the final meeting session. Then, I'll conduct a thorough investigation based on their statements and identify the most suspicious individual. Lin Yu said seriously. Xia Yu laughed when she heard that, her eyes curved like crescent moons. That's amazing, detective. I feel like this game would be a lot easier with you around. Xia Yu said seriously. The two of them talked as they walked, and they had already walked most of the way and passed the spiral staircase in the middle of the castle. And on the stairs, there were sounds of footsteps and voices. Damn it, this mission is so damn annoying. I even bumped my hand. Indeed, sixth brother, this mission is so fucking hilarious. Where's the next mission? Never mind, let's go find the others first. Judging from the voices, it was obviously Bao Lu and Yao Zhengye. As the voices and footsteps of the two people got closer, Lin Yu quickly grabbed Xia Yu and hid behind the corner of the stairs. Xia Yu was startled when Lin Yu grabbed her like that. She was about to scream out subconsciously, but Lin Yu covered her mouth with his hand. Be careful, they might be two werewolves. Lin Yu lowered his voice and said. Upon hearing this, Xia Yu looked at Lin Yu with some confusion and surprise. This castle is really fucking huge. Yeah, you said that if the owner of this place gets up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom, he has to poop in his trouser pocket. I'm not saying, has anyone really lived in this damn place? The voices of Bao Lu and Yao Zhengye gradually faded away, as if they were going to the first floor. Only then did Lin Yu release the hand that was covering Xia Yu's mouth. Xia Yu quickly got out of Lin Yu's arms, grabbing the corner of her clothes a little at a loss. Let's go quickly. She continued walking, somewhat shyly. After walking with Lin Yu for a while, Xia Yu finally spoke again in a low voice, Detective, why do you say that the two of them are werewolves? Bao Lu and Yao Zhengye's first task is to add fuel to the equipment room on the third floor. Their second task is to go to the toilet room on the other side of the third floor. Both tasks are expected to take more than 15 minutes to complete. It's unlikely they'll complete two tasks in the time it takes us to do one, but if they haven't completed the two tasks on the third floor, what are they going to do on the first floor? Lin Yu said calmly. Xia Yu recalled what Bao Lu and Yao Zhengye had just said, and replied subconsciously, it seems like they were looking for someone. Does humanity need to find someone? Lin Yu interrupted her. Xia Yu's expression finally changed slightly. In other words, these two people are very likely to be werewolves? Lin Yu did not deny it, at least in my opinion, their behavior is suspicious. However, Lin Yu is so confident now only because that is how his character as a detective should be. In fact, Lin Yu was still a little worried. How could it be such a coincidence that two werewolves were assigned to the same group all of a sudden? Moreover, the werewolves in this game don't know each other's identities from the beginning. So even if we are assigned to the same group, can we really confirm each other's identities so quickly? Pretend you're a werewolf. Lin Yu thought about it from another perspective, and he had no idea how he could find out in such a short time whether the people in his group were his teammates. The doubts and sense of disharmony in my heart increased a little more. When Lin Yu was in doubt, Xia Yu's voice sounded again. Detective, we're here. Lin Yu looked up suddenly and found that he had almost walked past the door of the prayer room. Sorry, I was a little distracted just now. Lin Yu said this, and then pushed open the door of the prayer room. Compared to the shabby and dirty rooms in the castle, this prayer room was surprisingly clean. The room was not big, and the windows were completely covered by heavy curtains, not allowing any light to come in. Only the candlesticks on the wall were burning faintly, and the whole room was very dim. On the wall opposite the door of the room, there is a shrine more than half a person's height with a relief carving of the phases of the moon. Inside the shrine is a tall human-shaped statue, naked and brimming with muscles that convey both strength and wildness, but the statue's head is missing. Directly below the shrine is a circular altar filled with offerings and 2 kneeling mats. When Xiaoyu saw the altar, she suddenly exclaimed, "What?" With a look of horror on her face, she pointed at an offering in the middle of the altar, a shriveled, irregular ball. Originally, Lin Yu thought it was some kind of fruit, but with Xiaoyu's exclamation, Lin Yu saw the appearance of the sacrifice and his heart skipped a beat. It was a horrifying human head with its facial features cut off. After seeing clearly that the sacrifice was a shriveled human head, Xiaoyu was naturally scared to death. She stood against the wall with a pale face, obviously unable to complete the task of arranging the offerings and lighting the candles. In comparison, although Lin Yu was also frightened, he was much calmer than Xiaoyu. On the one hand, it was because Lin Yu had been scared in the kitchen before and had a general understanding of the nature of this game. On the other hand, although Lin Yu was a little scared, someone still had to do this task, so he deliberately pretended to be indifferent. Performing can sometimes bring some positive psychological hints to oneself. In the end, Lin Yu actually didn't feel that scared anymore. Soon, Lin Yu completed the task. All you need to do is move the head to another position and place it right in front of the shrine, then pick up the matches on both sides of the shrine and light the 2 extinguished candles. Fear and physical discomfort are probably the only difficulties of this task. After completing the task easily, Lin Yu quickly took Xiaoyu away from this uncomfortable room. In the corridor, Xiaoyu was full of gratitude to Lin Yu for completing a task alone. "Thank you, detective." "You're welcome. It's just a small favor. We'll all be in danger if we don't finish it anyway," Lin Yu said casually. "Just put in more effort on the next mission." "That's true. As the saying goes, working together as a man and a woman is not tiring." Xiaoyu spoke with a smile while leaning against the corridor window. The crows perched on the dead tree outside the window kept cawing. But compared to before, Xiaoyu's smile at this moment seemed a bit forced. The shrunken head just now was undoubtedly another reminder to her. This game is based on the theme of death. That is definitely not a fake prop, but the remains left after the death of a real life. The 2 walked to the end of the corridor and prepared to go to the 3rd floor to do the next task. At this moment, footsteps were suddenly heard from the stairs below. Xiaoyu and Lin Yu became alert again. But this time, before they could hide, they came face to face with someone coming up from downstairs. It is the combination of Chenhua and Su Xiaomei. The little fat man Chenhua looked at Lin Yu and Xiaoyu and immediately stopped. "Be careful, Mr. Su, these 2 people seem to be waiting for us." Chenhua bravely protected Su Xiaomei in front of him. Su Xiaomei also looked at Lin Yu and Xiaoyu warily. Lin Yu was helpless. "Who is waiting for you here? We have to go up the stairs too. As for you guys, if I remember correctly, the tasks assigned to you don't include going upstairs, right? What do you want to do upstairs?" He also questioned the 2 of them in return. When Lin Yu pointed out the problem, Chenhua immediately retorted, "We have no obligation to tell you what we are going to do." As he said that, Chenhua pulled Su Xiaomei down the stairs again. Lin Yu observed the movements of the 2 people and, combining this with his previous observations of the castle's structure, guessed that the 2 people were likely to take another staircase to the 2nd floor. It's not just thieves and burglars, the combination of otaku and teacher. That's also weird. Lin Yu couldn't help but complain. The 2 groups he encountered in succession were both suspicious, which made him wonder if there was something wrong with the game itself. Xiaoyu was a little curious. What's so suspicious about the 2 people I just met? Are they also going to a place outside of their mission? Yes, and the strangest thing is that they are going to a place outside the mission together. Linyu said seriously, put yourself in my shoes. If I tell you now that I want to go to another place outside the mission, will you agree? Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment, then began to think seriously, I don't know, it probably depends on what reason you give me. If the reason is sufficient, I will agree. Linyu nodded and asked in return, then changed the angle. Suppose you want to convince me to go somewhere other than the mission now. Can you think of an excellent reason not only to let me go, but also to make me trust you completely? Linyu's question stumped Xiaoyu. After pondering for a long time, she smiled bitterly, now that you put it that way, it's really strange. Yeah, especially that otaku. He had clearly heard about my detective identity and abilities before, and he still trusted me. But this is also a good thing. It is precisely because of the abnormality that I can better judge who is the werewolf. Linyu looked at Xiaoyu, who was getting worried again, and changed the subject to comfort her. That's right, with you here, detective, there's nothing to worry about. Xiaoyu also cheered up again and said, let's continue with the task. You will be able to show your skills at the meeting tonight. Linyu also nodded and continued to do the remaining tasks with Xiaoyu. But because the other two groups of people they met before behaved suspiciously, Xiaoyu and Linyu had to be more cautious next time. In addition, the tasks were already tedious, and after a whole day of busy work, Xiaoyu and Linyu felt very tired. I'm so exhausted, it's even more tiring than going to work. After completing the last task on today's schedule, Xiaoyu let out a sigh and said. At this time, the sky outside the window, which was already dark, had completely darkened. When the heavy ringing of the bell meant that the evening was almost over and it was time for them to return to the meeting room. Let's go. Linyu was also a little exhausted. It was like the final week was a hell, as if he had to rehearse a play in the evening after reviewing. The two men dragged their heavy feet back to the meeting room they had been in at the beginning. After pushing the door open, they found that except for the two of them, the remaining 5 people were already seated in the meeting room. Yulongwa raised his eyebrows when he saw Linyu and Xiaoyu come in. What a surprise! There really isn't a single dead person today. As soon as he said this, Baolu looked at Yulongwa and asked, Hey, soldier, what do you mean by this? Xiaoyu was also a little unhappy. After she sat down with Linyu, she looked at Yulongwa and said, Isn't it better that no one died? Of course it's a good thing, Yulongwa said coldly, but it also means that werewolves are more patient than I imagined. If they can't help but kill today, then there will naturally be a breakthrough point now. Isn't that the greatest significance of grouping them in pairs? But what you said is too cruel. Xiaoyu said angrily. Yulongwa sighed, Don't be so naive, little girl. Don't you realize this is a death game? Even if werewolves really don't kill people, humans must eliminate at least 2 werewolves in order to survive, and elimination means death. This is a game where at least 2 people will die. As Yulongwa spoke, Xiaoyu was speechless. Not only Xiaoyu, but everyone else on the field was also silent. In the end, it was Chenhua who spoke up and broke the silence. Alright. I think we humans have a pretty good chance of winning right now. Even though the werewolf held back from attacking, perhaps because it didn't find a good opportunity, it still means it's a wasted turn in the werewolf game. Because of the detective's presence, the good guys can lock down someone's identity every day. So, all they need is for the detective to activate his ability. The werewolves are actually at a disadvantage now. After Chenhua finished speaking, everyone's eyes naturally turned to Linyu, who had been silent the whole time. Linyu's previous strategy was indeed as Xiaoyu said, find the one who looks the most suspicious and directly activate his ability. But at this moment, after the 2 chance encounters during the day and after listening to the speeches at the meeting just now, Linyu now feels that everyone is suspicious. Yao Zhengye and Bao Lu formed a group stealthily, and seemed to be looking for someone everywhere. Chenhua's attitude towards him suddenly changed, and he didn't know what Su Shomei said to him. There is also this lone soldier Yulongwa. Ever since he proposed grouping in pairs during today's grouping and was very anxious to promote the grouping in pairs, this guy has been particularly suspicious in Lin Yu's eyes. Especially when the last group could have gone together as a group of 3, he insisted on going alone. What on earth does he want to do? And Lin Yu didn't even trust Xiaoyu, who had been working with him for the whole day. Afterwards, when they went to the first floor to handle the task, Lin Yu estimated. The utility room is too close. No matter how much we delay, it won't take that long to get there. What's more, even if she really didn't find anything, would searching make Xiaoyu so tired? Everyone is suspicious. Lin Yu felt his thoughts were in a mess. Forget it, I can't use my abilities anymore. Thinking of this, Lin Yu decided to randomly find someone to use his ability on. Let's pack 6. Lin Yu thought about it, and then activated his ability. After obtaining the detective ability, he seemed to know how to use it instinctively. Lin Yu silently recited Bao Lu's name in his heart, while thinking about Bao Lu's appearance. As he approached, he had a mysterious feeling, as if the soul of Bao Lu was right before him. He only needs to think about it, and he can spy on the other party's hidden secrets. Whether it is related to this game or Bao Lu's other secrets, he can easily find out. I want to know the identity of Bao Lu in this game. Lin Yu's thoughts moved, and then a memory scene emerged before his eyes. The picture is from Bao Lu's first-person perspective. He covered his ID card furtively with a piece of letter paper and examined it carefully. And the text written on the ID card is, "Your identity is, werewolf." Then the image faded. Lin Yu was a little surprised. Bao Lu is actually a werewolf. So, does that mean he and Yao Zhengye are probably a pair of wolves? Hey, detective, who did you check? Tell me the information quickly. At this time, Bao Lu's urging voice also sounded. Lin Yu raised his head, looked at the people around him, and opened his mouth. The best strategy now is undoubtedly to directly tell everyone that Bao Lu is the werewolf and then vote Bao Lu out together. But, is it really so? Lin Yu exhaled and made up his mind. I used my ability to verify a person's identity, but... I'm sorry, everyone, I can't explain my findings right now. When Lin Yu said this, the expressions of everyone on the scene changed slightly. Chen Zhua, the most unsophisticated otaku, naturally got anxious. No, buddy, just tell me what you've looked it up. Why don't you just tell me what it means? Why are you still being so secretive? Are you playing the riddle teller? Lin Yu did not answer, but just looked at Chen Zhua calmly. After Chen Zhua finished speaking, Yulongwa echoed Chen Zhua with an unhappy look on his face. Detective, what do you mean? Whether you find a werewolf or a human, reporting it is the best option, right? Bao Lu also spoke with a gloomy expression, but he did not agree with Chen Zhua and Yulongwa. You're a detective, but you're still whining and hiding things while investigating something. You really don't act like a good person. And you dead otaku, I'll fuck you. You're the one who opened the Riddler's head, and you're so hesitant when you talk about your abilities that you give the detective a reason to be so nagging. And you, a soldier, are showing off after a day of walking alone. I hate people who show off the most. Damn it! Bao Lu gave all 3 of them an indiscriminate meal and scolded them all. After Bao Lu finished cursing, Lin Yu spoke slowly. Do you really think it would be beneficial for me to disclose everything I find out? Think about it, idiots. What if I find out that person's identity is human? Relying on his image as a proud detective, Lin Yu attacked back directly, attacking everyone indiscriminately. After hearing this, Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment, then she remembered what Lin Yu had said during the day, werewolves don't know each other's identities. Xiaoyu suddenly realized, indeed, if the person we find is human, then reporting it might not bring much benefit. Chen Zhua was puzzled. How is that possible? This is like giving us a golden gift, opening our vision and eliminating a wrong option. How could it be useless? Xiaoyu, on Lin Yu's behalf, patiently explained, however, this is very different from the regular werewolf game. You may not have noticed, the werewolves don't know who their teammates are. Chen Zhua was stunned for a moment, so what? Lin Yu leaned back slightly and spoke in a lazy tone. On the first day, the werewolves didn't kill anyone. Is there a reason for that? Is it because they were afraid of hurting their teammates? After Lin Yu said this, Chenhua finally reacted. So that's how it is. Not only do the good guys in this game have a limited field of view, but the werewolves do too. So, detective, you didn't tell me because you were afraid of giving the werewolf a target that could be safely killed, and by the way, narrowing the range within which the werewolf could find his teammates, right? Lin Yu chuckled. It's not that stupid that is hopeless. So what should we do today? Su Xiaomei frowned and asked. My suggestion is not to nominate anyone. Lin Yu naturally led the crowd again. The day is Christmas Day, and the night is Christmas Eve. Wait for the results of my inspection tomorrow and then make a decision. How about that? As Lin Yu spoke, the conference room fell silent again. Yulongwa said coldly, what if the person you find tomorrow is still human? I'll also announce any humans I find. 2 werewolves among the remaining 5 humans is always a good sign, and if you trust my findings, it's like you assume I'm a good person, Lin Yu said casually. Besides, maybe I'll find a werewolf tomorrow. He said this with a smile, somewhat optimistically. Su Xiaomei, however, poured cold water on him. The probability of 2/5 is not low, but it is still more likely to find humans. Lin Yu shrugged non-committally. Theoretically, the probability of finding a werewolf today was only 1 in 3, but didn't he still find Baolu in one go? But thinking of this, Lin Yu suddenly understood. Wait, is this really just luck? This kind of illusory thing is exactly what Lin Yu believes in the most. Because Lin Yu did not disclose the verification information, everyone also assumed that there would be no voting today. The first day's meeting ended in silence. As mentioned in the letter, they need to spend the night in the conference room. The conference room is absolutely safe and werewolves cannot commit crimes here. So they don't need to worry about being attacked by werewolves while they sleep. There are several sofas in the conference room, enough for them to rest. However, even so, no one really fell asleep. Everyone was obviously full of worries. Some people were sitting, some were lying down. But everyone chose a place individually and didn't get too close to others. Yulongwa leaned on the sofa, closed his eyes and rested, not knowing whether he fell asleep or not. Baolu half closed his eyes, moving his eyeballs slightly, and observing others from time to time. Chenhua did not sit down, but kept wandering around the conference room, looking like he was racking his brains to think. Can you please not leave? Su Xiaomei said in a low voice. Although Chenhua's footsteps were not loud, they still disturbed others' rest in the quiet conference room at night. Okay. Chenhua sighed and found a place to sit down. Xiaoyu was lying on her side on the sofa, and seemed to be the only one asleep. Yao Zhengye was curled up on a sofa in a corner, not knowing what he was thinking. Lin Yu found a sofa and sat down. He didn't sleep, but kept looking at the wall clock. He was waiting until midnight. Just at the end of the meeting, Lin Yu had a vague guess that could be called crazy. But this crazy conjecture can explain almost all the things that he thinks are strange. Soon. When? The heavy bell rang, announcing the arrival of 12 o'clock. Lin Yu's ability as a detective has also been refreshed. He has a new opportunity to explore the secrets in other people's hearts. Lin Yu exhaled, and then immediately activated his ability. I want to find out the secrets of Yulongwa. Lin Yu muttered in his heart, and the image of Yulongwa appeared in front of him. The mysterious feeling appeared again, and Lin Yu seized the opportunity and recited it aloud silently. Investigate Yulongwa's hidden identity in this game. The scene of Yulongwa opening the envelope appeared in front of my eyes. Unlike Baolu, Yulongwa noticed the ID card immediately, glanced at it very naturally, and then put it away. The speed was so fast that Lin Yu almost couldn't see clearly. But he still saw it. The word werewolf is written on the ID card. Another werewolf. At this point, Lin Yu has detected 2 werewolves. According to previous inferences, the game seems to be over. But Lin Yu didn't react at all. He let out a breath, feeling that his crazy guess was becoming more and more confirmed. But so far, it is still just a guess. Lin Yu closed his eyes. Tomorrow, I'll be able to verify whether my guess is correct or not. And no matter what the result is tomorrow, whether the guess is correct or not, this game will come to an end. Of course, it is also possible that he died in the process of verification. After all, that verification method may be somewhat dangerous. Lin Yu thought about it and slowly fell asleep. Silent all night. The next day, the grand bell rang again, waking up everyone who was already sleeping lightly. When Lin Yu got up from the sofa, and Soldier Yulongwa had already walked to the schedule. Today's mission has been refreshed. Let's continue according to yesterday's grouping. As Yulongwa spoke, naturally no one raised any objections. Bao Lu dragged Yao Zhengye over, cursing. Chen Zhuo and Su Xiumei were already standing together. Xia Yu yawned and approached Lin Yu. Good morning, detective. Good morning, veterinarian. Lin Yu spoke with a smile. He had been a little nervous last night, but now he was completely relaxed. As he spoke, Xia Yu curled her lips. Veterinarian girl is so rude. Is this any different from detective brother? Of course it's different. The two people whispered to each other, which aroused Yulongwa's dissatisfaction. Alright, stop chatting privately and let's quickly assign tasks. Each team's area of responsibility should ideally be the same as yesterday, so they're familiar with the terrain and structure, making the route easier. I took a look and the number of tasks is quite evenly distributed, and there are some repeated tasks. As Yulongwa spoke, Lin Yu and Xia Yu also stepped forward to receive the task. After receiving the tasks, everyone filed out of the meeting room and headed to the areas they were responsible for. Lin Yu and Xia Yu once again stepped onto the stairs in the middle of the castle. In the early morning, a thin layer of mist covered the windows of the castle, and the number of crows in the dead trees had decreased by half, but the remaining few were still facing the castle, as if spying on something. Listening to the footsteps of several other groups of people fading away. Lin Yu suddenly stopped and turned around to look down at Xia Yu. What's wrong, detective? Xia Yu said, tilting her head. Lin Yu looked at Xia Yu and stared at her for a long time. He looked at Xia Yu carefully for the first time and found that this girl was even prettier than he had imagined. Although she is not wearing any makeup, her skin is very delicate. Her eyes are also watery, she has double eyelids. She had so much hair that even a college student like him was a little envious. And she works as a veterinarian, so she must love animals, right? Feel sorry. Lin Yu said in his heart, then looked at Xia Yu. He was silent for a long time, then spoke seriously. Xia Yu. He did not call the other person's occupation as a nickname, but called the other person's name. Xia Yu was a little surprised by such a serious address. Eh? Why are you calling me like that all of a sudden? Do you want to? I actually checked out a werewolf yesterday. Lin Yu interrupted Xia Yu's words. Xia Yu was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and then a look of shock appeared on her face. Is this true, detective brother? Then why didn't you tell us last night? Couldn't we just vote to vote the werewolf out? Lin Yu sighed, a look of pity appearing on his face. Xia Yu, of course it's because the person I found is you. He whispered, his voice trembling slightly. Anyone who heard it would feel as if he was torn between conscience and desire. When Xia Yu heard this, she also stood there in a daze. You must be mistaken, detective. She spoke first, but Lin Yu did not respond, just raised his head and looked at her. After a long time, Xia Yu sighed, and a hint of sadness appeared on her face. What a shame. I actually have a good impression of you. And I'm not ready to kill anyone. Although he said so, Xia Yu lifted up his white coat, took out a dagger from the belt at the back of his waist and held it in his hand. I'm really curious, when did you start to doubt me? And why did you doubt me? Xia Yu asked softly. Lin Yu stood in front of Xia Yu, his face expressionless, and spoke in a flat tone. Maybe it's because your acting is so bad, veterinarian girl. Even facing the dagger, Lin Yu still looked calm. But this is only because his expression management and line delivery skills are too good. Now Lin Yu felt his scalp tingling as he looked at the dagger flashing with cold light in front of him and Xiaoyu with murderous intent in her eyes. That crazy guess was actually confirmed. The werewolves now have Bao Lu, Yulonghua, and Xiaoyu. The number of werewolves is not just 2, but 5 people. In fact, Lin Yu never trusted Xiaoyu from the beginning to the end when the team was formed. Just as he said just now, Xiaoyu's acting skills are really bad. When she is alone with herself, the innocence, timidity and liveliness she displays all have strong traces of performance. Lin Yu could see through this amateur's clumsy performance at a glance. Therefore, Xiaoyu was very suspicious after all, her performance was obviously covering up something. But Xiaoyu is not the only suspicious one. From the first day of grouping, there were too many suspects in this game. Yulonghua, who was anxious to get everyone into pairs, and the other 6 people who had no objection to the proposal. Next up was Yao Zhengye, the 6th member of the group, who inexplicably strayed from his area of responsibility during a mission, and Su Xiaomei. And Chen Zhua, who suddenly changed their attitude towards him and clung to him. The most important thing was that last night, after I proposed not reporting the test results, everyone instantly accepted it as a matter of course. Although what Lin Yu said at the time was very reasonable, he himself knew very well that it was a statement full of fallacies and could not withstand any praise at all. Aren't they afraid that this detective of theirs might fail to report the results of the investigation and end up getting stabbed today? Most importantly, Lin Yu then proposed not to vote, and everyone readily agreed. No one even checked their respective itineraries for the day. It seemed as if everyone tacitly didn't want to mention this. At that time, a crazy idea suddenly popped up in Lin Yu's mind. Could they all be werewolves? If we regard these people as werewolves, their behavior can be explained. Everyone was looking forward to dispersing their actions and planned to fish in muddy waters without reporting any information during the meeting. But Lin Yu's first reaction was, how is this possible? The rules of the game can't go wrong. The moment this thought came to mind, Lin Yu suddenly realized something with a chilling feeling. From the beginning to the end, there was no rule in the game that said there are only 2 people in the werewolf camp. The so-called rules of the game are all summarized by them during the game. He immediately recalled all the details in the entire castle. Lin Yu's elective course stage setting also ranked first in the major, so he was extremely sensitive to these environmental details. Wolf elements can be seen everywhere in this castle, on candlesticks and hanging paintings. The remains of human body parts in the kitchen and the sacrifice on the altar that was clearly a human head. And there are also human supplies, all piled up in a place that is out of place in this ancient castle, as if they were temporarily placed here by later generations. Coupled with some of the warnings from humans in the letter at the beginning, Lin Yu suddenly realized a misunderstanding. The 7 people participating in this game naturally thought that the werewolf was an outsider. But is the owner of this castle really a human? Lin Yu brought in the perspective of stage setting. If he built such a castle as a scenery, then the people living in it, it will never be human. So, if we continue to think based on this point, the bloody words they saw on the wall at the beginning, there are 2 outsiders among you, were they referring to werewolves? Or humans? There is also the title of this game that I saw before entering this game, even before the blood words. Who is the outsider? It's almost like a tip. At this moment, Lin Yu finally confirmed his guess through Xiaoyu's reaction. In this game, humans are outsiders. So, there are 5 werewolves and 2 humans. The werewolves not knowing each other's identities isn't just a random setting in this game, it's a necessary condition for the game to proceed. Whether it's humans or werewolves, whoever first realizes the true meaning of outsiders will gain a huge advantage. Lin Yu exhaled and a smile appeared on his face. Now, he already has a huge advantage in this game. Hey! Detective, why are you still laughing? But then, Xiaoyu's words brought Lin Yu back to reality. The girl in front of him was standing at the bottom of the 3 stairs with a dagger in her hand, looking at Lin Yu with a smile. Even if you know the most important truth of this game, the danger still exists. However, although Xiaoyu took out the dagger, he still did not take action. This was also within Lin Yu's expectations. So, he looked at Xiaoyu and said confidently, "Of course, this is because I already know who the 2 werewolves are, and I activated my ability this morning and already know who your other wolf teammate is. Even if you kill me, I've already known the truth. In a sense, I've won." Lin Yu knew very well why Xiaoyu had not taken action yet. She really didn't know who her other wolf teammate was. Because everyone looks suspicious and too much like a werewolf, Xiaoyu must be confused too. She must want to use Lin Yu's ability to find out who the other werewolf is, at least to eliminate one option. Therefore, Lin Yu's words hit the mark, exactly what Xiaoyu wanted. The conceited detective character that has been created all along finally came into play. Sure enough, after hearing this, Xiaoyu curled up the corners of her mouth and smiled. "Is that so, Detective Kuan? But how did you figure out my other teammate?" "I have no idea." She was trying to trick Lin Yu, the conceited detective. But unfortunately, Lin Yu's character is completely acted out. Moreover, his acting skills are much better than Xiaoyu's. Looking at the curious and excited Xiaoyu, Lin Yu whispered, "It's very simple. Although your teammate disguised himself well, he..." Halfway through his words, Lin Yu turned around and ran upstairs. Xiaoyu reacted quickly. She was surprised for less than a second before rushing towards Lin Yu. Xiaoyu was also wary of Lin Yu running away early in the morning. "We can't let him get away," she thought to herself. After all, in Xiaoyu's opinion, once her identity was exposed by Lin Yu, she would be finished. Even if Lin Yu is killed, the remaining 4 humans will throw her out. With Lin Yu's corpse, there is no need to wait until 7 o'clock in the evening. Humans can hold an emergency meeting directly. But Xiaoyu didn't know. Lin Yu didn't want to run away at all. After running only 2 steps, Lin Yu suddenly turned around and kicked Xiaoyu in the lower abdomen. Boom! Xiaoyu, who was running at full speed, lost her balance in an instant and was kicked and fell down the stairs. Ouch! Xiaoyu let out a cry of pain, even though she consciously adjusted her landing posture. However, a height of 7 or 8 steps still made Xiaoyu feel severe pain in her back and buttocks, and her vision went dark. She struggled to get up, but suddenly felt a sharp pain in her right hand. Crack! What? There was a crisp sound of bones breaking, Xiaoyu screamed, and the dagger fell to the ground. Then, her screams stopped abruptly, the dagger pierced her chest. She looked in front of her, blood gushing out of the wound, staining her white coat red. My body lost strength instantly. Xiaoyu used her intact left hand and used up the last bit of strength to tightly grasp the wrist of Lin Yu's left hand holding the knife, her eyes full of unwillingness. Lin Yu watched Xiaoyu's vitality fade away little by little, his whole body trembling, and spoke in a low voice. Feel sorry. This is the only way I can think of to win. Based on the premise that there are only 2 humans and 5 werewolves, Lin Yu can get a new inference. There are 2 ways for humans to win the game. One is to mislead the werewolves, making them mistakenly think that they are voting for the good guys and then vote down their other werewolf teammates. The other is hunt werewolves in the game. Just like there is no game rule that explicitly states werewolves are outsiders. Although this game has always emphasized that werewolves are stronger and have weapon boxes, there is no rule that says humans must be the prey. Xiaoyu is afraid of exposing the fact that she is a werewolf, but in fact Lin Yu is more afraid of her being exposed than Xiaoyu. Because once Xiaoyu is exposed, Lin Yu does not have 4 human teammates to follow the vote. Maybe it will make other werewolves realize that there is something wrong with the number of werewolves. Therefore, Lin Yu could only kill Xiaoyu here. He got up from the ground, looked at Xiaoyu's body and the blood splattered on his body, and began to retch while holding the railing handrail. Afterwards, he noticed out of the corner of the stairs on the 3rd floor that the sneaky little figure who was peeping at him disappeared, and Lin Yu instantly stopped this performance of feeling a little sick after killing someone for the first time. Sure enough, the thief Yao Zhengye is also a werewolf. Then my teammate can only be one of Chenhua and Su Xiaomei. He wiped the blood from the dagger on his sleeve with an expressionless face, then turned and walked towards the first floor. Of course, he was still somewhat upset. No matter how much I console myself with "this is for survival," Xiaoyu was the first to attack me. She is already dead. This is murder after all, killing with one's own hands. But it was precisely these waves that made Lin Yu realize one thing very clearly at this moment. He wants to live. I want to be on stage again. I want to become an outstanding drama actor. I want to give a heart-wrenching performance. Also, I want to find out why that inexplicable schoolmate wanted to kill me. Even if it means killing people, I will not hesitate. Lin Yu walked down the stairs, put the dagger away, put it on his belt, and hid it behind his British-style jacket. As soon as he went down to the first floor, Lin Yu ran into Chenhua and Su Xiaomei, who were walking out of the restaurant. Meeting Lin Yu again by chance, Chenhua was still very alert. But this time, he seemed to have some confidence and took the initiative to talk to Lin Yu. "Hey, Lin Yu, why are you alone? Where's Xiaoyu?" Lin Yu spread his hands. "I don't know. I got separated from her, and I was looking for her. If you see her, remember to ask her to come to me on the first floor." As Lin Yu spoke, Chenhua frowned. Getting separated? How could that happen? But Lin Yu ignored him, turned around and left in a hurry. Then he heard Chenhua pulling Su Xiaomei up the stairs. Lin Yu exhaled and walked towards the meeting room. At the same time, he began to count down silently in his heart. 5, 4, 3, 2. Before he finished counting down, he heard a rapid bell ringing. Dang, dang, dang. As the bell rang, the sky outside the window suddenly darkened. Lin Yu understood in his heart that this was the bell for an emergency meeting. Someone found the body. As expected, it should be Chenhua and Su Xiaomei who discovered Xiaoyu's body on the stairs. He walked to the end of the corridor and pushed open the door of the conference room. On the calendar in the conference room, the time for all tasks has stopped. The clock on the wall showed that it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. Lin Yu swaggered back to his seat. Not long after, Yulongguo was the first to push the door open. He glanced at Lin Yu and narrowed his eyes slightly. Was this an emergency meeting you called? No. Lin Yu shook his head and spoke concisely. Yulongguo was about to ask something else, but before he could open his mouth, the door of the conference room was opened again. Boom! Bao Lu pushed the door open with great momentum, and behind him was Yao Zhengye. He was actually following Chenhua and Su Xiaomei. The four of them came in together. When Yulongguo saw this, he immediately understood. It seems that the veterinarian is dead. Yulongguo said in a low voice. The four people who came and sat down one after another. Chenhua said with a pale face, "That's right. We found the veterinarian's body." Chenhua was obviously greatly shocked. Su Xiaomei took over and recounted the entire incident. Chenhua and I finished our mission on the first floor and were about to go to the second floor when we found Xiaoyu's body on the stairs. She had a stab wound to her heart, which was probably the cause of death. After Su Xiaomei finished speaking, Chenhua finally calmed down. He looked at Lin Yu fiercely. It's him. Not only was he the one working with Xiaoyu, but Teacher Su and I also found the body halfway up the stairs in the middle of the castle. We had just bumped into him coming down the same staircase a few minutes before we found the body. I thought it was odd and asked him why he was walking alone. In the end, he just mumbled something about being separated from the vet and left on his own. Everyone's eyes were instantly focused on Lin Yu. Chenhua's remarks undoubtedly pinned the suspicion on Lin Yu. When Lin Yu heard Chenhua's speech, he also laughed exaggeratedly. Ha 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 ha. He stood up, supported himself on the table with both hands, and said in a cold voice, "Everyone, I didn't kill anyone. This fat guy slandered me for all this. I did get separated from Xiaoyu, but how could I possibly kill her? If I were really a werewolf, would I choose to attack a fellow veterinarian first? Just now, when this idiotic fat man accused me, I had already checked him. Lin Yu pointed at Chen Zhuo and said coldly, his identity is just as I expected, he is a werewolf. He killed Xiaoyu, who was in the same group with me, and framed me just to frame me, the highest prophet in the whole place. Lin Yu's tone was passionate, and his words were mixed with a lot of personal attacks on Chen Zhuo. Chen Zhuo was naturally so angry that he was shaking all over. What the hell are you talking about? I've always been working with Teacher Su. That means you two are a pair of wolves. Good people, listen to me. This round, we unanimously defeat this otaku. Tomorrow night, we will send the teacher away according to our rounds. The game is over. Lin Yu said very bluntly. Lin Yu's logic in his speech was completely nonsense, but he was very powerful. In addition, Chen Zhuo was so angry that he couldn't think of how to refute Lin Yu for a while. Finally, Chen Zhuo took out a palm-sized device that looked like a walkie-talkie from his trouser pocket. Okay, detective, you said you didn't kill Xiaoyu. Do you dare to say it again in front of this lie detector? Teacher Su's professional ability revealed that the human camp has two key items, and we've just found one of them, this lie detector. Lie detector? Lin Yu was a little surprised when he saw Chen Zhuo take out that little gadget. But soon, Lin Yu realized that the appearance of this thing was actually beneficial to him. Lin Yu immediately looked at Chen Zhuo and said sternly, alright, let's take a lie detector test, I'm not afraid of you, turn it on now. Chen Zhuo snorted coldly, alright, let's see how you can keep your stubbornness going later. Su Xiaomei added, don't try to play tricks later. This lie detector can only detect one sentence a day. Chen Zhuo was stunned for a moment and looked at Su Xiaomei, Teacher Su, why are you telling him this? Su Xiaomei seemed to realize that she had spoken out of turn and felt a little apologetic. Oh, I'm sorry. I was just worried that he would make trouble and waste this precious opportunity. But if he tries to talk about something else later, we can just assume he's afraid to take the polygraph, right? Su Xiaomei said seriously. Chen Zhuo nodded. Okay, Teacher Su. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes. Sure enough, among these two people, Chen Zhuo is more likely to be his human teammate. Just now, Su Xiaomei seemed to be trying to pass on a message to me. Of course, this doesn't matter to Lin Yu. I can't play tricks, just get started. Chen Zhuo pressed the button on the side of the polygraph. Let's start. He pointed the polygraph at Lin Yu, and the indicator button on it lit up. Lin Yu looked at the polygraph and said calmly, Xiaoyu's death has nothing to do with me. Beep. The light on the polygraph turned red and a sharp cry was emitted. Chen Zhuo jumped up excitedly. Okay. You're lying. Lin Yu showed a look of surprise on his face, but this look of surprise was also acted out. After all, Lin Yu's goal is to make everyone think that he is the Iron Werewolf. In this case, the only person who would vote for him would most likely be Chen Zhuo. And, next, to all werewolves, he is the person who was most like a teammate. Therefore, Lin Yu chose to confront Xiaoyu on the stairs, not only because the terrain of the stairs would make it easier for him to kill Xiaoyu who was holding a sharp weapon. Another important reason is that the stairs are interconnected, making it easy for someone to see the body. This would make Lin Yu a greater suspect. As for why it's so obvious, Lin Yu looked at the group of Bao Lu and Yao Zhenya. Yu Longhua and Su Xiaomei are still okay, they must have recognized themselves as teammates of the wolf team. But Bao Lu and Yao Zhenya may have recognized each other's werewolf identities on the first day. Therefore, Lin Yu had to do it very obviously to make the two of them doubt their previous judgment and believe that he was the werewolf. Sure enough, Bao Lu now had an expression that said I'm thinking, and Yao Zhenya glanced at Bao Lu from time to time with disbelief. Of course. Even after doing this, Lin Yu still had to struggle. What if the other werewolves feel that they are hopeless and just die? Although it is an anonymous vote, they will most likely not vote if they can. After all, there are only two werewolves on the field. Even if Lin Yu is voted out, it is easy for one person to abstain and take advantage of the situation by saying he voted. But no matter what, you still have to quibble. Facing the polygraph with a flashing red light, Lin Yu began his almost argumentative defense. What? You say I'm lying, so I'm lying? Maybe this red light thing is the truth. Besides, you said this thing was a lie detector, but I said it was a phonograph, or maybe a nail clipper. The most important thing is, even if what I just said was a lie, what does it matter? I said Xia Yu's death had nothing to do with me. Is it possible that her death actually had something to do with me? After all, it was me who got separated from her, which led to her being killed by you. Lin Yu spoke in rapid succession. After hearing this, Chen Zhuo sneered. These are just weak excuses. Do you think anyone will believe you? I'm applying to vote. Chen Zhuo shouted. A ball of fire suddenly ignited in front of everyone. Then, a piece of white paper and a quill fell out of the flames. Blood words appeared on the white paper. Write the name of the person you wish to exile. Chen Zhuo picked up the pen and started writing immediately. Lin Yu also wrote the name Chen Zhuo on the paper. Then, the voting session ended. Shoo! The flames appeared again and engulfed the paper and pen. But this time, everyone has started to get used to this surprising game and was not scared at all. And then, blood words appeared on the wall. The results of this round of voting are: number of votes received by Lin Yu, 1. Number of votes Chen Zhuo received, 1. The votes are tied, and no one has received more than half of the remaining votes, so no one is exiled. The blood words gradually disappeared. Chen Zhuo was dumbfounded. No, buddy, you guys. But before Chen Zhuo could say anything, Lin Yu interrupted them loudly. What are you doing? Why don't you vote for this otaku? He's stepping on me, the detective. I'm the most powerful person in the whole place. Damn, I give up. If you know how to play or not, why don't you vote? Chen Zhuo was dumbfounded, looked at Lin Yu and opened his mouth. He really wanted to ask. How come you said all my words? What are you in such a hurry for, werewolf? However, the others were all a little surprised after being scolded by Lin Yu and recalling the number of votes just now. Obviously, the fact that Lin Yu was not eliminated was also a bit unbelievable to them. However, Lin Yu observed that the remaining 4 people did not seem to be too concerned about this matter. It seems that they have started to rest with the mentality of it's a good thing not to be eliminated. Only Chen Zhuo was indignant. He found a sofa in the corner and began to sleep soundly. That's it. Time has come to the second day. The sky brightened again and Lin Yu got up from the sofa. Although he had killed someone, he slept better than ever last night. It's time to assign tasks again. Yulongwa stood in front of the schedule and glanced at Lin Yu. Your partner is dead. Regardless of whether you are the murderer or not, what are your plans for next? Of course I'm in your group, soldier brother. You have to keep a close eye on this werewolf. Chen Zhuo quickly spoke first. Lin Yu spoke slowly, but I think it's better for me to go alone. If I really am a werewolf, aren't you playing with Brother Yu's life? Chen Zhuo said anxiously, but Brother Yu has the ability of a soldier, and his physical fitness is 5 times that of an ordinary person. Stop being so generous to others. Otaku, do you know that werewolves can be very powerful? Even if their physical strength is 5 times greater, you shouldn't put your soldiers in danger. Lin Yu said sternly. Chen Zhuo was speechless by Lin Yu, who attacked him from a moral high ground. His face turned red and he was speechless for a long time. Su Xiaomei also quickly pulled Chen Zhuo. Okay, stop arguing with him. Yulongwa also gave Lin Yu a meaningful look and said calmly, okay, I'll do as you say. After Lin Yu wrote down the task he had to do, he left the meeting room alone. He still came to the second floor. The first task is in the kitchen on the second floor, and the task is to clean the kitchen stove. After Lin Yu came to the kitchen, he closed the kitchen door and breathed a sigh of relief. I'm so tired. But the work is worth it. Last night's excited and somewhat idiotic speech and performance have definitely been deeply rooted in people's hearts. Now, the other 4 players except Chen Zhuo, that is, the 4 remaining surviving werewolves, probably have more or less believed that they are their teammates. Needless to say, Yulongwa and Su Xiaomei, even Bao Lu and Yao Zhengye, who knew each other's identities, might have felt something was wrong. I just don't know if these two are smart enough to come to the conclusion that there are only 5 werewolves. Lin Yu took a rag and wiped the bloodstains on the stove, and couldn't help thinking. Of course he hoped that these two people would not notice. Just when he was halfway through wiping the stove, the kitchen door opened. Yao Zhengye poked his head out stealthily and then looked at Lin Yu. He smiled and spoke. "Detective brother. Brother Lin. Are you on a mission?" Seeing Yao Zhengye coming here alone and being so cautious, Lin Yu already understood about 70% of the situation. Sure enough, Yao Zhengye and Bao Lu did not reveal the truth about there are 5 werewolves. Yao Zhengye came alone. "I'm afraid it's just to confirm whether my identity is a real werewolf. If I am the real one, then Bao Lu is an imposter." But even so, Lin Yu still pretended not to know what Yao Zhengye was going to do and showed a vigilant look calmly. He placed his hands on the back of his waist and spoke cautiously. "You're a thief. Why are you here alone? Where are your teammates? I'm warning you, don't get too close." Lin Yu said in a cold voice, and Yao Zhengye quickly spoke. "Brother, I know you're a werewolf, we're teammates." As he spoke, Yao Zhengye quickly took out a sharp hand axe from his arms, with a wolf head carved on the axe handle. "Look, this is my werewolf-specific weapon." When Lin Yu saw it, he was slightly surprised. "You're a werewolf too?" He naturally pulled out the dagger from his waist and weighed it in his hand, but suddenly his face became fierce again. "Wait, you activated your thief ability and stole my wolf teammate's weapon to deliberately deceive me, didn't you?" As Lin Yu spoke, Yao Zhengye quickly spoke. "Brother, I really am your teammate. I saw you on the 3rd floor yesterday morning, after you killed the veterinarian, and then you were holding on to the railing and retching beside the corpse. But I didn't tell anyone else about the meeting last night. Now you should believe that I'm your teammate, right?" Yao Zhengye hurriedly proved himself. Only then did Lin Yu appear to be in a state of sudden realization. "So, you're really my teammate? That's great, let's work together. Now we can wield dual swords. Although that soldier is powerful, I'm afraid he's no match for the two of us working together," Lin Yu said with an excited look. Seeing Lin Yu looking like he couldn't wait to rush out and start killing people, Yao Zhengye naturally believed that Lin Yu was a werewolf. But he showed a conflicted look. "But detective, this seems to be a strange thing," Yao Zhengye said somewhat tangledly. "The thug in my group seems to be a werewolf too, and we already confirmed our identities yesterday." "Really?" Lin Yu had already anticipated the information thrown out by Yao Zhengye. "And the other party chose to say this to me. I'm afraid he is more inclined to think that I am his real teammate." Therefore, Lin Yu also revealed a strange look. "Huh? How did you judge this?" Yao Zhengye scratched his head and chuckled. "Brother detective, your previous guess about my ability was correct. My ability as a thief is indeed to steal items from others, limited to once a day. I can randomly steal any item from a person. After finishing the first mission yesterday, the thug sneakily made an excuse to go to the restroom and left first, but when I took a peek, he wasn't going to the restroom at all. After I came back, I had doubts in my heart, so I used my thief ability on him. And then I found a machete with a wolf head carved on it. It's obviously a werewolf's exclusive weapon. I decided he might be a werewolf, so I confronted him, told him my identity, and gave him the machete back. That thug didn't believe me at first, but after we found a wolf box and I opened it in front of him, he completely believed me." Yao Zhengye said this and fell into thought. "Brother, do you think there are more than 2 werewolves?" Lin Yu listened to Yao Zhengye's narration and his mind was working fast. Should I tell Yao Zhengye the truth here to further gain his trust? No, wait. Just as Yao Zhengye was narrating, there was a fatal trap that could allow him to step on Bao Lu to death. Lin Yu suddenly understood something, looked at Yao Zhengye, and his face darkened. "It's bad, you've been fooled by that bastard. Using werewolf boxes and weapons to detect whether an opponent is a werewolf is indeed a good idea. But don't forget the abilities of the thugs. After Lin Yu said this, Yao Xingye's face changed drastically. Oh no, his ability is to ignore the rules once. He used his ability to open the werewolf box. Oh no, my identity has been exposed to him. Under Lin Yu's guidance, Yao Xingye came to a conclusion. And the more he thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. With Baolu's domineering and violent personality, it was only too reasonable for him to use his thug abilities to forcibly open the werewolf box. And find weapons to defend himself. At this time, Lin Yu also struck while the iron was hot. I just used my detective abilities today. The thug's identity is human. Upon hearing this, beads of sweat appeared on Yao Xingye's forehead. What should I do, detective brother? My identity has been exposed to him. Lin Yu immediately comforted Yao Xingye in a deep voice. Don't worry, he didn't report you in yesterday's meeting, which means that he is still planning to play along with you for the time being. Given his selfish and violent personality, he probably didn't intend to tell anyone about your identity. This guy might be planning to point out 2 werewolves at once. Or even just kill them all himself. Also, I seriously suspect he'd be happy to see the werewolves kill a few people first, leaving the scene a river of blood. Even if they were on the same side, he might not necessarily want the rest to survive. For example, I killed Xia Yu yesterday. He was probably too happy to even think about it. After all, Xia Yu and him had an argument on the first day. After Lin Yu finished speaking, Yao Xingye nodded in agreement. This thug is indeed. What should we do now, brother Lin? Lin Yu's face turned grim and he made a gesture of wiping his neck. Strike first, and you'll gain the upper hand. While he's still off guard, attack him and kill him. After Lin Yu's deception, Yao Xingye also picked up the axe with murderous eyes. Brother Lin, big brother, you are right. Now we have no choice but to strike first. But I have a question, brother Lin. The thug is in the same group as me after all. If I kill him, won't I be more suspicious? Lin Yu waved his hand. That's fine, go ahead and kill him. While you're at it, I won't be idle either. I'll find a chance to kill another one. If 2 people die at once, we 2 werewolves will be on the scene. You saw the vote yesterday. As long as the 2 of us tie our votes tightly, we won't be voted out. Lin Yu said firmly. Even if I don't find a good opportunity, you should hide the body as well as possible. Maybe then we can have a chance to directly use the double blades, and then hold a meeting to vote to rush away the last one. Isn't that a direct win? After being fooled by Lin Yu, Yao Xingye felt that victory was in sight. Sure, brother Lin, I knew you were smart. I'm so lucky to have someone like you as a teammate. Lin Yu patted Yao Xingye's shoulder and said, but you must be careful, because all this is based on your ability to successfully kill the thug. So, when you see him, don't hesitate, just do it. Don't hesitate no matter what he says. Yao Xingye nodded excitedly. Don't worry, brother Lin, I will definitely chop him to death with one axe. After saying that, Yao Xingye picked up the axe and turned around and left. Lin Yu watched Yao Xingye leave with a smile on his face. Sure, now, whether Yao Xingye can kill Baolu or Baolu kills Yao Xingye, the number of werewolves has been reduced by 1. The next thing to do is to find a way to regain Shinjua's trust. If he could gain Shinjua's trust, the progress of the game would be completely under Lin Yu's control. Lin Yu recalled the tasks that Shinjua and Su Xiaomei had received. By now, they may have completed the first and second tasks. Lin Yu quickly cleaned the table, completed his first task, and then came to the bedroom on the 3rd floor. This is the 3rd mission location of Shinjua and Su Xiaomei. Lin Yu took a look and unexpectedly found an unopened human supply box in the bedroom, which made him even more overjoyed. There's actually such a good thing. And not long after, Lin Yu saw Shinjua appearing here alone. The little fat boy climbed up the stairs and stood at the bedroom door panting. There's actually such a good opportunity? Lin Yu was overjoyed, and when Shinjua approached, he immediately jumped out. Hey, otaku! Lin Yu said this and Chenhua was startled. After seeing clearly that it was Lin Yu, Chenhua turned around and wanted to escape. But Chenhua's fat body was grabbed by Lin Yu. Before this otaku could call out, Lin Yu quickly spoke. Otaku, if I wanted to kill you I would have slit your throat right now, so stop yelling. As he spoke, Lin Yu drew out a dagger and placed it on Chenhua's neck. Chenhua's face turned pale with fear, and he spoke tremblingly, don't be impulsive. Teacher Su was just finishing up the second mission and asked me to come over first. She will be here soon. If you kill me, you will definitely be voted out this time. I won't kill you. I know you're human, and so am I, Lin Yu said coldly. It's true that I killed Xiaoyu, but she was the werewolf, it's just that I snatched the knife from her and killed her. There's nothing in the rules of this game that says humans can't kill werewolves. Use your pig brain to think about it. Could such a crucial piece of information as detective be a werewolf? Lin Yu said with great momentum, and added, there is a human supplies box in this bedroom. If you don't believe me, I can open it and show you. As he said this, he let go of Chenhua. Chenhua looked at Lin Yu doubtfully. Are you really human? Of course. Lin Yu pushed open the bedroom door and ran straight to the brown box in the corner. Then, he opened the brown human box with a click, took out food and water from it, and threw the bread to Chenhua. Chenhua now believed it for the most part. Oh my god, detective. Are you really human? He showed an apologetic look and scratched his head innocently. I'm sorry, I mistook you for a werewolf last night. But the apology quickly disappeared. Chenhua stroked his chin and said, but then again, I don't think it's all my fault. Detective, you acted like a werewolf last night. I did it on purpose, Lin Yu said calmly, because if I don't act like a werewolf, I might get voted out. Aren't you curious why I looked so much like a werewolf last night, but I only got one vote from you? Chenhua was stunned. What does this mean? What this means is that there's a text trap in this game. The two outsiders are actually from the human camp. The soldier is a werewolf, the thug is a werewolf, the veterinarian is a werewolf, the thief is a werewolf. And the teacher is also a fucking werewolf. We are the only two humans. Chenhua was shocked by the news. Holy crap, is this true? Chenhua scratched his hair and muttered to himself, but if I think about it, Teacher Su has never opened a human box. She even asked me to open the boxes containing the lie detector and the pistol. After Chenhua finished speaking, Lin Yu spoke. Right, Mr. Su. Wait a minute, a pistol? Chenhua nodded. Yes, Teacher Su's professional ability is to obtain a useful piece of information about this game. The information she obtained is that the human camp in this game has two extremely powerful props, a lie detector and a pistol. A polygraph can only detect the truth of one lie a day, but a pistol only has one bullet, but that bullet is guaranteed to hit the target. Chenhua said seriously. Lin Yu had a bad feeling in his heart. Where is the pistol? At Teacher Su's place. After saying this, Chenhua also had a broken expression on his face. Now the greatest reliance of humans in killing werewolves has fallen into the hands of werewolves. Lin Yu was silent for a long time and looked at Chenhua. Tell me the truth, Chenhua, what exactly are your abilities? My ability is that when I remain in a static state, my physical energy consumption is reduced to 1/3 of that of an average person, and my recovery speed is tripled. Chenhua answered honestly. Lin Yu was silent for a few seconds, then smiled and said, since that pistol only has one bullet, can you take the responsibility of taking that bullet that is sure to hit you? A sure hit doesn't mean you will die. If you lie down and stay still, maybe the wound will heal. After all, this is also caused by your mistake. Chenhua's face turned pale. Brother, are you serious? Of course I was joking. Lin Yu sighed. Soldiers are already hard to kill, and now there's a teacher with a gun. This game is so difficult. Lin Yu can hardly imagine a worse result than this. Is the only option left to me is a sneak attack, or maybe I can trick Yao Zhengye again. Lin Yu sighed and thought about the solution. And at this time, the bedroom door opened. Looking at the duo walking in, Lin Yu slowly exhaled. It turns out the situation could be much worse. The two people who walked in were none other than Soldier Yulongwa and teacher Su Xiaomei. The simultaneous appearance of Yulongwa and Su Xiaomei is undoubtedly the scene that Lin Yu least wants to see. After confirming the rule that humans can kill werewolves, Lin Yu has actually placed all his hopes of winning the game on killing the werewolves. And in Lin Yu's original plan, he had absolutely no intention of fighting with Yulongwa. The best case scenario is to keep Yulongwa until the end and vote him out at the meeting. After all, his ability is 5 times stronger than his physical fitness. Since he was born into a military family, he must be proficient in various fighting skills. In addition, he belongs to the werewolf camp and may have a werewolf weapon in his hand. In summary, Yulongwa is definitely the hardest one to kill. As long as there is a slight possibility, Lin Yu absolutely does not want to fight him. Su Xiaomei, who has obtained the pistol, has now become very dangerous. The power of thermal weapons should never be underestimated. Even though there's only one bullet, the guaranteed hit effect. In fact, it is not much different from certain death. Even if the gunshot wound hits the leg, the amount of bleeding is not enough to heal naturally. There is no emergency room in this game. Lin Yu was very clear about this. After all, he was sent to this game by a gun. He knew better than anyone the feeling of powerlessness after being shot. But if you want to win the game, you almost have to kill one of Su Xiaomei and Yulongwa. Originally, Lin Yu was still weighing which one to sneak attack and which one to kill. It's good now. 2 people appeared at the same time, and Lin Yuxuan had no choice. In particular, Lin Yu has noticed one thing. Su Xiaomei and Yulongwa came in one after the other, and after entering the door, they stood very close to each other. In a sense, these 2 people have definitely established some kind of mutual trust alliance. And the basis of this trust, I'm afraid that in all likelihood, they have already confirmed that they are both werewolves. Lin Yu's thoughts raced, and he decided to strike first. You two, I believe you have discovered the truth of this game? Su Xiaomei and Yulongwa stood at the entrance of the bedroom. There was a double bed between Lin Yu, Chenjua, and the other 2. Su Xiaomei took out the gun. A very beautiful revolver with a carved wooden handle. Yeah, I met a soldier when I was alone, and he wanted to kill me. But thankfully this thing calmed him down. Thanks to this thing, he calmed down and the 2 of us realized something. Soldier Yulongwa grinned and said, so there are more than 2 werewolves. Humans are the outsiders. Lin Yu nodded, I have also realized this. After all, only Chenjua voted for me yesterday. Including Xiaoyu, whom I killed, this little fat guy should be the only human left now. Lin Yu said this as a matter of course, and sold out Chenjua in an instant. Chenjua turned his head and looked at Lin Yu in disbelief, his mouth wide open, you. But Lin Yu had no time to care about Chenjua. Instead, he stared at Yulongwa and Su Xiaomei. The expressions of the 2 people are wrong. Whether it was Yulongwa or Su Xiaomei, there was hostility and wariness in the eyes when they looked at him. He silently pulled out the dagger from his waist and deliberately showed it to the 2 men. This not only enhances the persuasiveness of your own statements, but also increases your ability to protect yourself. And just then, another figure appeared at the door, peeking out. Hey, why are you all here? It's so lively. I heard the noise from far away. What are you all doing here? Yao Zhengye appeared. After he discovered that there were 4 people in the bedroom, he slowly walked into the room. In particular, Yao Zhengye saw clearly that Lin Yu was standing next to Chenjua, and immediately began to wink at Lin Yu, while trying to walk towards Su Xiaomei. Lin Yu understood Yao Zhengye's expression. He must have killed Bao Lu. Now, he hopes that Lin Yu and he will use 2 swords to kill Chenjua and Su Xiaomei at the same time. Then, vote to get rid of Yulongwa at the meeting. Just like Lin Yu said before. But unfortunately, Yao Zhengye's intention was also seen through by Su Xiaomei. The middle-aged woman took out her revolver again and pointed the gun at Yao Zhengye. Calm down, thief. I don't know what you're going to do, but... Calm down. I'm a werewolf just like you. Yao Zhengye immediately raised his hand and was very surprised when he heard Su Xiaomei's words. What do you mean, you're a werewolf too? Su Xiaomei nodded and repeated her conclusion. Yes, the outsiders in this game refer to humans, the werewolves are the 5 of them. Yu Longhua and I are both werewolves. Of course, believe it or not, just don't make things worse. Yu Longhua looked at the blood on Yao Zhengye's chest with great interest and said in a deep voice, Did you kill the thug? Yao Zhengye nodded, then realized something and felt a little regretful. Oh my god, detective was wrong. We didn't know there were 5 werewolves. On the first day, the thug told me he was a wolf, but on the second day, I saw the detective killing the veterinarian. I felt something was wrong, so I went to chat with the detective privately. Then we figured out that there were only 2 werewolves, so the thug couldn't be a wolf. So I sneaked up on him and killed him. Yao Zhengye let out a breath, but calmed down. Forget it, let's just kill him. Now it seems that the only human left is that otaku. Kill him and it's over. As Yao Zhengye spoke, Chenxue began to tremble. He has realized that he has become the target of public criticism. But to Lin Yu's surprise, Chenxue did not reveal that he was a human being at this juncture. Instead, he mustered up his courage and deliberately yelled, Damn it, you're all werewolves. Now 5 wolves are surrounding a single human like me. How can we play this game? I'm done playing. Kill me if you want. Damn it. Lin Yu was also somewhat grateful for Chenxue's behavior. Everyone who comes to this game has a strong desire to survive. So, Chenxue must also want to live. But he still chose to share the firepower for himself. But... it's no use. Lin Yu sighed slightly in his heart. Sure enough, after hearing what Chenxue said, Yu Longhua sneered. 5 werewolves? Wrong. You still have teammates, otaku. The detective behind you is your teammate. He's not a werewolf at all. Yu Longhua said this with a firm tone. Lin Yu was helpless. Sure enough, from the beginning, he could tell from the expressions of Yu Longhua and Su Xiaomei. These 2 people are very sure that they belong to the human camp. Now he is in an extremely dangerous and desperate situation. Although Yu Longhua and Su Xiaomei seemed very determined. But Lin Yu still did not give up his performance. Besides, he had already awakened as a trickster, so Lin Yu felt that he should struggle a little longer. What if I fooled you? Thinking of this, Lin Yu made an unhappy expression and looked at Yu Longhua. What do you mean? Why do you say I'm not a werewolf? I don't think you are a werewolf. I have werewolf weapons, what about you? As he spoke, Lin Yu shook the dagger in his hand. Yu Longhua pulled out a scimitar with a wolf head carved on the handle from his arms. Don't think about stepping on me, I also have werewolf weapons. Chenxue couldn't help laughing when he saw Lin Yu and Yu Longhua arguing. Even at the life and death moment, he still felt that it was too darkly humorous to see that one day everyone in this werewolf killing game was vying to prove that they were werewolves. Seeing Yu Longhua take out the scimitar, Lin Yu did not hesitate at all and continued to question aggressively, You and I both have werewolf weapons. So why do you think I am a human and not a werewolf? Su Xiaomei then spoke up, The thief just said that he mistakenly thought the thug was not a werewolf after discussing it with you, so he killed him. You clearly knew yesterday that there were more werewolves, so why did you let him kill the thugs? Su Xiaomei said in a very oppressive tone. Lin Yu was about to speak when he was interrupted by Yu Longhua. Don't argue with me, you just realized it. I don't believe you don't know how you deliberately acted like a werewolf in the meeting yesterday. Detective, you're a smart man, don't say stupid things. Yu Longhua used himself as an excuse to block Lin Yu. But Lin Yu remained calm. He hadn't originally intended to use such a stupid excuse. Because I really think the ruffian is human, the thief told me that he and the ruffian recognize each other as wolves because the ruffian has werewolf weapons. But I thought of the ruffian's ability, so I suspect the werewolf weapon might be something he used to fish. Because I saw the teachers and the otaku, and the thieves and the gangsters tied up tightly and seemed to trust each other. I guess that the two groups of wolves might have recognized each other. So, from my perspective, the humans I first suspected were the soldiers and the veterinarian. But after killing the veterinarian, I examined you, soldier, and found you to be a werewolf. Then it proves that one of the two groups is a human pretending to be a werewolf. Who would have thought that my suspicions were wrong? The truth is, this nerd is just too stupid and was fooled by the teacher. I'm so sorry, brother thief, I was too conceited, that's why I didn't tell you the truth. Lin Yu said with a sigh. This speech was very contagious. Chen Zhuo looked at Lin Yu in disbelief, as if he really thought he was a werewolf. Although Yao Zhengye was unhappy, he also believed to about 70% that Lin Yu was a werewolf. Damn it, detective brother, you really are playing tricks on me. Even Su Xiaomei's expression seemed a little shaken. But at this moment, Yulongwa sneered again and said loudly, Detective, you are indeed very dangerous, your words are too deceptive. If I didn't have decisive evidence, I would have been fooled by you. Yulongwa said this in a cold voice, and Lin Yu suddenly felt something was wrong. He looked at Yulongwa and said with a stiff upper lip, What decisive evidence do you have? That dagger of yours belongs to the veterinarian. Yulongwa said calmly, which made Lin Yu's scalp tingle. Then, as if afraid that Lin Yu would not give up, Yulongwa continued. Although I was alone, I was much more efficient at completing tasks than you might think. So on my first day, after completing my first task, I was wandering around. And then I happened to run into her walking into the utility room alone. I hid, and after she left I went into the utility room. And there, I found an opened werewolf weapons box. Yulongwa said this coldly, and Lin Yu felt a chill on his back. No matter how much he planned, he could never have expected such a coincidence. Yulongwa's voice came again, Stop struggling, detective. This game is almost impossible for humans to win. I was surprised that you could kill the veterinarian and plot to murder the thugs. A bitter feeling rose in Lin Yu's heart. Yeah, this game. Humans are so hard. He tried to make a final struggle. But is it possible that I am indeed a werewolf? Yulongwa interrupted him with a cruel and hideous smile on his face. It doesn't matter if you are. Lin Yu. There are 5 werewolves. This proves that even if 1 or 2 werewolves die, it doesn't matter. I will kill you today no matter what. Yulongwa announced in a cruel and cold tone. Lin Yu let out a breath. Despair. This soldier is even more ruthless and decisive than he imagined. As expected, my luck is too bad. It wasn't just the coincidence that Yulongwa ran into Xia Yu. But being assigned to the human side is already bad luck. Because this is a camp where even a small coincidence can lead to eternal damnation. What's more, his only teammate is a homebuddy. It's so unbalanced. Lin Yu even had the idea of giving up on himself. I might as well just die. I was already dead anyway. But in just a moment, Lin Yu dismissed this idea. How can it be? It's strange enough that I came to this game. How could I just give up on this game just because of its inexplicable imbalance? Calm down, Lin Yu. I was assigned to the human camp because the high-ranking being who designed this game probably thinks I'm stronger and smarter than them all combined. Besides, my profession is the only profession, a con artist. I should have chosen not to be a detective from the beginning. If I had known this would happen, I should have said that my profession is a gunslinger, and my ability is an AK that summons unlimited bullets. Lin Yu thought while gritting his teeth. But he also knew that it was just his fantasy. After all, if he wasn't a detective, he wouldn't be the first to immediately notice the trap of this game. Moreover, the ability to summon AK is difficult for them to believe. What's more, now that things have come to this point, time cannot be reversed. We need to come up with an idea that can break the deadlock now. He looked at Yulongwa, who had a cold expression and was eager to fight with a scimitar in his hand, and felt that death was approaching step by step. Any last words, detective? Want to try and defeat Yulongwa? The chances are slim. Even if we defeat Yulongwa, there is still Tsushome with a gun. Think of a way to convince them that you are a werewolf? No, Yulongwa has already made up his mind to kill himself. Besides, I'm already suspected, so there's no point in delaying any further. The more Lin Yu thought about it, the more desperate he became. It seems that the only way to break the deadlock is to turn back time. But thinking of this, Lin Yu suddenly had another crazy idea in his mind. What if time could really go back? He suddenly began to tremble uncontrollably. Fraudster, performance. Lin Yu remembered the teachings of the old professor in their department. The essence of performance is to deceive the audience, and the most primitive performances, which originated from witchcraft, were even intended to deceive gods and the world. People dress in green and dance in the dead of winter, performing a show of vibrant trees, trying to trick the gods and the world into believing spring is coming, so that the gods will send down warmth and moisture. The current situation can indeed be called a desperate situation. But this is not the first time that his innate acting talent has helped him escape from desperate situations. Lin Yu took a deep breath. Since I'm going to die anyway, I might as well try it at the last moment of my life. Let's put on a grand show that can deceive the world and the gods. He looked up at Yulongwa with a helpless smile on his face. Hey, this time I lost to you again. Just now. The show begins. Yulongwa is definitely a smart man. Lin Yu admitted that he had made a mistake before. Among the other 6 players, Yulongwa is definitely the most ruthless and smart one. That's why it is not easy to fool him with performance. But on the other hand, once such a smart person is deceived, he will start to help Lin Yu deceive himself. Therefore, when Yulongwa looked at Lin Yu's helpless smile and heard Lin Yu's words, he felt something was wrong. What do you mean again? Have we met before? Yulongwa said coldly. Looking at Yulongwa's appearance, Lin Yu continued his performance calmly and calmly. Of course, why don't you guess when we've met before? Ignore this guy, he might be trying to be mysterious. Tsushome said sternly. Yulongwa also wanted to think so, but Lin Yu now seemed too calm. Who would be so calm before dying just to be mysterious? What do you want to say in the end? Lin Yu looked at Chenhua with a smile. Hey, otaku. Chenhua, among your favorite anime, you include Danganronpa and Detective Conan, right? Do you like Hybera AI? Are you following one of the latest seasons? Chenhua was stunned. How do you know? Nonsense, since you seem to be very keen on this game full of reasoning, you must like to watch similar anime. Among 10 otakus who have watched Detective Conan, 9 like Hybera AI. Then, Lin Yu looked at Tsushome again. Teacher Su, you're teaching a graduating class with good grades, right? But there must be a few students in that class that you're worried about. And your own child's academics are giving you a headache too, aren't they? Tsushome, who had originally planned to instigate Yulongwa to kill Lin Yu directly, was dumbfounded at this moment. You, how do you know? What nonsense! Tsushome is clearly a very capable teacher, the kind who usually teaches graduating classes. And she's clearly a dedicated and responsible teacher, so how could she possibly be so carefree about her students? She must have a strong obsession when she came here. This obsession is most likely the students in the class. As for children, Tsushome was wearing a wedding ring, and judging from her age, she most likely had children, and Lin Yu had never seen any parent in a teacher's family who was satisfied with their child's academic performance. Lin Yu looked at Yao Zhengye again. Thief, I actually quite like you. Even though you call yourself a thief, it's not easy for you, and you didn't steal much. I think your family really treated you very badly, both your father and your mother. After dying this time, you must really want to be a good person when you get out. Yao Zhengye opened his mouth wide. Detective, you? Why do you know all this? Still bullshit. If your parents loved you and your family was good, why would you become a thief? And what thief doesn't want to be a good person after he gets out? Lin Yu's calm gaze finally fell on Yulongwa. To fool the three people just now, Lin Yu used his analytical and reasoning abilities as well as the Barnum effect in psychology. People tend to believe that a general description particularly fits them. Although there is an element of gambling, it seems that the bet was won. All three of them were in shock. Although they might be able to taste something wrong if they savored it carefully, Lin Yu just spoke so rapidly that he didn't give them time to savor it. What's more, the shocked expressions of the other two people also made them develop a herd mentality. However, the next one is Yulongwa, the most difficult one to deal with. He had been a soldier, was very determined, and was indeed very intelligent. He is even a little eccentric and suspicious. And so, activate your ability to explore the shameful secrets deep within Yulongwa's heart. Lin Yu exhaled, and then a picture emerges. Aguo, what are you doing? Smuggling this stuff is a serious crime. Monitor, I'm sorry, my mother is very sick. The bloody man with a crew cut and wearing a military uniform was hit hard by Yulongwa with a stone. She has uremia. She's still 400,000 short of a kidney. It would be fine if there were no kidneys, but we found one. I really need money, squad leader. Sorry. He smashed it again and again. Lin Yu let out a breath. The last piece of the puzzle is here. The show goes on. He looked at Yulongwa and grinned. And you, Yulongwa, I've never liked you. But you're pretty miserable too. You're actually very worried about your mother, right? Uremia. Even if I get a kidney transplant, I still need your care. As Lin Yu spoke, Yulongwa's face darkened. What the hell, are you trying to do? Lin Yu's expression remained calm. Everyone has their own reasons for living. I know this very well. I know very well that none of you want to die. Now, everyone was filled with a sense of importance created by his performance and lines. That is, Lin Yu is very familiar with them. So, it's time for this performance to reach its climax. They are not given a chance to breathe and think. Lin Yu opened his hands with a regretful expression. As you think, this is not the first time I have played this game. Although you cannot retain your memory, I have played this game more than 10 times. That's why I understand you and know why each of you wants to live. Lin Yu's words shocked everyone. What? How can it be? What nonsense are you talking about? Everyone was shocked. Su Xiaomei pointed at Lin Yu and said, I don't know why you said this, but this is what you figured out using your detective skills, right? Lin Yu sneered, let alone the fact that it's the third day now, how can I know the secrets of the four of you? As he spoke, he reached into Chen Zhuo's pocket and took out the lie detector. Lin Yu's face showed nostalgia. A lie detector, it really helped me out the last few times. He pressed a button on the side of the polygraph and a light on top came on. Lin Yu slowly said, listen carefully, I didn't awaken to be a detective, but my only profession. After saying that, Lin Yu held up the lie detector. The light on it is green and nothing happens. He let go and dropped the polygraph to the ground. Then, Lin Yu said the most crucial line in this performance. My occupation name is player. The ability is rewind. Rewind? As soon as Lin Yu spoke, Chen Zhuo was the first to get excited. I understand, Lin Yu. Do you mean you can go back to the past and start over again like the male protagonists in RE0 and Edge of Tomorrow? Lin Yu nodded slowly. Good. That's impossible, Su Xiaomei exclaimed, doesn't that mean you're guaranteed to win? As long as you don't win, can't you just keep rewinding? So I don't believe it, at least he can't rewind at will. There must be some restrictions on the activation of his ability, Yulongwa said coldly, as long as he activates the rewind function before. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed forward and punched Lin Yu in the face. Just control him, and everything will be fine. With this punch, Yulongwa used his enhanced physical fitness. Although it may not be 5 times the full strength, it still made Lin Yu almost faint and fall to the ground with just one punch. He vomited blood, felt dizzy, and severe pain came from his mouth. The strong smell of blood and the pain almost took away all of his sensory attention. But Lin Yucheng cheered himself up, he knew he couldn't faint now. Pooh! Lin Yu spat out the blood and teeth in his mouth. Yu Longguo looked down at Lin Yu from a high position. Why don't you go back? What are the conditions for going back? Tell me now, and I can give you a quick death. Lin Yu raised his head and looked at Yu Longguo, sneering with blood in his mouth. Why haven't you killed me yet? You have a weapon but you don't use it. Is it because you're really keen on smashing people to death? He looked up at the stunned Shinjua, Su Xiaomei and Yao Zhengye and burst into laughter. Ah ha 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 ha, ouch, it hurts so much. Did you know that this upright soldier is actually a murderer? I'm curious, why is Bao Lu's occupation a thug and Yao Zhengye's occupation a thief, but your occupation isn't a traitor or a criminal? Yu Longguo growled, enough. He punched the floor next to Lin Yu. Lin Yu also struggled to get up from the ground and yelled back at him. Hit me on the head, just like you fucking hit your squad leader on the head. Lin Yu yelled, his face flushed. Saliva mixed with blood foam spurted out of his mouth. Yu Longguo's eyes were bloodshot and veins bulged on his face. I'm going to kill you. He drew the scimitar from his waist. At this moment, Yao Zhengye suddenly shouted, wait, soldier, his rewind condition may be being killed. But it was too late, Lin Yu roared again. Come on, Agua, you smuggling traitor. You used the smuggled money to treat your mother's illness. Your mother must be so proud, right? Yu Longguo went completely crazy and slashed at Lin Yu's chest with a knife. Don't you dare mention my mom. Don't insult her. With this blow of the knife, Lin Yu's body fell limply. But there was still no pain on his face, only a hint of sarcasm. What a joke, you insulted her yourself. His expression looked like he was used to death. Blood gushed out of Lin Yu's chest. He looked at everyone around him and said, you're really smart, Yao Zhengye. You guessed it again. Next time I hope you can vote me out. Otherwise, it will be too painful to repeat this cycle over and over again. After Lin Yu finished speaking, he fell backwards to the ground. He breathed out. Great, Yu Longguo, see you next time. You can backtrack immediately. Next time, how can I win this game? Lin Yu firmly believed that he had the ability to roll back to the past. After all, if you want to deceive others, the most important thing is to deceive yourself. One's own belief can also become an important condition for determining whether it will come true. As an actor who takes the immersive approach, he is very good at fooling himself. At this moment, he believed more than anyone else present that his profession was player and his ability was rewind. And with this strong trust, Lin Yu fell into death. Endless darkness and nothingness came again, and the extreme fear made Lin Yu shudder. But this time, Lin Yu seemed to vaguely hear admiration. It's wonderful. It was as if the gods were praising his actions. But regardless of whether it is a god or not, call. Lin Yu let out a long breath and opened his eyes. Once again, he was back to the beginning of the game. In that conference room, in front of that long table. Familiar faces were still sleeping, and Lin Yu looked at the wall clock. It's 5 minutes to 7 in the morning, the last game started at 7 in the morning. Lin Yu understood. I'm afraid these guys are still getting careers. It turns out our bodies have already arrived here. This rollback actually gave me the advantage of being able to move freely for 5 minutes. But even with this 5-minute advantage, even if I already knew the game's narrative trap, Lin Yu is still not sure of winning. His identity is human, and as long as there is Yu Longguo, a paranoid man who has awakened the profession of soldier, in the werewolf camp. No matter what, it's hard to win. The trickster ability in his mind also told him that another rollback would not work. Such a realization that defies fate and plays with the rules of the world has its limits. Even if one has a strong enough belief, it cannot be activated twice in a short period of time. Lin Yu thought it was reasonable. Since this game was obviously created by God, whether it was created for fun or with good intentions, that God probably wouldn't be happy to see someone repeatedly using the almost cheating ability of reversing time to reverse the situation. Although we did enough in the last round, it wasn't enough. As I realized before I died, the human camp is walking on thin ice. Even if there are no mistakes, as long as there is bad luck, it will fail. What should I do? This time I have to trick them into thinking I actually have a powerful profession, and then finally go one-on-one with Yulongwa. After all, detectives are useless. Or, I could just use this time to swap my identity with Yulongwa's. No, if Yulongwa finds out he can't open the box, he'll definitely realize something's wrong. Thinking of this, Lin Yu felt like his brain was about to explode. There must be some way. As the only profession, Trickster must have a way to reverse this completely unbalanced game. Abandon conventional thinking and abandon those constraints. In addition to his sole profession as a trickster, he also has his acting skills that he is proud of. Plus, this is my second time putting all the advantages together. A crazy idea suddenly flashed through Lin Yu's mind. Ha! Let's just go crazy, this game is crazy enough anyway. Lin Yu stood up, there was only 1 minute left. He picked up the envelope in front of everyone and then swaggered out of the meeting room. Close the door of the conference room and count to 1 minute. Boom! Lin Yu pushed the door open and walked in. Everyone has woken up one after another and is looking at each other in confusion. Lin Yu gracefully flicked the brim of his felt hat, glanced over, and revealed a proud and playful smile. He walked into the conference room, went to the table and knocked on it. Dong dong. Even if Lin Yu didn't knock on the table, everyone was staring at him the moment he pushed the door open. The look that greeted him was wary, scrutinizing, and uneasy. Lin Yu was also bathed in the gaze of the crowd, and spoke like a descending god. Not bad, everyone's will to survive is very strong, and they all woke up quickly. Anyway, lost lambs, welcome to my game. Who is the outsider? This is the winning strategy that Lin Yu thought of. Play God. Inside the room, the remaining 6 people were also surprised and confused when they saw Lin Yu suddenly walk in. This time, the first person to speak was Chinhua. The little fat man looked excited and said to Lin Yu, "Are you the master of this game? In other words, are you a god?" Of course, it is impossible for Lin Yu to declare himself a god. But with Chinhua's question, things did become a lot easier. Facing Chinhua's question, Lin Yu did not deny it, but just nodded slightly, and an unfathomable smile appeared on his face again. I prefer to be called Mr. Administrator. As Lin Yu spoke, Chinhua nodded in conviction. Okay, Mr. Administrator, can you explain the rules of this game to us? This otaku has watched a lot of anime and has completely accepted the setting that Lin Yu is a god. But others weren't entirely convinced. Boom! Bao Lu slammed the table and said coldly, "You are playing tricks on me. Who the hell are you? What's your purpose in bringing us here?" Lin Yu looked at Bao Lu, who looked fierce but was actually weak, with a smile on his face. Mr. Bao Lu, before you came here, didn't you see those clues that would have been enough to help you understand the current situation? As Lin Yu spoke, Bao Lu's expression changed slightly. You actually know my name? Of course, this is my game after all. Lin Yu's smile became more mysterious. Not only do I know your name, I also know that you have awakened a profession ruffian nut. Everyone else here is in the same situation as you. In that case, let me introduce you to each other. Everyone already knows Mr. Bao Lu, the man who has awakened his rogue side. The one who just spoke was Chinhua, who has awakened his otaku nature. This beautiful lady is veterinarian Xia Yu. And this sturdy man is soldier Yulongwa. The guy next to him who looks very clever is the thief Yao Zhengya. And this lady wearing glasses is the teacher Su Xiumei. Lin Yu spoke calmly. Everyone who was introduced had a slightly changed expression. Lin Yu's ability to clearly call out their names and occupations had already made everyone half believe in his identity as a god. For a moment, everyone fell into deep thought. Chenjue excitedly spoke again, "So, Mr. Administrator, can you explain some rules to us?" Of course, Lin Yu nodded with a smile. Although there's no need to emphasize this, because of the interlude just now. I'll say it again. You all know very well that you are already dead, right? As Lin Yu spoke, everyone, including Chenjue who had been excited just now, felt a little uncomfortable. But Lin Yu didn't care. His current identity is God, a god who does not need to consider the feelings of mortals. Therefore, Lin Yu further offended the people present. Each of you has a strong desire not to die. Perhaps it's because of your students and children, perhaps it's because of an unfinished anime, perhaps it's because you want to be a good person. Again, perhaps it's because of your seriously ill mother. Or maybe it's simply because you want to live. After saying these words, Lin Yu could clearly feel. The trust from everyone has increased a little more. In short, it is because of your desire that you have been given the opportunity to participate in this game. I hope you can seize this opportunity. Okay, enough nonsense, let me introduce the rules of this game. Has anyone ever heard of or played the game Werewolf in their lifetime? The general gameplay of this game is similar to that one. You will also be divided into two camps, werewolves and humans. Next, I will send you the instructions for your identities and specific rules. Lin Yu took out 6 envelopes from his arms. He then handed the 6 envelopes to their original owners. As for Lin Yu's own envelope, he had thrown it outside the door and hidden it under the carpet outside the door. Watching them open the envelope again and confirm their identities, as the flame rose again, Lin Yu snapped his fingers. Okay, I think you all understand the general rules now. Do you have any questions? After Lin Yu finished speaking, everyone looked thoughtful. Then, Yulonghua spoke first. Mr. Administrator, I'm confused. I remember when I entered this game, the number of players I saw was supposed to be 7. Why are there only 6 people here? Yulonghua raised questions. He didn't doubt that Lin Yu was the player, and the doubt on his face was sincere. Lin Yu laughed. Very clever, soldier. I appreciate your sharpness. Congratulations on discovering one of the special rules of this game. In this game, there's a player who has awakened a special class. His awakened class is called Lone Wanderer, so he won't wake up with you. This person will be hiding within the confines of this castle. Xiaoyu also asked, is this person's camp werewolf or human? His camp has nothing to do with his profession, and he will not be participating in the voting process. Lin Yu said with a smile. Ha! If he's a human, wouldn't that mean the good guys are missing a vote for nothing? Chenjue said in surprise. Lin Yu laughed, haha. Don't worry, this game is not as simple as you think. Yulonghua thought for a moment and spoke again. Mr. Administrator, besides not appearing with us, what other abilities does the Lone Wanderer have? Lin Yu shook his finger, I will only tell you his professional name. Whether his professional abilities are made public is up to him to decide. Also, whether or not to make your own professional abilities public is up to you to decide. Yulonghua thought for a moment and said, really? Then I choose to make it public. Of course, the soldier's ability is a 5-fold increase in physical fitness. Lin Yu spoke calmly. Balu muttered somewhat dissatisfiedly, no, why bother with all this? If I wanted to reveal my abilities, couldn't I just say it casually? I think the soldier is hoping to prove he's not lying, Lin Yu said with a smile. After all, as an administrator, I not only know your occupations, abilities, names, and other personal information. I'm also fully aware of every aspect of the game. However, the administrator privileges I grant myself only allow me to understand the game's internal structure. To ensure the fairness of this game, I will not directly interfere with the game process. I don't even know what each of your faction identities are. Lin Yu finished his speech with a smile. And then, he could feel that his ability as a trickster had finally taken effect. The identity of administrator has now become a reality. In Lin Yu's perception, the identity of administrator suddenly became a reality. The floor plan of the entire castle, the locations and information of various mechanisms and boxes all flooded into his mind. Lin Yu breathed a sigh of relief. It finally came true. His understanding of the trickster's abilities deepened. Because from just now until now, Lin Yu felt that the degree of trust of the people around him had not actually changed. The moment he distributed the envelopes, everyone was convinced of his identity as an administrator or even a god. But Lin Yu still hasn't obtained the administrator privileges, and this lie has not come true. The reason isn't because the people around me don't believe in it enough. It was because Lin Yu's description of the administrator permissions was not clear enough. They don't know what Lin Yu, the god or game administrator, can do. Therefore, Lin Yu just described his specific authority, directly saying that he can change and manipulate the game at will, but the degree of belief is indeed not enough. But it is still possible to get the overall picture of the entire game. As for Lin Yu, since he already has a solid identity as an administrator and is independent of the game, he has actually already won half the battle. Now that he had obtained a plug-in perspective like a full map view, Lin Yu felt that he was objectively sure of success. But with the experience from last time, Lin Yu still didn't dare to be arrogant. No one here is stupid. And precisely because they all have an almost paranoid desire for life, each of them absolutely does not care about killing. Even Xiaoyu, who looked weak, immediately drew her knife and was about to stab herself to death the moment her identity was exposed by herself in the last game. And so, we still have to find a way to resolve the issue quickly. Since I have already said that I will not interfere directly with the game, I will try to find a way to speed up their progress. And it would be best if they have no room for discussion. The last time, it was the contact between Yulongwa and Su Xiaomei that ruined all my efforts. Lin Yu could never have imagined this before. But after obtaining administrator privileges, a new idea formed in Lin Yu's mind. He clapped his hands. However, everyone, although I won't directly interfere with this game, I will still be active in this castle with you all. And after you see me, you can ask me a question. For example, other people's locations, abilities, and even whether they killed someone or not. Or perhaps it's something related to the mechanisms and supplies in this castle. Lin Yu said this and grinned. However, I will only answer these questions if you pay me a certain reward. Lin Yu whispered, and Su Xiaomei quickly asked. What do we need to pay for? Other people's lives. Every time you kill someone, you get a chance to ask questions. Lin Yu said this. The smart people on the scene had instantly deduced a fact from Lin Yu's words. In other words, this game isn't just about werewolves being able to kill people, werewolves just having weapon advantage, right? Yulongwa said in a low voice. He hadn't said the rest of his sentence yet. That is, with this condition. It's not just humans who can fight back against werewolves. Even characters in the same camp can kill each other. Yes, Lin Yu chuckled softly, you players are much more interesting than I thought, so I decided to give you another hint, not about this game, but about the entire death game. The condition for clearing the game is, of course, faction victory, but all surviving players will share the mission rewards equally. Lin Yu said in a low voice. What is the mission reward? Xiaoyu couldn't help but ask. Time, my dear lady. Or to put it another way that's easier for you to understand, Lin Yu paused slightly, the reward for completing a level is your lifespan after this game. You will be resurrected, but if you want to live forever, you have to keep participating in the game. The lifespan you gain in this game will determine when you will play this game next time. The reward for completing this novice game is 7 years. Lin Yu spoke in a low voice, and everyone present looked at him sideways. They have realized one thing. Not only might the other players in this game not be on the same side as them. Even players from the same camp cannot be trusted. Everyone may swing a knife at someone around them. Lin Yu looked up at the clock and laughed. Oh, it's almost time. I suggest you start taking action immediately. Don't forget, your enemies aren't just the people around you. This castle itself can also eat people. Lin Yu smiled and gently pointed to the schedule on the wall. As the administrator, the opinions given by Lin Yu will naturally make other players subconsciously follow them. Yu Longwo was the first to stand up. He snorted coldly, glanced at the schedule, and walked straight out the door. This time he didn't mention anything about grouping or anything like that. Under Lin Yu's prompt, this game has changed from camp confrontation to battle royale. No one doubted Lin Yu's words. Therefore, they naturally developed the subconscious idea that people in the same camp cannot be trusted. If only one person passes the level, then he can still live for at least 7 years. But as long as I have a teammate to clear the level with me. So, the next time I come to this cruel, life-threatening game will be 3.5 years earlier. 3.5 years of happy and stable life. Especially for those who have an abnormal desire to survive. That's enough reason for them to kill. After Yu Longwo left, the next person to leave the meeting room was Bao Lu with a gloomy face. He didn't even look at the schedule and walked out of the meeting room. The next to leave were Su Xiaomei and Xia Yu. Finally, there are Chen Zhua and Yao Zhengye. Lin Yu observed the movements of each of them as they left, none of them moved together. After leaving the meeting room, everyone quickly distanced themselves from others. From their movements. It wasn't difficult for Lin Yu to guess one thing. It seems that except for Chen Zhua, everyone else is looking for the werewolf weapon box. Lin Yu laughed. This time everyone's enthusiasm is much higher than before. Then, I should go find the weapon that suits me best. Lin Yu muttered, his eyes cast on the castle map in his mind. In a utility room at the end of the first floor, there was a box of human supplies that looked nothing special. But what is inside is the most extreme example of violence in this game. The one that fell into Su Xiaomei's hands during the last game. Pistol. The authority of the administrator is even more powerful than Lin Yu imagined. Not only did he have a complete map of the castle at all times, but Lin Yu was surprised to find that the map was updated in real time. The positions of the other people and the boxes they opened will be reflected on it in real time. There happened to be no one in the utility room on the first floor right now. So Lin Yu didn't hesitate, walked out of the meeting room and ran straight to the utility room. Then, in the utility room, Lin Yu opened the box. The heavy, cold gleaming pistol fell into Lin Yu's hands, and he actually felt it was unreal. At the same time, what comes with it is an indescribable sense of security. With this pistol, even if I face Yu Longwo again, I will be able to protect myself. Phew, that's great. Lin Yu put the pistol on his waist and looked at the map again. On the map, Yao Zhengye's name and Bao Lu's name overlapped, just at the other end of the first floor. Lin Yu instantly became interested. Even if you two aren't working together, it seems like you're destined to be together. After a while, Yao Zhengye's name disappeared, leaving only Bao Lu's name. Lin Yu understood. Ah, as expected, without the first strike advantage of sneak attack, the thief can't defeat the thug. Thinking of this, Lin Yu decided to go and take a look in person. Anyway, he had a pistol on him, so he was not afraid that Bao Lusha would go crazy and attack him. Lin Yu left the utility room and headed towards the other side of the first floor. Soon, at the door of the toilet, Lin Yu saw the body of Yao Zhengye lying on the ground with blood all over his face, and Bao Lu gasping for breath beside him. Bao Lu's hands were covered in blood, he didn't even have a werewolf weapon in his hands. The two men were fighting with their bare hands. In the end, Bao Lu beat Yao Zhengye to death with his fists. Seeing Lin Yu walking towards him from a distance, Bao Lu stood up straight, breathing heavily. Hey, isn't this the administrator? I'm sorry for not welcoming you. Lin Yu spoke with a smile. Ah, you players really can give me some big surprises. I really didn't expect the first person to die so soon. Bao Lu laughed when he heard this. Ha, then are there any first kill rewards or something like that? Theoretically, no, but since you mentioned it, I'll give you some free information. There's a werewolf weapon box under the sink in the bathroom. Behind you. I hope you can use it. Lin Yu said with a smile. Bao Lu narrowed his eyes. Oh, don't you know our camp identity? I don't know, but I can guess, Lin Yu said with a smile. You acted so quickly. And it seems like you were the one who attacked Yao Zhenye. This means you must be from a camp that needs to kill. In your opinion, you have to take action sooner or later anyway, right? Bao Lu nodded meaningfully. He turned and walked into the bathroom, and sure enough, he found a hidden werewolf box under the sink. Bao Lu did not avoid Lin Yu and directly opened the box and took out a hammer from it. It's a bit tasteless, but it's better than nothing. Bao Lu weighed the hammer and commented. He held the hammer and looked at Lin Yu, a fierce look on his face again. Say, Mr. Administrator, do I have another opportunity to ask something that I haven't used? Bao Lu said this. Lin Yu nodded and said calmly. Of course. Are you going to ask me a question now? Okay. My question is, where is the other player closest to me? An excited and bloodthirsty smile appeared on Bao Lu's face. Lin Yu glanced at the map and answered casually. At this point in time, the veterinarian is in the center of the castle, on the spiral staircase between the first and second floors. But she's moving too. As Lin Yu spoke, Bao Lu narrowed his eyes and looked fierce. Veterinarian? I see. He licked his lips and walked quickly towards the stairs in the middle of the castle. Lin Yu probably also understood the strategy of the thug Bao Lu. His idea was simple and crude. Before the body of the person he killed is discovered, kill as many people as possible. It doesn't matter whether the opponent is a teammate or not. The important thing is, kill people. Kill everyone else and you win the game. That's great, Bao Lu, I'm starting to like you. Lin Yu watched Bao Lu's receding figure and muttered to himself. No doubt. Bao Lu's ideas and actions are what Lin Yu most wants to see at this moment. This is why after Lin Yu saw Bao Lu kill Yao Zhenye, he took the initiative to approach Bao Lu and even kindly told him where the weapon was. People who have started killing are likely to start killing again. He looked at the map again. Bao Lu's name quickly became known to Xia Yu. Then, the next moment, Bao Lu's name suddenly disappeared. Lin Yu was stunned for a moment, then he shrugged. Okay, that's fine too. Lin Yu walked towards the stairs. After a while, Lin Yu saw Bao Lu's body. There was a hideous wound on his neck with blood gushing out, and there were 2 scratches on his arm. His eyes were wide open, as if he was about to die with his eyes open. On the other side, Xia Yu, who had already left, turned back from the second floor and came back again. She saw Lin Yu and breathed a sigh of relief. Ah, it's you, Administrator. Xia Yu held a dagger in her hand, the same one she had held last time. This made Lin Yu sigh again. Fate is truly wonderful. Hello, do you have any questions? Lin Yu looked at Xia Yu and spoke with a smile. Xia Yu thought for a moment, blinked, and asked a question. Administrator, may I ask which players are still alive? Besides you, there are also loners, soldiers, teachers, and otakus. Lin Yu said while looking at the map, but when he said this, he suddenly paused. Oh wait, the teacher just died. On the map, among the overlapping names of Su Xiumei and Yulongwa, Su Xiumei's name disappeared. To be honest, Lin Yu was really shocked when he saw the names of Su Xiumei and Yulongwa overlapped again. Fortunately, because of Lin Yu's speech and the fact that Su Xiumei no longer had a gun in her hand. This time, the 2 of them. There was no chance for further conversation. Now the only werewolves left on the field were Xia Yu and Yulongwa. It's really sad. The game has only been going on for a short hour, and so many people have already died. Last time, no one died during the entire day. But this is a good thing. It means that the game is about to be won. Lin Yu looked at Xia Yu and smiled. Well then. Miss Veterinarian, I have answered all your questions. I'm going to look elsewhere. Good luck. After saying goodbye to Xiaoyu, Lin Yu's next target was naturally Yulongwa. Even after getting a pistol, Lin Yu still didn't want to face Yulongwa, the soldier. However, we must meet when we have to. After all, the bullet in the gun is most likely reserved for him. Now there are only two werewolves left, Yulongwa and Xiaoyu. Lin Yu naturally plans to wait for them to kill each other and then shoot the one who survives. Lin Yu came to the third floor. After killing Su Xiaomei, Yulongwa did not move immediately. So Lin Yu found Yulongwa very easily in the library on the third floor. The soldier was carrying Su Xiaomei's body with great ease, trying to hide her on the top of the bookshelf. Lin Yu walked to the door of the library and knocked on it politely to remind Yulongwa of his arrival. Dong Dong, hello, soldier. Yulongwa turned his head very alertly at first, and when he saw that it was Lin Yu, he breathed a sigh of relief. It's you, administrator. What's going on? Lin Yu looked at Yulongwa with a smile. Of course, since I saw you succeeded, I came to ask. Do you have any questions now? Yulongwa was a little surprised that Lin Yu came to him on his own initiative. I didn't expect the administrator to be so enthusiastic, Yulongwa muttered, then touched his chin, as for the problem. While Yulongwa was thinking. Suddenly, there was a burst of hurried footsteps behind Lin Yu. Call. Soldier, don't ask him yet. Xiaoyu's voice suddenly sounded from behind Lin Yu. Yulongwa and Lin Yu turned their heads at the same time and looked at the panting veterinarian. In her hand, she held the bloody dagger without any hesitation. Yulongwa looked at Xiaoyu and frowned. You are that veterinarian, what do you want to do? Xiaoyu didn't answer Yulongwa's question, but looked up at the corpse that hadn't been hidden yet on the bookshelf. As expected, you did kill the teacher. Don't rush to explain or attack me, listen to me. I killed the thug, who had just killed the thief on the first floor. I found the body. So now, the only ones left on the field are you, me, the otaku, and this administrator. Xiaoyu spoke calmly. It only took Yulongwa a moment to understand the most crucial information in Xiaoyu's words. You mean, the administrator is also a player, and the lone wanderer doesn't exist? He looked at Xiaoyu, his eyes full of vigilance. Obviously, Yulongwa now suspects Xiaoyu more than Lin Yu. Lin Yu also looked at Xiaoyu with interest. Accusing the game master? These newcomers are truly interesting. Xiaoyu looked at Lin Yu and said coldly, stop pretending. You are basically a lone traveler. I'm afraid there is no administrator in this game. As she spoke, Lin Yu crossed his arms over his chest with interest. How did you come to this conclusion? Because people are dying so fast. All those complicated rules of this game written in the letters have become meaningless. Faction divisions, meeting votes, even quests are meaningless, because everyone in this game will die within a day. So I think it's very abnormal. And the source of all this is the prompt given by this admin. His prompt turned this game into a simple game of killing each other in a closed space. In other words, if we remove the hint given by this game administrator. Do you think we should be playing the game normally now? Another point is that once we enter this game, we discover that the game itself avoids emphasizing that it's a game. Even the explanation of the rules is based on a letter. But this guy barged in, brazenly calling himself the game master. Isn't that strange? Xiaoyu spoke calmly, and Yulongwa nodded slightly. There is some truth to it, but it's not enough to convince me. Because based on just this, you shouldn't be so sure. Hearing Yulongwa say this, Xiaoyu laughed. Very good, soldier, you are very smart. These are indeed not the reasons why I am so convinced. My ability as a veterinarian is to communicate with animals. Xiaoyu pointed at the crows outside the window. Just now, after I became suspicious of the identity of this administrator, I had a brief conversation with these crows. I asked 2 questions. First, have they seen the 8th person in this manner besides the 6 of us and the caretaker? The answer is no. Secondly, I asked about the administrator's actions after the game started. He initially went straight to a utility room on the first floor and opened a supply box. If he's the administrator, why would he open the supply box? Xiaoyu said this, and Yulongwa nodded. This does make me suspect that you, the administrator, might be the so-called lone wanderer. I'm just curious as to why you know so much about us. He looked at Linyu, his eyes showing undisguised suspicion. He's not necessarily a lone wolf. Knowing our personal information is probably due to his professional ability. Xiaoyu raised a finger. Or maybe this guy isn't a new player, so he might have some unique methods. Yu Longwei narrowed his eyes. So what do you suggest? Let's try to challenge the administrator together. After all, it seems his goal is for all of us to die on the first day. Xiaoyu grinned and suggested with a smile. What a brilliant deduction, Xiaoyu, you are beyond my imagination. Linyu looked at the veterinarian and muttered. It turns out this guy is so smart and decisive. Being able to deduce that he was actually the seventh player from such limited information was truly commendable. Although the conclusion is not entirely correct, it is already impressive enough. And combined with the previous round, this guy actually reported a fake ability from beginning to end that no one doubted. In the last round, Linyu really didn't expect that this guy's real ability was to talk to animals. Although this guy was the first one to die last time, it was only because her acting skills were too bad and she was trying to show off her skills in front of him. Or rather, there was only one real reason: she was so unlucky last time that she was assigned to the same group with him. Xiaoyu, I really underestimated you. Xiaoyu, who was praised, smiled sweetly and innocently again. Thank you for the compliment, administrator. But to be honest, I just wanted to live too much. Linyu also laughed. Really? Well, achieving this is far from enough. Because while the reasoning is brilliant, the underlying tone of this game is ultimately violence. As he spoke, Linyu raised his hand. Boom! Gunshots rang out, and behind him, Yulongwa fell to the ground in shock. Then, Linyu pointed the gun at Xiaoyu. Now, checkmate. After killing Yulongwa, Linyu felt relieved. This most troublesome soldier was finally dealt with by me? And it's so easy. But Linyu did not completely relax his vigilance. Because Xiaoyu is also a troublesome character. Linyu did not let his guard down just because he had killed Xiaoyu last time. After all, he was killed by Yulongwa last time, and this time he died in his own hands. This time, facing Xiaoyu, without the terrain advantage and Xiaoyu's natural contempt for him. It is not an easy task to kill this seemingly weak girl. After all, the other party had a knife in his hand. The gun in Linyu's hand had no bullets left. But Linyu still pointed the gun at Xiaoyu. Just as teacher Su Xiaomei said in the previous round, the muzzle of a gun can calm people down. Xiaoyu, who was about to rush forward with a knife in hand, gave up after the gunshot and saw Yulongwa's lifeless body lying on the ground. After Linyu pointed the gun at him, he didn't dare to move at all. But Linyu hesitated to shoot. Although Linyu himself knew that he didn't shoot because he had no bullets. But Xiaoyu didn't know this. Time passed by little, and under the pressure of death, Xiaoyu couldn't help but speak first. Why was it me who just made the deduction and judgment, but you shot and killed the soldier first? Xiaoyu asked. Hearing this, Linyu answered naturally, oh, well. Because I feel that he might have been convinced by you. His professional soldier and his real-life experiences dictate. As long as he am likely to be hostile to me, then between the two of you, killing him will take precedence infinitely. Even if I'm sure you're 100% hostile to me, I'll still kill him first. Linyu said calmly. So I'm being underestimated, Xiaoyu frowned, and you're implicitly admitting that you're indeed not an administrator. I'm definitely not an administrator. Linyu nodded in acknowledgement. TSK, I really got tricked, Xiaoyu sighed, but why don't you kill me yet? She narrowed her eyes and said, could it be that your gun only has one bullet? Lin Yu laughed when he heard Xia Yu's words. The other party finally leading the topic to this aspect. He was very relieved. Although Xia Yu had never doubted that there was only one bullet in the gun before, because Lin Yu did not cheat Xia Yu and make Xia Yu come to this conclusion through his own fraudulent behavior, this was just Xia Yu's misjudgment, and it could not allow Lin Yu to use this to activate the ability of fraudster to make the second bullet in the gun come true. A revolver has a limited number of bullets, that's only natural, Lin Yu said, laughing. Would you like to bet that there are no bullets in my gun? Xia Yu stared at Lin Yu and tightened her grip on the dagger in her hand again. To be honest, since you didn't shoot for a long time, I was a little suspicious. Maybe you really only have one bullet. Because you have absolutely no reason for me to be alive until now. You just casually shot Yu Longwei in the vitals, proving that you have good marksmanship and don't need to aim too carefully. Even if I saw through your disguise out of curiosity, I've already explained all the reasons to you just now. Xia Yu said this and took a step forward. So, I now suspect that there is only one bullet in your gun. Lin Yu looked at Xia Yu approaching and laughed. His smile was confident and calm. Your reasoning is truly brilliant. Xia Yu, you truly surprised me. This seemingly pretty and weak girl is really the smartest one in this game. But what a pity. Lin Yu still pointed the gun at Xia Yu and said calmly, but unfortunately, your reasoning is only half right. This gun does not have many bullets, but the number is not 1, but 2. I'm just debating whether to leave this bullet for you or for the otaku. Lin Yu said coldly. He doesn't need to kill the otakus in his own camp to complete the game. But Xia Yu naturally couldn't react to this. In her subconscious mind, Lin Yu went to so much trouble to make them kill each other, and the condition for passing the level had already been assumed to be killing everyone else. This also fits with her perception that Lin Yu has an advantage over any other contestant. The victory conditions for the strong are always more difficult, aren't they? But even in the face of Lin Yu's words, Xia Yu still took another step forward. She met Lin Yu's eyes. I don't believe it, your pistol should also be some kind of prop. The number of bullets in this kind of prop is either full or 1. 2 rounds is such a strange number. Xia Yu spoke again. But the eyes of the young man in front of me were playful and calm, as if he was looking at a dead person. And there was a strange, chilling aura about him. But now that things have come to this, no matter whether the other party has bullets or not, she can only bet that there is nothing left. Xia Yu raised the dagger in her hand. Boom! The next moment, a gunshot rang out, and the muzzle of the revolver burst into magnificent fireworks. Xia Yu suddenly felt that time slowed down for a moment. She saw metal bullets shooting out from the flames and rushing towards her. There really is a second round. One last thought popped up in Xia Yu's mind. Then, the bullet passed through her upper abdomen at an angle, and heavy bleeding took away Xia Yu's consciousness in a few seconds. She fell heavily to the ground and the dagger fell to the side. Lin Yu walked over and put down the gun. He looked down at Xia Yu, whose pupils were already dilated, and spoke with a sigh. Even though you say you don't believe it, you actually believe I have a second shot. But I don't blame you. After all, my acting skills are really amazing. Lin Yu put away his pistol and said with emotion. The tone of his lines, and even his expression and demeanor until the moment he fired the gun, were all completely in Lin Yu's performance state. Anyone who saw it would believe that he fired the shot with the belief that he would kill the target, rather than just bluffing. And so, when Xia Yu became suspicious and took the initiative to mention the number of bullets, she was already doomed. A few seconds later, Xia Yu on the ground was completely dead. The veterinarian died. This was also the second time that Lin Yu killed Xia Yu with his own hands. But this time, the werewolf camp is completely destroyed. Game, who is the outsider, end. Lin Yu gently closed his eyes. The next moment, he fell into endless nothingness. In the pitch-black space, lines of bloody words appeared again in front of Lin Yu. Congratulations on winning the Who is the Outsider game. The game rewards are being calculated for you. You have obtained the basic reward, 7 days of survival time. Based on the performance of this game, you have been evaluated as mastering the overall situation and received an additional reward. Extra reward, you can choose a non-exclusive item in this game as your reward. When Lin Yu was settling the account, a scream suddenly came from beside him. Oh my god, why is it 7 days? Lin Yu looked towards the source of the noise. This settlement space is very similar to the space before entering the game, but it is also slightly different. The difference is, besides myself, there is also Chenhua. After Chenhua screamed, he looked at Lin Yu who was standing beside him. Administrator, what about the 7 years we agreed on? Lin Yu looked at Chenhua's miserable state of crying and shrugging. I just told a white lie to prevent you from getting too desperate. 7 days is only enough for me to continue watching one episode, Chenhua wailed again. Can you give me a little more time? I'm sorry, Chenhua, Lin Yu said helplessly, although I'm an administrator, I'm just a player with a special identity. I don't have that much authority. Rather than being a god, I'm just God's spokesperson, otherwise I wouldn't be here with you in this settlement space. Lin Yu said to Chenhua. Chenhua was dumbfounded. Mr. Administrator, then. Will your balance be a little higher? Yes. I get twice as much time as you. Lin Yu said firmly. This is why he just partially confessed to Chenhua. Just now, seeing Chenhua still treating himself as an administrator, Lin Yu had some ideas. Will the ability of the trickster also take effect in the game settlement space? After all, this is the only job. But it's a pity. After Lin Yu said this, he felt that although Chenhua believed it, the ability of the trickster seemed to be working. But it didn't come true. A vague realization arose in Lin Yu's mind. Chenhua's belief alone was far from enough to support him in making his double survival time come true. This is actually quite difficult. Lin Yu muttered in his heart. But after proving that the fraudster ability was effective, Lin Yu also became interested. Of course, besides this survival time, I can also get an extra 10 non-exclusive items that appear in each game. 10? Chenhua said in horror. Yes, actually, as long as you perform well in the game and receive a special evaluation, you can also get rewards such as props. Lin Yu patted Chenhua's shoulder. How is it? Not bad. Chenhua said in shock, is that so? He naturally believed what Lin Yu said. Lin Yu felt Chenhua's belief, but unfortunately, it still did not come true. The degree of belief is still not enough to support come true. However, this time Lin Yu can feel that the difference is not that big. Lin Yu thought for a moment, looked at Chenhua, who looked very easy to fool, and spoke again. I was just joking. Actually, there aren't 10 of them. There are only 6. If it were someone else, Lin Yu would definitely not dare to change his words so casually, as it would definitely arouse the other party's suspicion. But Chenhua, this little fat guy, believed it again. Oh my god, that's fine, admin brother. I think you're pretty awesome. But this time it still didn't come true. But Lin Yu could feel that this time it was just a little bit off. So, he decided to continue changing his words to fool Chenhua. However, this time, Lin Yu changed his words and did not intend to directly state the quantity. Actually, it's not unconditional. I'm just an administrator, so I can get double the rewards when I receive them. So, I just doubled the extra bonus I got in this game. As Lin Yu spoke, Chenhua suddenly understood. I see. Game manager is such an amazing profession. But I think you were chosen by the gods because you're very strong. You hosted this game very well. Chenhua gave Lin Yu a thumbs up. Then he realized something was wrong. Wait a minute. According to you, admin, this settlement space should be where all the players who have cleared the level are, right? Why don't you meet other people? Lin Yu spread his hands. Oh, they all died because I added special rules, so they couldn't help but kill each other, and the last two people happened to die together, so the game ended very quickly, and only one player was left. What? Chenjua's face was filled with shock, and he then asked, even that lone wanderer is dead? As he spoke, Lin Yu was stunned for a moment, only then he realized that Chenjua still believed in the existence of the lone walker. Lin Yu nodded sadly. Yes, the lone wanderer was killed by the veterinarian with one single blow to the throat. Chenjua was shocked. Oh my god. I never thought that this veterinarian, a woman with glasses and a gentle demeanor, could be so cruel. Lin Yu was stunned for a moment. Xiaoyu doesn't wear glasses either? Then he reacted. You remembered it wrong. That's teacher. Oh, Chenjua scratched his head, then sighed, I'm sorry. I'm just shocked by how cruel this game is. Well, it's very cruel. Lin Yu also said softly. Chenjua's survival was indeed mostly due to luck. This little fat guy was the only human identity card besides himself, and he had been diligently completing his tasks before the end of the game. However, luck is also part of strength. I wish you good luck in the future. If you have a chance to live again, you must cherish this hard-earned opportunity. Only 7 days, brother. Chenjua said with a sad face. But before he could finish his words, the settlement was over. Lin Yu opened his eyes in a trance and found himself lying in the center of the stage. He took out his cell phone and found that the time was past midnight. Almost overlapping with the 001 on the phone were the bloody words floating in the upper right corner of his field of vision. The latest time until the next game starts, 6 days, 23 hours, and 59 minutes. Lin Yu let out a breath. Although I guessed wrong about time, it is true. There really is a next round in this death game. Although compared to Chenjua, Lin Yu did not feel that 7 days was short at all. But it's urgent enough. He got up from the ground and touched the gunshot wound on his chest that no longer existed. Everything seemed like a dream. The only thing that proves this isn't a dream is the bloody countdown within my field of vision. There is also an extra storage space within the soul where 2 items, the guaranteed hit revolver and the 1-sentence lie detector, lie quietly. As well as the trickster ability is still effective. With these as support, it's time to find out who that psycho who killed me is. Although the other party has a gun, I have one too. Lin Yu muttered and took a step forward. Then, he suddenly felt something wrong in the right pocket of his trousers. It was like someone had slipped a card. He stretched out his hand and pulled out a pure black card. In the middle of the card, there are 2 lines of small silver print. Welcome to Resurrection, dear senior. When Lin Yu saw this line of text, his hair stood on end. There is no doubt that this card was left by the mysterious schoolmate. And this card is printed. In reality, only a few minutes had passed since his death. In other words, the schoolgirl who killed him had already predicted that he would be resurrected. She knew about the existence of the death game and was very sure that she would be resurrected from this game. Thinking back carefully, the other party casually pulled out a pistol in a country with such good public security, just to shoot an ordinary college student like me, and even said some strange things. It is indeed a bit abnormal. It's not surprising that it's related to something equally beyond common sense like the death game. But then, the advantages of one's original profession and props are not so obvious. After all, the other party at least knows that these things exist. It's even possible that guy also participated in the death game himself. Lin Yu took a deep breath and calmed down again. It seems that I can only accept the invitation. The second line of text on this card. It is time and address. 20, Changming Street, Shangnan District, Jiangcheng, Friday, 00:940. This is definitely an invitation left by the murderer who killed him. As for what will happen after the appointment, Lin Yu is still unknown. However, he seemed to have no choice but to accept the invitation. After all, Although the other party was his murderer, he was also the only thing that Lin Yu knew in reality that was related to this game. But today is Wednesday, and it is a Wednesday that has just passed midnight. In other words, there are still nearly 3 days left until the time on the card. This period of time is enough for Lin Yu to do a lot of things. But now the most important thing is, it's time to go back to bed. Lin Yu walked off the stage and went backstage to change out of his costume. He put on his plain black sweatshirt and sweatpants, put on a backpack containing the script, and left the drama club. I have a rehearsal tomorrow and a performance tonight, so of course I need to have a good rest tonight. Even though he had just experienced something as ridiculous as the death game, Lin Yu did not intend to disrupt his performance arrangements for tomorrow. One of the important reasons why he came back alive was to continue performing. If I don't perform well and live well because of something like this, isn't this putting the cart before the horse? After locking the door of the drama club, Lin Yu took out the key and opened the bicycle lock at the door of the drama club. Lin Yu's bicycle is also very simple in style. It is a very ordinary black mountain bike. He pushed his mountain bike to the south gate of Jiangcheng University of Media. The security guard smiled and nodded to Lin Yu, then opened the locked small door for him. "Shaolin, you're practicing so late again." Lin Yu smiled and said, "Yeah, uncle, you should go to bed early too." "Oh, by the way, uncle, have you seen a girl with pigtails and dressed like a Japanese middle school student?" After asking tentatively and getting a confused shake of the old man's head, Lin Yu smiled and nodded slightly again. "I'm just asking, please excuse me, sir." Lin Yu pushed the cart through the small gate and left the Jiangcheng Media Campus. He rode his bike through the night city of Jiang. After crossing 2 intersections, Lin Yu returned to his home. He was a native of Jiangcheng and his home was not far from the communication university, so he simply did not live in the dormitory. I pushed the door open quietly. The simple, old-fashioned 2-bedroom apartment was very narrow, and I could see the whole house from the door. Although the house is old and small, it is decorated very warmly, with potted plants everywhere, and there is even a fish tank on the small coffee table in the living room. On the dining table covered with a floral tablecloth, there were 2 plates of leftovers covered with gauze, and the rice cooker was still on to keep warm. The photo hanging on the wall was taken last year. The photo was taken next to the stone with the school name printed on it at the entrance of Jiangcheng Media University. A round-faced young woman who looked 70% similar to Lin Yu was making a bold V sign with one hand and hugging the shy Lin Yu with the other hand, who was standing stiffly with his head down. Lin Yu carefully took off his shoes, unplugged the rice cooker, and then returned to the bedroom with his slippers. Then he put his school bag and clothes on the desk next to him and lay down on the bed tiredly. Call. Lin Yu lay on the bed and fell asleep in a few seconds. He had a dreamless night and opened his eyes on time at 7 o'clock the next morning. He walked out of the room, washed up, and came to the dining table. The leftovers on the table last night had become a new plate of leftover fried rice. There was a label next to the fried rice. "You didn't eat dinner last night, I'll come back to deal with you tonight." Label Shanghai with a simple drawing of an angry expression. Lin Yu picked up the note, folded it gently in half and threw it into the trash can under the table. Although he had no appetite, he felt the tension of the stick figure, so he sat down obediently and finished the fried rice made with stir-fried beans, meat, and shredded potatoes. Afterwards, Lin Yu rode his bike to school again. Although he is a sophomore, Lin Yu happens to have no classes today. He arrived at school early and naturally went straight to the drama club. When Lin Yu arrived at the drama club's activity center, an expected person was already standing on the stage of the theater in the activity center. A petite girl in a white t-shirt and a baseball cap was pacing back and forth on the stage with a black signing pen in her mouth, looking at the script with one hand on her waist. Hearing Lin Yu's footsteps, the little girl spoke in a light tone without even raising her head. "Hey, my dear top star, you've come early today. Everyone isn't here yet, so find a place to memorize your lyrics." This girl, who looks no more than 1.5 meters tall, is named Shin Bingmiao. She is a junior this year and Lin Yu's senior. He is also the president, screenwriter, and director of the drama club. Lin Yu saw Shin Bingmiao, thought for a moment, and spoke. President, I have something to ask of you. Hearing Lin Yu's words, Shin Bingmiao raised her head with a strange look in her eyes. She flicked the brim of her hat and said, "This is really strange. You would actually ask me for help. What is it, my dear ace?" "I want to find someone, maybe she's a freshman." Lin Yu carefully considered his words when speaking. Shin Bingmiao raised an eyebrow. "You should publish a white wall for this kind of thing." "No, first of all, I need the result urgently, and secondly, I suspect she may not be from our school," Lin Yu said calmly, "so, this is something that ordinary people can't do." After hearing Lin Yu's words, Shin Bingmiao laughed. "I understand what you mean. It's really embarrassing, but I promised you. You're my ace after all." Shin Bingmiao spat out the pen in her mouth, threw the script on the ground, and jumped off the stage in 2 steps. "Let's go." Shin Bingmiao patted Lin Yu's arm and said happily. "Now." "Not until they're rehearsing? We've rehearsed so many times, this last one won't make a difference. In my opinion, the lead actor's condition is the most important. So, let me help you solve the problem first." There was a reason why Lin Yu approached Shin Bingmiao. This senior who was 1 year older than him is the most famous person in Jiangcheng University of Media. The reason for her fame has little to do with her identity as the president of the drama club. Shin Bingmiao became famous because in her freshman year, in order to promote the drama club's new play, she hacked into the school's academic affairs system and sent background push notifications to every student app of Jiangcheng Media. Then, I was punished by the school because of this. Although Shin Bingmiao loves drama and scriptwriting and is studying at the Communication University, her major is digital media art. She herself participated in the programming competition of Jiangcheng College as an individual, and convinced the regular computer majors of Jiangcheng Institute of Technology and Jiangcheng University next door. Therefore, Lin Yu asked Shin Bingmiao. Naturally, he hoped that she could help him retrieve the academic records of all the freshmen of Jiangcheng Media. In the backstage lounge of the activity center, Lin Yu watched Shin Bingmiao open her notebook, click the mouse a few times, and bring up a few windows. "Here are the academic records of all freshmen." "Thank you, President." Lin Yu checked the girls section and then began to flip through the pages. Jiangcheng University of Media and Communications enrolled more than 2,000 freshmen this year, with a slightly higher proportion of female students. Nearly in total. Lin Yu had a very good eye for identifying people, so he flipped through the pages very quickly. He could confirm the files of 4 people on a page with just one glance. There is no girl who kills herself. Of course, it was also due to the fact that the schoolmate was very beautiful and had her own unique beauty. Lin Yu would never forget those shining and sharp eyes. In less than half an hour, Lin Yu reached the bottom. "No." Lin Yu sighed and said with some regret. Shin Bingmiao looked at Lin Yu's lost expression and became even more curious. "Looking at you, it seems like you're not really looking for a schoolgirl you like. Let's just say we're looking for the attacker." Lin Yu shook his head and said. "Could it be a boy?" "After all, you only saw girls just now," Shin Bingmiao analyzed. "Maybe it's a cross-dressing man." "No, that figure and facial features are definitely that of a girl," Lin Yu said firmly, "and if it really was a boy who looked like that, he would have been famous throughout the school long ago. The performance department of Jiangcheng Media University is very famous, so this school has no shortage of beautiful girls and handsome boys. So even if the schoolgirl last night was very beautiful, she might still be unknown. But if it's a boy as handsome as that, I was probably able to recognize him last night." Shin Bingmiao was slightly shocked. "Okay, then how about I help you? Check it out using other methods? If you think she's a junior, she must look like a college student. There aren't that many colleges and universities in Jiangcheng." She said this eagerly. Lin Yu hesitated and shook his head. "Forget it, President." If Shin Bingmiao really continued to investigate, Lin Yu was afraid that she would get into trouble. He still didn't know what the purpose of the mysterious girl who killed him was, and whether she liked to kill innocent people. But after all, he is a dangerous person who can pull out a gun at any time and may have participated in the death game. As a participant in the death game, Lin Yu knew very well. After experiencing this game, he will cherish life more, cherish his own life more. But, regarding the lives of others, Lin Yu could not deny that his attitude towards other people's lives had become contemptuous. Because he actually killed someone in the death game. Just like a beast that has killed people cannot be kept alive, the same applies to people who have killed people. Because they will include killing, something that ordinary people would hardly think about seriously, as a solution that can be considered when encountering problems. Don't worry, President, it's just a small matter. I won't let it affect my performance on stage, Lin Yu said firmly. Seeing Lin Yu's promise, Shen Bingmiao had no choice but to nod. Okay, I believe you. After all, you're the ace of our drama club. And just as Lin Yu promised. He then participated in rehearsals, seemingly having completely forgotten his worries, and maintained a perfect state. Even Shen Bingmiao and the audience had to admit. Lin Yu's performance today was indeed perfect. You're in great shape. No, I can't even call it good form. It feels like overnight. Junior Lin Yu has suddenly evolved again. It's as if someone held a gun to his head and forced him to practice his acting skills all night last night. Shen Bingmiao muttered. But she didn't know. This may seem like a joke, but in a sense it also reveals the truth. Lin Yu did manage to complete the most successful impromptu performance of his life last night with a gun pointed at his head. Play as a detective, play as a player, play as a god. Lin Yu himself can also feel it. After experiencing the death game last night, his acting skills have indeed been sublimated. Is this what the teacher said about experience also helping with acting skills? In the evening, after the official performance ended, listening to the thunderous applause from the audience and seeing that those students who were originally there just 4 credits or were dragged by their roommates to show support were now completely immersed in their own performances, Lin Yu felt very emotional. His acting skills were very good before, but his appeal was not as strong as it is today. Is this a blessing in disguise? Lin Yu thought about it and couldn't help laughing. But, anyway, good acting skills are a good thing. Boss, I'm leaving now. Seeing that it was getting dark outside, Lin Yu went backstage, changed his costume, and said to Shen Bingmiao. Ace, we still have a thank you and interactive session. Shen Bingmiao reminded. Lin Yu laughed. Let's just say I had a stomachache. The lead actor was unwell but still insisted on performing the whole show, but really couldn't come out to thank the audience. I believe everyone will understand, right? Having said that, Lin Yu left the drama club directly. Hey, come back here. Shen Bingmiao stamped her feet in anxiety, but she could do nothing about Lin Yu. She looked at Lin Yu's receding back and sighed. Well, let's do as he says. I hope those fans who came after him won't be too angry. After leaving the backstage of the drama club, Lin Yu got on his bicycle and hurried out of the campus. His current destination. Of course it's the address on the card, no. 940, Changming Street, Shannan District, Jiangcheng. Although now is not the right time. But Lin Yu still had to go and check it out in advance. I'm not going home for dinner tonight. The club is having a dinner party. After editing the text message, send it. Lin Yu turned off his phone and stopped his bicycle at the intersection. He has arrived at Changming Street. Changming Street is located in the old city area of Jiangcheng. There are no high-rise buildings here. There are low houses everywhere, and even some self-built houses. There are small shops on both sides of the road, including convenience stores, auto repair shops and breakfast shops, which are full of simple atmosphere. Lin Yu walked along Changming Street, counting the blue nameplates nailed on each door. 937, 938, 939. Lin Yu stopped. The 940th has arrived. This place is larger than any other place, yet also more desolate. Because this is an abandoned two-story restaurant. The signboard with the words Jungchung Home is already tattered and the door lock is covered with rust. Lin Yu thought for a moment, then walked to the window next to him. The glass was broken and only covered with a layer of paper. He poked open the window paper and opened the window. The windows of this old-style building were not high, and Lin Yu climbed in easily. But the scene inside surprised Lin Yu a little. That's not quite right. Although it was dilapidated and old, all the tables and chairs were neatly arranged and the floor was spotless. It's as if it had just been cleaned. It's a complete contrast to the dated and abandoned exterior outside. Lin Yu became alert instantly. He held the polygraph and the pistol in his hands. As for why the lie detector was taken out, it never hurts to have it. Lin Yu looked around the restaurant nervously and even found a pillar to hide behind. And that's when... tack, tick, tick. Footsteps were heard in the empty space. Lin Yu leaned his head out slightly and looked in the direction of the voice. He saw a person walking down the stairs between the first and second floors. He was a tall and bloated middle-aged man, wearing a sophisticated dark blue double-breasted suit and a pair of shiny leather shoes. In addition, his body was also covered with various golden jewelry, gold watches, gold rings, gold necklaces. The whole person can be described as dazzled by jewels and precious stones. He walked down the stairs and looked in the direction of Lin Yu. I see you, little bro, stop hiding. The assembly is the night after tomorrow. You're a little too early. The middle-aged man spoke with a strong voice. Lin Yu still didn't dare to show his head. Although this middle-aged man looked different from the previous schoolmate, Lin Yu didn't dare to take any gamble. He hid behind a pillar and asked, "What kind of rally?" "I don't know." The middle-aged man burst into laughter. "Oh, first time here?" Calculating the time, it's definitely time for these newcomers to find the forum. As the middle-aged man spoke, Lin Yu became even more confused. I don't understand what you're talking about. I'm just passing by. Hearing Lin Yu's words, the middle-aged man smiled even more. Young man, not to mention the way you sneaked in to scout the place, you're just like most of the newcomers I've met who are getting to know me for the first time. As a veteran, let me remind you that those of us who have participated in the death game cannot possibly reveal the words death game to ordinary people. Not even a hint is allowed. If you even think of it, your next words will get stuck in your throat. The fact that I can chat with you so smoothly proves that you are indeed a player. As the middle-aged man dressed in gold spoke, Lin Yu was still hiding behind the pillar. He felt that this middle-aged man had not deceived him. But precisely because they were all players, Lin Yu became more vigilant. Players are inherently antagonistic to each other. Aren't you even wary of me? Lin Yu said in a low voice. The middle-aged man laughed and said, Young man, it seems that your novice copy is of a confrontational nature. In real life, there's rarely any confrontation between players. We all have our lives saved, so why would we fight for our lives outside of the game? As the saying goes, harmony brings wealth. The middle-aged man's voice was deep and passionate, and sounded particularly convincing. Lin Yu believed him mostly, but still didn't trust him completely. He raised the lie detector in his hand. Then swear that you won't hurt me. The middle-aged man was very surprised. Ah? Swear. Okay. He raised his right fist. I have no ill will towards you and no intention of hurting you at all. Hearing the middle-aged man say this, Lin Yu released the button of the lie detector in his hand. Beep. The polygraph light came on green. Lin Yu finally relaxed his guard a little, but he didn't completely relax his guard. After all, there is still a possibility, that is, the middle-aged man in front of him is also lying with the truth. However, Lin Yu felt that such extremely low probability events could almost be ignored when considering them. He came out from behind the pillar. This made the uncle raise his eyebrows. Wow, you're quite a handsome newcomer. And it only took you a day to find the forum, solve the puzzle, locate the meeting address, and even come here to scout the location in advance. You're truly a formidable young talent. Lin Yu looked at the middle-aged man in front of him who still maintained his good intentions, and decided to be frank. I really don't know anything about gatherings and puzzles. He spoke sincerely, and the middle-aged man was stunned for a moment, then spoke. Then how did you find this place? Someone gave me a card with this address on it. Lin Yu said this and took out the business card from his trouser pocket. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man walked down quickly. Lin Yu looked at him very warily, but the middle-aged man did not do anything out of the ordinary. He just picked up the business card and looked at it repeatedly. Afterwards, the middle-aged man handed the business card back to Lin Yu and couldn't help but mutter, "It's really strange. How could this person just give the address of the rally to a newcomer like you? Could it be that some organization is trying to win you over? But that's a strange way to win someone over." The middle-aged man muttered, and Lin Yu frowned. So, what exactly does this assembly refer to? When Lin Yu said this, the middle-aged man pondered for a moment. Okay, newcomer. I don't know your background, but since you don't even know this common sense, I'll explain it to you. Anyway, if you just find a forum, you can find the answers there. Now I'm telling you for free, so consider it a favor. Lin Yu felt helpless when he heard the middle-aged man's words. You make this matter sound so worthless. Do you really want me to owe you a favor? Ha, sincerity is my ultimate weapon. The middle-aged man said with a smile, then his expression became solemn. Anyway, let me ask you a question first, rookie. What do you think is the standard for measuring the strength of a death game player? Strength standard? As a new player who had just experienced the game once, Lin Yu was naturally a little confused. But he still made a tentative guess based on his experience from his only game. Professional intensity? That's relevant. But for most people, class strength is only a small part. After all, class strength varies from dungeon to dungeon, and it's not absolute. The middle-aged man shook his finger. Lin Yu thought about it and made another guess. Could it be number of completed game copies? Lin Yu pondered and guessed. That's not entirely wrong, but this isn't a hard and fast indicator. Many people who've cleared 7 or 8 dungeons might not be able to outperform a super powerful newcomer who's cleared 2. The middle-aged man touched his chin, and the gold-plated watch with diamonds on his wrist made Lin Yu feel dizzy. For a newcomer like you, there's actually only one metric to measure, the number of props. The middle-aged man said this and looked at Lin Yu. Young man, that gun in your hand must be an item. You're lucky to have received such a powerful item as a reward in your first dungeon. Of course, I'm afraid your strength is even greater. As the middle-aged man spoke, Lin Yu nodded slightly and did not deny it. He had a vague guess in his mind. So, these props can be traded between players, right? The gathering is where players trade these items with each other? The middle-aged man was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Newcomer, you're really perceptive. You understood it right away. Yes. This is Jiangqing's largest and most reliable offline gathering point. All Jiangqing's death game players will exchange tradable items in the game here. The middle-aged man said this, and Lin Yu pondered for a moment. Is the transaction done with money? It's very free. I can use real-world money if I want. After all, there are always people who are strong in the death game but have unhappy lives in real life. So it's inevitable that they want to use this game to change their lives. But in most cases, people still prefer to trade with forum points. As the middle-aged man spoke, Lin Yu frowned. Forum points? That forum? Isn't it just a place where everyone discusses strategy? As Lin Yu spoke, the middle-aged man laughed. You really are a newbie who knows nothing. How about this, add me on WeChat and I'll send you to the forum. He took out an old-fashioned mobile phone from his trouser pocket. It was a series of elderly phones mainly sold in flower-themed areas. He opened WeChat and Lin Yu scanned his code. The middle-aged uncle's WeChat name is, Harmony Brings Wealth, and his avatar is a statue of a simple-minded golden toad, which surprisingly bears some resemblance to him. Okay, young man, I've sent you the installation package. Once you've installed it, please fill in my WeChat ID as the inviter. Then go back to the forum and check it out for yourself. The rally is the day after tomorrow, so don't stand around here. If someone sees you talking to me, you might get into trouble. As the middle-aged man spoke, Lin Yu looked at him in surprise. Brother, harmony brings wealth. Do you have many enemies? The middle-aged man laughed. If you go through a few more dungeons, you'll have enemies too. Why, didn't you meet anyone you made enemies with in the rookie dungeons? There are no brothers at the gambling table. In this game where life is the stake, it's too easy for people to hold grudges against each other. Lin Yu nodded silently. In his mind, he recalled the faces of Yulongwa, Yao Zhengye, Bo Lu, Su Xiaomei, and Xia Yu. I have to say, if any of these people survived, they would probably hate him to the core and would never stop fighting until he died. Especially those two guys Yulongwa and Xia Yu. It's really tricky to think about. Thinking of this, Lin Yu decided to speak again. Brother, harmony brings wealth. People who die in the game shouldn't be able to be resurrected, right? Of course, the death game is your last chance. So, you must cherish it. I really believe in fate. The fact that you're here in Sini today is also a kind of fate. The uncle who said harmony brings wealth patted Lin Yu's shoulder. I hope I can see you at the rally the day after tomorrow and next week. I hope so too. Lin Yu said this and turned to say goodbye to the middle-aged man. Then he came to the intersection, got on his bicycle, and quickly returned home. By this time, it was already deep night and everything was silent. But after opening the door, Lin Yu suddenly saw a figure rushing towards him in the darkness. What's the situation? Could it be the mysterious schoolgirl from before? No, the height is not the same. Could it be her accomplice? Or is he the enemy of that middle-aged man? Or maybe just other players? Lin Yu was horrified and immediately reached out to summon a prop pistol and pressed it against the abdomen of the figure rushing towards him. But the next moment, a familiar smell of shampoo entered my nose. Then came a sharp pain in the ear. Ouch! It hurts! Lin Yu screamed. Snapped. The girl who was pulling Lin Yu's ear turned on the light in the living room with a very unfriendly look on her face. Xiao Yu, you've really made it big. You didn't come back until after 11 for 2 days in a row. The round-faced girl with short hair and loose home clothes asked in a stern voice. Lin Yu raised his hands and begged for mercy. Sister, please forgive me, I was rehearsing yesterday and having dinner today. The girl in front of him was Lin Yu's only nemesis, his sister Lin Zhao. Although she is only 5 years older than Lin Yu, her parents disappeared when the siblings were young. Over the years, Lin Zhao started out working part-time to support her studies, and later dropped out of school to open a shop to earn money to support Lin Yu's schooling. She is almost the same as Lin Yu's mother. Although Lin Yu doesn't care about anyone, he is only worried about his sister. Bullshit. I just ran into your club president at the store. She said your club didn't even have a dinner party, Lin Zhao said, his voice rising an octave. You've all learned to lie now, haven't you? As he spoke, Lin Zhao stood on tiptoe and snatched the revolver from Lin Yu's hand. And you're holding a gun, are you planning to shoot me? I brought these club props back to get a feel for them, Lin Yu said carefully. Just now, you jumped out of the darkness and scared me, so I took them out to give myself courage. Lin Zhao felt helpless when he heard Lin Yu's words. Okay. So where the hell were you going tonight? Looking at his sister, Lin Yu opened his mouth. He didn't want to lie to this old lady, but as the middle-aged man said, the death game thing is simply unspeakable. It was as if some mysterious force had blocked his mouth. In the end, Lin Yu could only speak with a smile. The character I played this time had a near-death experience, and I was quite immersed in the role, so I rode my bike to the river to relax. I lied because I was afraid you would worry. After the death game, Lin Yu realized that his acting skills had indeed improved almost qualitatively. It's not just about today's performance. He is even becoming more and more adept at applying his acting skills to his daily life. No, it's not so much an improvement as it is. The death game gave him a wake-up call, reminding Lin Yu that in reality, you can also use your acting skills to do these things. For example, telling a white lie to your sister. Faced with Lin Yu's sincere words, Lin Zhao naturally had no doubts at all. The original anger turned into concern. Then Xiao Yu, you should go back and rest. Don't take acting so seriously. Let's take a break. I have my own shop now and can support you. In the past, although as an experiential actor, Lin Yu had to immerse himself completely in the role when acting, and he often found himself lost in the role. Lin Zhao had also witnessed that state. Especially after seeing a few short videos online and hearing the news that a well-known movie star committed suicide because he was too immersed in the role and couldn't get out of it. Lin Zhao was naturally very afraid of such things. Lin Yu's only relative in the world is Lin Zhao, and isn't Lin Zhao also Lin Yu? Looking at his sister Lin Zhao's concerned eyes, Lin Yu returned to the room. While he felt relieved, he also felt a little guilty. People are really hypocritical. Or perhaps those who can enter the death game are all first-rate egoists. Lin Yu muttered and complained. He cheated in the game of death, using a setup to kill 5 people, and even killed 2 with his own hands, but he only had some feelings about it. But after telling a lie to a loved one he cared about, and seeing their cautious expressions, Lin Yu felt a little uncomfortable. However, Lin Yu was not so hypocritical as to blame himself for this. He is a very non-internal guy. Ultimately, it's all this weird death game. And the guy who killed me. We must catch her at tomorrow's rally. And see if we can actually use that rally to improve our lives. Lin Yu secretly made up his mind. And after Lin Yu had this idea, without hesitation, he locked the door and opened the installation package sent by Harmony Brings Wealth. After Lin Yu clicked on the installation, a brand new app icon appeared on the desktop, completely black. The name is also very simple, with only 2 words, Forum. It's really called Forum. Lin Yu couldn't help muttering, I thought it was some kind of pseudonym. Complaints aside, Lin Yu had to admit that the name and icon of this app were indeed mysterious and high-end. He clicked on the icon, and then the style was still extremely simple. It was pitch black, with only an input box in the middle without any prompts. If it weren't for the flashing white cursor prompting Lin Yu to input something, he would have suspected that his phone screen was black. Click on the input box and the keyboard will appear floating. Although there was no text telling Lin Yu what to enter, Lin Yu recalled the words of the Harmony Brings Wealth uncle, invite to fill in the WeChat ID. He filled in the WeChat ID of the uncle who said Hakashenkai. Really? Then the input box flashed twice and changed into 2 characters. Welcome. Then, another new input box appeared, but this time there was a prompt. Enter your nickname and account number. Lin Yu thought about it and did not choose to use his WeChat ID as an account like the uncle Heichi Shenkai. Lin Yu entered the account number, Stanislavski 1938. This is the English spelling of the name of his favorite screenwriter and drama theorist, and the 1938 at the end is the year when this master of drama passed away suddenly. Afterwards, Lin Yu hesitated for a moment over the nickname. Finally, he typed 2 words. Director. I originally wanted to enter actor, but Lin Yu felt that might reveal too much about myself. Although from a rational point of view, it is almost impossible to determine one's identity or anything else with these 2 words. But if he took a few more detours, Lin Yu would feel more at ease, so why not do it? After doing this, the input box flashes again. Soon, new words emerged. Welcome to the forum. The text disappeared, and then a very simple forum interface appeared. The forum only has 4 major sections: announcement, discussion, strategy, and reward. Lin Yu took a look and found that the announcement was just like an ordinary forum, filled with a lot of content about how long a certain user would be banned. Most of the posts were of no substance, only a few that permanently restricted members of XX organization from logging into the forum piqued Lin Yu's interest. It seems that the management organization of this forum is not completely neutral. Lin Yu muttered. He also silently memorized the names of the organizations whose login was restricted. The three that were pinned to the top were the Psychological Society, the Freedom Alliance, and the Predators. The Predator does not look like a good bird, but the other two make Lin Yu a little confused about the tendency of this forum. Moreover, the pinned announcement only contains 3 rules regarding the forum: no personal attacks, no spreading of rumors, and no publishing of irrelevant information. It didn't even explain why members of the 3 organizations were banned from the forum. Is it a continuous large-scale verbal battle? Lin Yu didn't know. But these are not important. Lin Yu continued to browse the forum. In the discussion section, many posts were constantly pushed up, but Lin Yu was confused by the titles. Rational discussion: can the power of completing the 2-class quests be comparable to the exclusive items? Is the ruffian rule-based class the worst among pure survival classes? Hey guys, I really want to know how long does the referee's ability take to take effect in real life? Looking to exchange powerful offensive items. If interested, please private message me. Who's stronger in a one-on-one fight, a general or a grandmaster? Haichung, female, newcomer, looking for a guide. Video verification is possible. Lin Yu seemed to understand each post. He could vaguely outline the portraits of other players, but he couldn't fully understand them. Let's take a look at the strategy first. Lin Yu muttered and opened the next section of the forum. And when I opened the strategy section, Lin Yu was shocked. I rely on. As soon as he opened the strategy section, Lin Yu noticed a post pinned to the top and marked in red. A must-read guide for beginners. Lin Yu clicked it with a click. His movements were very quick. After reading this post, Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh. It is indeed a must-see for newcomers. Clearly organized, it answered almost all of his questions. Rather, any questions a newcomer might have are covered in it. The post consists of 3 parts: about the death game, about the forum itself, and advice on how to get along with other players. The first part is about the game of death. The author of this guide also wrote about this part of the content, and most of it is everyone's guess. There are many different opinions about the origin of the death game, and many organizations were even formed due to different interpretations of this issue. The current mainstream view is that this game was created by God to give them another chance. All players who participate in the game have died once. And every time you clear a copy, you can live 7 more days. Within 7 days, when the copy is about to open, there will be new hints written in blood, telling players how to enter the next game copy. Players can use special team props to join another player's game to escape their original copy. In the dungeon, players have the opportunity to obtain props. As the Uncle Harmony Brings Wealth said, the number of props is an important criterion for measuring the strength of novice players in the early stages. The author also mentioned that after players leave the novice stage, there will be a test called upgrade. Players who pass the test will have a huge difference in strength compared to other players. However, the author seems to be afraid of misleading newcomers and has not elaborated on how to upgrade. But no matter how powerful a player is, he cannot escape the weekly copy. Although there are some special props that allow people to perform additional copies, performing additional copies in advance will not refresh the 7-day countdown. Lin Yu couldn't help feeling a little disappointed when he saw this. Although it was expected. But knowing that this has to happen once a week still gave Lin Yu a headache. Does this count as a fresh start? Having to think about this death game every week must take up a lot of energy. Lin Yu even wanted to complain to the gods who wrote the blood words about false advertising. But Lin Yu finally calmed down. It's not just because this life was picked up for free no matter how you look at it, but also because Lin Yu, looking at this forum, has a feeling that it's not mine anyway. Perhaps this is also the meaning of the forum, thinking that there are so many people in this world who are also tortured like this. Linyu feels much better. The following guide mentions some useful information in the death game. For example, the types of profession and copy. Every player will awaken a profession, which is their greatest reliance for surviving in the death game. And occupations are also divided into types. For example, the simplest and most brutal enhancement type can greatly and directly enhance a certain ability. There are also information-based and rule-based types related to the game itself. The former can obtain key information in certain games, while the latter can make some changes to the rules of the game. There are also skill types that gain certain specific abilities. In addition, there are also special types that are difficult to define this profession. There are only two types of jobs, normal job and unique job. The method of distinguishing is also very simple. Ordinary occupations may be repeated, but unique occupations will hardly be repeated. However, there's no such thing as a unique profession that's necessarily stronger than a regular profession. Based on current general information, the abilities of a unique profession are often extremely complex and unique. Possessors are also extremely rare. Most of the unique professions can be classified as special types. When Linyu saw this, he understood something. In my first game, I saw every type of profession. Soldiers and otakus are enhanced. Teachers are information-based. Ruffians are the most typical rule-based. Thief and veterinarian are skilled. As for his own trickster, not only is it a special type, it's also an extremely rare, unique profession. Because the professions he saw in this first game were so complete, Linyu couldn't help but sigh that he was lucky. His professional abilities combined with this strategy. With this information, it will be much easier to commit fraud. Next, I need to find more strategy guides and memorize the abilities of a few more classes. Linyu thought silently in his heart. He was extremely grateful to the creator of this forum. If used properly, in future copies, he can be almost any profession he wants. You no longer have to rack your brains like you did when you first made up a detective story. You can just use the ready-made one. Rather, Linyu felt that he might only be able to use ready-made ones in the future. After all, most players must have visited the forum. If you tell us your profession, as long as it is not your only profession, everyone will definitely know what your abilities are. However, Linyu was not in a hurry to look at the summary guides of other professional abilities immediately. He continued to read this must-read for newbies guide. After all, next. This guide also introduces several types of game copies. Just like the classification of professions, these are all classified and categorized by players themselves and do not come from the official statement of the game. According to the clearance conditions and main difficulties encountered in several game copies, the types of game copies are mainly divided into the following types: confrontation, survival, puzzle solving, and fighting. Confrontation, as the name suggests, is a dungeon that primarily pits people against one another, and the conditions for passing it often involve defeating the opposing player camp or annihilating all other players. The conditions for passing survival are mostly about staying alive and surviving for a certain period of time in the dungeon. These dungeons either have extreme environments or a powerful and terrifying existence that is almost invincible but moves in a regular pattern. The puzzle type requires you to solve a certain puzzle to pass the level. This type of game sounds the simplest, but it often has an instant death mechanism and the actual mortality rate is not low at all. As for the fighting, it is actually the simplest and most brutal. There are monsters in this kind of copy, but these monsters can be defeated. I see. After reading this newbie's guide, Linyu felt that he had a better understanding of the death game. Because of the profession of fraudster, the more Linyu understands about the game, the stronger he will become. It's a shame I don't know what level up is, otherwise I could probably play an even more powerful master. Linyu sighed in his heart. After reading this beginner's guide, he also downloaded several other guides and read them carefully. Soon, Linyu also figured out a lot of things beyond the death game, such as The rally the day after tomorrow. Just as the uncle Harmony brings wealth said, the rally and this forum are inseparable. You can earn forum points through transactions. The reason why forum points are hard currency is because initially these points can be used to post bounties on the forum, entrusting others to lead you through dungeons, asking for information, all of which can be paid with points. The forum itself also provides a service to exchange points for RMB. The ratio is 1 point can be exchanged for 100 RMB. But on the other hand, players cannot obtain points by recharging RMB. If you want to get points from the official forum, in addition to getting them from others, you can only do so by posting posts with contributions or completing the commissions issued by the official forum. Among them, on the reward list, there are many bounty tasks and bounty personnel officially released by the forum. Lin Yu felt that these were too far away from him, so he did not learn more about it. What he focused on understanding was the rally itself. There are different gathering places in different cities. These gatherings are not officially organized by the forum. Most of them are organized by local organizations within some cities. After being officially certified by the forum, they can be published and promoted by the forum. Of course, there are also some spontaneous, irregular small-scale gatherings that are not recognized by the forum. However, whether it is safe or necessary to participate is up to the players who see the information to judge for themselves. Although if someone were to kill or rob people in this way, they would likely be blacklisted from the forum and targeted by an organization called administrators. But since the victim has already lost his life, the subsequent punishment is of course of little significance to him. Fortunately, the address Lin Yu received that day was indeed their Jiangcheng's official meeting point certified by the forum. The information included above is also correct in time. There is even information about the person in charge of this rally, a person named Tycoon. Lin Yu intuitively felt that this Tycoon might be the uncle whose WeChat ID was that he had met. You know what, the name he chose is quite suitable for his temperament. Lin Yu muttered. After reading these guides, Lin Yu also fell into a deep sleep on the bed. The next morning, Lin Yu woke up from bed. Although there were 2 general education classes today, Lin Yu, who was not interested in entrepreneurship guidance for college students, took a whole day off and stayed at home to continue studying the strategy. After careful consideration, an idea came to Lin Yu's mind. An idea to use this rally to make money and compensate Sister Lin Zhao. Now that this game exists, my life can no longer be as peaceful as before. Then why not make good use of it to make some money and improve my sister and I's lives? Lin Yu let out a breath and looked determined. If you want to make money, the easiest way is to sell props at the rally. After all, when you join the copy of the death game, even if you have an arsenal in reality, you can't bring it in. Someone has done an experiment and found that when you enter the game, the only things you can bring in are the clothes on your body. Issuing cards is already the limit. Food, water, or even things like paper, pens, and lighters in your pockets cannot be brought in. Even the clothes themselves have restrictions. If you wear a bulletproof vest or clothes that obviously have special functions, you may be stripped naked as soon as you enter the game. Therefore, props are very valuable in this game. Imagine, if you were in a survival dungeon where finding food was the main difficulty. If Lin Yu had brought a lot of bread and water from the novice dungeon before, wouldn't the difficulty of this dungeon be greatly reduced for him? Not to mention many weapon items that can greatly enhance combat effectiveness. Even though there are quite a few enhancement professions, many of them are enhancements like otaku. A profession like soldier that can greatly improve frontal combat power is very popular no matter where it is placed, and is the object of competition among major organizations. If other professions want to improve their combat effectiveness, it is best to rely on props. Lin Yu has a deep understanding of this. The guaranteed hit revolver in his hand gave Lin Yu great confidence. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to go to that address alone to find out what was going on yesterday. So, a sharp, good-looking tool like a hatchet can easily sell for over 100 credit points. More than 100 credit points. That's literally tens of thousands of RMB. If you are lucky enough to meet a player who is in urgent need of suitable weapons and props, you may even be able to sell it for hundreds of thousands. Thinking of this, Lin Yu couldn't help but feel a little regretful. In the first dungeon, there are so many exquisite werewolf weapons. It's a pity that I didn't bring much with me. Lin Yu is not stupid enough to plan to sell his most trustworthy trump card, the guaranteed hit revolver. Although Lin Yu estimated the price of this thing based on the auction information mentioned in the forum post, it might be more than 1 million. But Lin Yu still doesn't plan to sell it. Making money is important. But it's not enough to risk your life for it. As for that lie detector. Not to mention that this thing is not very expensive, the most important thing is. This thing is very consistent with Lin Yu's professional ability as a trickster. When Lin Yu was forced into a desperate situation by the madman Yu Longwei in the novice copy, he was able to change his fate and achieve reversal. Through fraud. This was partly due to the help of this magical lie detector, which allowed his most unbelievable words to be turned into the truth that was deeply rooted in people's hearts. Even if it is no longer useful in the future, Lin Yu does not intend to sell this hero so easily. And if these two items are not sold, Lin Yu still didn't plan to give up just like that, and took advantage of this rally to make money. He has come up with a brilliant idea. The purchase is now complete. Lin Yu walked out of Jiangqing's small commodity street, carrying a heavy school bag, with a look of joy at the harvest on his face. This was the first step in completing his plan. Next. It's time for step 2. Lin Yu opened his phone and found the penguin account of President Shen Bingmiao. Boss, can you do me a favor? Shen Bingmiao quickly replied with a question mark. Her penguin nickname is Jiu Shuwei. Jiu Shuwei, you don't even come to the club, but you still wanna boss me around? Jiu Shuwei, last night your sister said you went to a club dinner. You're using us as a shield, right? Jiu Shuwei, did you go see your girlfriend? Speak. Jiu Shuwei, sure, Lin Yu, you're such a big shot, you're already dating a fan privately, right? Jiu Shuwei, drama club is not your springboard for monthly activities. A barrage of messages from Shen Bingmiao popped up, mixed with various extremely aggressive panda head emoticons. Lin Yu ignored Shen Bingmiao's crazy messages and numerous emoticons, and continued typing to express his demands. Ermu, help me find someone. Ermu, Chenzhua, male, high school student, likely from Jiangcheng judging by his accent. Likes anime, a typical otaku. Ermu, can you help me get him out of the box? After Lin Yu finished typing, Shen Bingmiao's message bombardment stopped. Soon, Shen Bingmiao received a voice call directly. Did this high school student offend you? Shen Bingmiao asked directly. Yes, he tricked me into playing games, and then leaked my information. I wanted to retaliate, but my skills weren't good enough. I only found out his real name was Chenhua. Across the screen, Lin Yu's lying became more and more skillful. I understand. I hate people who cheat others in games and then open boxes. I'll punish him for you. Shen Bingmiao hung up the phone. Lin Yu waited there with his bag for a few minutes, and soon received a message from Shen Bingmiao. That's a file package. After clicking it, all of Chenhua's household information was there, from his ID number to his home address to various social media accounts. This guy's penguin nickname is "It's so great to like AI." When Lin Yu saw this, he felt that he could confirm that it was the real person without even looking at the photo. Shen Bingmiao sent a message. Jiu Shuwei, is this Chenhua? Ermu, yes, thank you. Jiu Shuwei, how are you going to deal with him? Do you need me to hack his account for you? Ermu, no need. I think he's from Jiangcheng. I'm going to interview him offline. After replying to the president, Lin Yu let out a sigh of relief. Chenhua was indeed from Jiangcheng. He had felt that Chenhua's accent was similar to his before. And although Chenhua was wearing a t-shirt with an anime girl printed on it, he was wearing sweatpants. It looks very much like the school uniform pants of Jiangcheng Middle School. Although this thing is similar across the country, there are still some regional differences. Lin Yu recalled and felt that what Chinhua was wearing at that time looked too much like that of Jiangcheng High School. Since you are from Jiangcheng, it will save you a lot of trouble. Although assuming Chinhua is not from Jiangcheng, it won't have much impact on Lin Yu's next plan. At worst, he could communicate with Chinhua online. And it would be great if I could meet Chinhua offline. Jiangcheng No. 6 Middle School. I didn't expect this little fat boy to have such good grades. Looking at Chinhua's school, Lin Yu muttered. This high school is considered to be in the first tier in Jiangcheng. Although it is not the best, its annual undergraduate admission rate is also very impressive. Every few years, a student would come out to attend the 2 top universities in the country. If you are lucky, you can get 2 in one session. Lin Yu carried his school bag and rode his bicycle, heading straight to Jiangcheng No. 6 Middle School. Jiangcheng No. 6 Middle School is not close to Lin Yu's home, but Lin Yu started from the small commodity street which is almost in the center of Jiangcheng. This place is not far from anywhere in Jiangcheng. Lin Yu rode for about 20 minutes and arrived at the gate of Jiangcheng No. 6 Middle School. After parking his bicycle at the parking area at the school gate, Lin Yu walked towards the message room with a smile on his face, carrying his bag. Hello, uncle. I'm a college student at Jiangcheng Media. My cousin is in class 5, grade 2, grade 6 middle school. He left his exercise book at home and was afraid of it being checked, so I brought it to him. Lin Yu said as he took out his student card from his school bag. The security guard in the message room took a quick look and saw Lin Yu's ID and face. The sunny and cheerful appearance of this college student with no bad intentions naturally aroused the security guard's suspicion. What's more, it's Friday afternoon, broad daylight, and the security guard is a bit lazy. Go ahead. You don't even need to register. The security guard picked up the remote control and opened the school gate a little. He waved his hand, signaling Lin Yu to go in quickly. Lin Yu smiled, nodded, and went over. Thank you, uncle. Afterwards, Lin Yu jogged across the playground with his bag on his back and headed straight for the teaching building. It was class time, and there were no students on the playground except for a few classes having physical education classes. Lin Yu walked around the teaching building twice and quickly found the pattern of class arrangement in the teaching building of No. 6 Middle School. The first and second floors hold the 10 classes of senior year. The third and fourth floors hold the second year. So at the end of the third floor is. Got it, class 5, grade 12. Lin Yu found the classroom of class 5, grade 2 very easily. But when he looked inside through the window, Lin Yu was a little dumbfounded. The classroom is empty, there is no one. What? Lin Yu quickly opened the door and walked to the podium. Then he saw the content of this lesson on the schedule, physical education. Lin Yu felt helpless. So they really are the classes doing physical education on the playground. If I had known, I wouldn't have run so far. Lin Yu turned back somewhat helplessly and walked out of the teaching building. Soon, he returned to the playground and began to look for Chinhua. After searching for a while without any results, Lin Yu was not ignorant of adaptability and simply grabbed 2 students who looked friendly and asked them questions. Hello, classmate, where is the class for class 2 to 5 of senior high school? 2 high school girls wearing loose blue and white high school uniforms, with neat thick bangs and wearing somewhat rustic black-framed glasses. Being stopped by Lin Yu, the face of the drama club, my heart couldn't help but beat faster. We are from class 5, grade 2, the taller girl on the right whispered, excuse me, what can I do for you? You are from class 5, grade 2. That's great, Lin Yu said with a smile. I'm Chenjua's brother. I'm here to give Chenjua something. As Lin Yu spoke, the 2 girls blinked. Chenjua's brother? Their faces were filled with suspicion. Looking at their expressions, Lin Yu smiled helplessly again. Okay, it's my cousin. Under the guidance of the 2 girls, Lin Yu quickly found where Chenjua was. He was just taken to the toilet on the first floor by some boys in the class. Lin Yu returned to the main teaching building from the playground. Before he even got close to the men's restroom, he heard a noisy sound coming from inside. "You're capable, aren't you? I asked you to buy a drink, why are you making so much trouble? I really don't understand what you're pulling for." Lin Yu stuck his head out and saw Chenjue surrounded by 4 boys in the corner of the toilet. Chenjue squatted on the ground, holding his head in silence, allowing the boys to punch and kick him and throw water-soaked toilet paper on his head. He looked very embarrassed. School bullying? Lin Yu suddenly felt a little angry. Lin Yu has always been disgusted with this kind of bullying of the weak. "Hey, stop!" Lin Yu walked into the bathroom, and the 4 boys immediately turned their heads. They saw that Lin Yu seemed to be a bit older and didn't look like a high school student, so they immediately dispersed and looked at Lin Yu with a playful smile. "Teacher, we are just joking." Lin Yu looked at them coldly, and asked in a serious voice, "Which class are you from?" The 4 tall boys wearing expensive sneakers suddenly felt something was wrong and ran out. Lin Yu didn't stop them and let the 4 boys escape. After all, he got in using a fake identity. Then he looked at Chenjue. Chenjue also looked up at Lin Yu, blinked, and wiped the water stains off his face. "Master Administrator, how did you find this place?" Lin Yu shrugged, "I'm the administrator, of course I have my own way." Chenjue patted the stains on his body and stood up, looking a little restrained. Lin Yu looked at his miserable appearance and sighed. "Why don't you resist? Even if you've been submissive before. Now that you've participated in the death game and have died once, why not be braver?" Lin Yu couldn't help but ask. Chenjue felt a little embarrassed. He said, "Resistance is useless. I can't really beat the 4 of them, Mr. Administrator, you're handsome and probably have good grades, so you definitely don't understand. This kind of thing, resistance is useless." Chenjue said helplessly, spreading his hands, "It's already the 2nd year of high school anyway, just bear with it for a while and it will be almost over. If I had the ability of a soldier, I would have definitely rebelled. But unfortunately, my profession is just a homebody. Of course, having a profession is definitely better than not having one. I recover faster after getting hit now." Chenjue optimistically pointed to the red area on his body where he was beaten. The swelling was subsiding at a speed visible to the naked eye. After listening to Chenjue's words, Lin Yu pondered for a moment and then spoke. "The power the death game gives you is not just your profession, but also items. What if you had a gear powerful enough to grant you immense strength?" When Lin Yu spoke, Chenjue was stunned for a moment, then his eyes became firm. "Well, now that I have all the props, how can I still be bullied?" Chenjue said in a firm voice. Lin Yu nodded with satisfaction. "Very good. Then wait a moment." As Lin Yu spoke, he turned around and took out a baton and a bottle of light blue liquid in an exquisite glass bottle from his school bag. "This is the item baton and the item agility potion. The former, as the name suggests, is just a baton that can be stored in your prop space. Its function is no different from an ordinary baton. As for this agility potion, after taking it, it will significantly increase your reaction speed and mobility within an hour." Lin Yu stuffed the 2 props into Chenjue's hands. Chenjue was a little stunned. Administrator, what are you doing?" Lin Yu patted Chenjue's shoulder and said, "This is a gift from me as the administrator. See if you can use it. Instructions should pop up." Lin Yu said in a natural tone. After finishing speaking, Lin Yu felt the power of belief emerged in Chenjue. Afterwards, what Lin Yu had just said came true again. This was also the first time that Lin Yu activated the ability of Trickster in reality. Chenjue opened his palm with some surprise, and his baton and potion disappeared into his palm. "Really? Thank you for your generosity, Administrator." Lin Yu nodded slightly and pointed outside the toilet door. "Go ahead, Chenjue. Now that you have the power, go do what you want to do." Chenjue nodded seriously, then he summoned the baton and potion again. Chenjue unscrewed the potion and drank it all in one gulp. It's actually blueberry flavored, and it's surprisingly delicious. He threw the bottle away and then felt full of strength. Looking at Lin Yu's expectant eyes, Chenjue became even more ruthless. Chenjue rushed out of the toilet with the baton in hand and then yelled loudly. "Hey, you guys!" Lin Yu stayed in the bathroom, washed his hands gracefully, listened to the noisy fighting and scolding outside, and felt very satisfied. The baton and medicine were naturally fake. The former was bought directly from the small commodity street, while the latter was mixed by buying food coloring and flavoring from the small commodity street. This is also the purpose of Lin Yu coming to Chenjue. He wants to use the deception of Chenjue and activate his fraudster ability to achieve the effect of turning these fakes into real goods. After all, if he goes to the rally to activate his abilities, Lin Yu is afraid that those old players with sharp eyes will see that he is a fake. But it's different for Chenjue, the inexperienced rookie. Now I tried it. It is indeed feasible. Moreover, it just happened that Chenjue was being bullied, and he took advantage of this fraud to help Chenjue. Lin Yu was naturally very satisfied. A few minutes later, Lin Yu walked out of the bathroom and saw Chenjue leaning against the wall, panting. Several tall school bullies fell to the ground, their expressions somewhat painful. They looked at Chenjue in disbelief, the clumsy little fat boy in the past, who just now was dodging and moving quickly, beating them so hard that they cried out in pain. At this moment, Chenjue was also holding a baton and spoke in a cold and condescending voice. "I didn't bother with you guys before, but today I just can't stand it anymore. From now on, I suggest you avoid me." After Chenjue finished speaking, he quickly walked towards Lin Yu. He showed a sincere expression again. "Thank you, admin, it felt really good just now. You gave me potions and tools without my permission, isn't that against the rules?" Chenjue said with some concern. Lin Yu waved his hand. No, those are my own props. Giving them to you is normal behavior as a player. It has nothing to do with the administrator." As he spoke, Lin Yu opened the backpack on his back, revealing more batons and bottles and jars inside. "I have a lot of little props like this." Lin Yu said goodbye to Chenjue, who had become completely confident. After experiencing between life and death and the bizarre death game, Chenjue had actually undergone some transformation. However, his habitual thinking still made him dare not resist. With Lin Yu's small help, even if the potion has been used up and even if those school bullies may not be convinced. But Chenjue probably won't be bullied anymore in the future. Lin Yu was also satisfied with this. Although the original intention was to pull off a fraud, judging by the outcome, it was actually a good thing. Of course, compared to Chenjue, Lin Yu himself gained more. The baton and potions in the backpack have been transformed into real game props under Chenjue's trust. Lin Yu was even somewhat glad that he arrived at the right time and happened to see Chenjue being bullied. Otherwise, Chenjue probably wouldn't have believed his own fraud so easily. After all, it was too abrupt for him to give Chenjue some game props for no reason. Although Chenjue might not disbelieve it, but with doubts in his heart, the degree of his belief would be greatly reduced, and the effect of it coming true might not be good. In this case, it is probably impossible to make all the props real. After all, Lin Yu can feel. Chenjue's belief in converting all the props in his backpack into real ones was already a bit of a stretch. Looks like I have to go to this rally. Besides Chenjue, I have to find some other players who are easy to deceive so I can gain their trust later. Lin Yu muttered. Soon, Friday night arrived. The player gathering of Jiangcheng is about to begin. According to the instructions on the guide, Lin Yu wore a mask, a baseball cap and sunglasses, parked his bicycle far away from the abandoned restaurant, and walked to the gathering place. Many players who participate in the death game have become psychologically distorted through one game after another. For them, killing and robbing is a very common method. In recent years, with the growth of the two fair and just organizations, Forum and Order, they have jointly formulated some customary player codes and jointly created an administrator organization to punish players who violate the player codes. The content of the code is also very simple. For example, it prohibits players from using their abilities to commit crimes in real life, prohibits players from killing each other in real life, etc. The emergence of rules and managers has improved the atmosphere among players and greatly reduced malicious incidents. But you must always be on guard against others. The reduction in malicious incidents does not mean that they have been completely eliminated or disappeared. Although the forum and order are generally recognized as relatively powerful, and the subordinate organization manager is also composed of senior experts from both organizations, it is still not strong enough. At least, it's not so strong that no one dares to commit a crime. Therefore, most guides still recommend that when attending offline gatherings, it is best to conceal your identity. Rather, unless you are strong and confident enough, in most cases, it is best to conceal your identity as a player. When starting activities as a player, you should try to avoid exposing your identity as much as possible. Lin Yu listened to the advice, so before attending the rally, he naturally dressed fully armed and planned his route carefully. He went out at around 6 o'clock. But when we arrived at the door of the abandoned restaurant we had visited a few days ago, it was almost 8 o'clock in the evening. Lin Yu noticed that there were many guys around him who were dressed very similarly to him and acted suspiciously. People, with their faces covered with scarves, masks or even hoods made of different materials, walked silently towards the restaurant. Lin Yu understood. These must all be players. He walked silently among the crowd, and soon everyone lined up at the door. At the door, there were two tall and strong men wearing gangster hoods and vests holding machines, responsible for scanning the code for entry. The code being scanned is naturally the background QR code of the forum app. Because no one was making noise, the efficiency was very high. The line looked quite long, but it was Lin Yu's turn very quickly. He imitated the person in front of him and showed his personal QR code in the background of the forum app. Then, the thing, which was similar to the supermarket's QR code payment machine, made a sound indicating pass. Then, a note printed out on top of the machine. Nickname, Director. This is Lin Yu's forum ID. The burly man with a hood on his head who was guarding the door tore off the label and put it on Lin Yu's chest. Don't fight or set up stalls inside. Just find a table and sit down. Don't lose your tags or you will be kicked out. The burly man who looked like a gangster seemed to realize that this was Lin Yu's first time here, and began to give him some advice. Lin Yu nodded, then walked in with his bag on his back. The abandoned restaurant, which was clean but desolate a few days ago, is now completely bustling with activity. This restaurant is obviously full of experienced people. Many of them have already set up their stalls on the tables, placing the things they want to sell on the tables, waiting for others to choose. There were a few players who were mainly there to buy, and they were strolling around these scattered stalls. Some of them started bargaining when they saw the props they liked. Boss, how much is this toolbox? One price, 15 points. Damn, why don't you just rob? I'm a student, can you give me a cheaper price? Even if you're a beast, you can't do this. This trick won't work on me. Listening to these down-to-earth conversations, Lin Yu smiled helplessly and shook his head. Although I was a little nervous at first. But after actually coming in, Lin Yu discovered. This so-called gathering was actually similar to the feeling he had when he went shopping at the small commodity street in the afternoon. After all, it's just selling things. After realizing this, Lin Yu relaxed a lot and found a table. He began to lay out his batons and potions one by one. Afterwards, Lin Yu imitated the other stall owners and sat calmly behind the table, waiting for customers to come and ask for prices. But Lin Yu had just sat down and was about to play with his mobile phone to pass the time. He heard an eager voice asking for the price. Brother, how much do you sell these batons for? If I buy all of them, can it be cheaper? Lin Yu looked up and saw a masked young man with burning eyes. 10 points a hand, it's better to pay in cash, it's cheaper that way. Holy crap, 10 o'clock? I want everything here. The masked young man said with golden eyes. But before he could take out his phone to pay, a voice interrupted him urgently. Don't sell it to him, bro. I'm offering 13 points. Cash. You don't have to give me a discount. As soon as he finished speaking, an uncle wearing a mask and a fisherman's hat rushed over. The uncle in the fisherman's hat and mask spoke loudly, which quickly attracted the attention of everyone present. Someone over there is selling weapon-shaped items. It looks like a baton. Only 10 points per hand? And you can pay in cash? Damn it! Where did this philanthropist come from? All of a sudden, the players who were originally wandering around other stalls rushed over. The customers and other stall owners who were setting up stalls were snatched away. No one expressed dissatisfaction with Lin Yu, because they all quickly packed up their stalls and ran towards Lin Yu. Weapons and props worth more than 10 points, if you miss this, you will lose it. In an instant, more than 10 people crowded in front of Lin Yu's stall. Hey bro, I'll give you 15 points, cash. I'm 17. I want 17 too. I want them all. Who doesn't want it all? Damn it! Lin Yu looked at the players with burning eyes and felt that he had underestimated the temptation of weapons. This is even just a baton, not a sharp weapon. The exchange rate between credit points and RMB is 1:100. In other words, 10 points is 1,000 yuan. The batons that Lin Yu bought from the shopping street were not of very good quality, and were priced at 229 each. He bought 15 at once, bargained with the boss to 120 yuan each, and got them for 1,800 yuan. Of course, these 1,800 yuan were almost all of Lin Yu's savings at the time. Lin Zhao felt sorry for Lin Yu as he was already very busy with rehearsals and studies every day and didn't want him to work. Lin Yu also felt sorry for Lin Zhao and didn't want to ask for more living expenses. Because the purchase price was not high, Lin Yu had already priced it as high as possible, knowing that weapon items were scarce. But he never expected. The price has almost doubled tenfold, and it's still too low? It's just an ordinary baton. But if you think about it carefully, it seems reasonable. After all, having a stick in a death game might save your life at a critical moment. Those who have experienced the death game. No one thinks that spending thousands of dollars to buy insurance for their own life is not worth it. And soon, someone shouted in surprise. Hey, wait! He still has potions to sell. Let me see, agility potion. Holy crap! This effect is incredible. I didn't expect you to have such good stuff here, boss. Agility potion, after taking it, it can increase the player's reaction speed and mobility by 200% within 1 hour. Because the previous fraud against Chinzhuo was effective, all the fake props at this time have become real. Therefore, after these players picked up the props, there were naturally blood-lettered prop descriptions from the game officials. These people looked at Lin Yu with sharp eyes. Boss, how do you sell this potion? With the previous experience of the stick-swinging incident, Lin Yu, who had originally planned to price the potion at 3 yuan per bottle, or sell it for 300 yuan, became a little uncertain. He touched his chin and asked tentatively, this is also 10 o'clock? Sure enough, the price of 10 points still did not make these people retreat, but made them even more excited. I'll take care of all of this. Fuck, stop being so selfish by always taking care of everything. Boss, I'll give you 15 points for the potion too. The noise was getting louder and louder, and they were almost about to fight in front of Lin Yu's stall. At this moment, a crisp sound suddenly came from upstairs. Bang! Bang! Lin Yu raised his head and saw the uncle Harmony Brings Wealth whom he had met once before, still wearing a well-made suit, walking down from the second floor. The sound just now was the sound made by him knocking 2 gold ingots against each other. He walked down and said loudly, it's quite lively here. It seems that some friends have brought some good things. The people who had been arguing fiercely just now suddenly became silent and looked at the uncle together. Tycoon! The tycoon has arrived. You're here, brother Hang. A few guys in the crowd who seemed to be somewhat familiar with the uncle greeted him in a very respectful tone. Lin Yu looked at this scene and understood. Sure enough, the uncle Harmony Brings Wealth I met yesterday was the tycoon mentioned on the forum. Moreover, he seems to have considerable prestige among these players. Yesterday I saw a guide on the forum that said try not to reveal your identity, and I somewhat regretted exchanging contact information with this uncle. Although Lin Yu was cautious and used a small account. This undoubtedly increased the risk of being exposed. However, seeing that the uncle in front of him seemed to be respected by everyone, Lin Yu's worries were reduced a little. Of course, this worry has not completely disappeared. The uncle known as the tycoon by everyone walked up and came to Lin Yu's table. Is this the good thing that caused you to cause a commotion? Isn't it just an ordinary baton? Ha! This potion is quite interesting. But it's not necessary for you to rob me like that. The tycoon said, looking towards the crowd. The man with the mask and bucket hat was the first to speak with a smile. Tycoon, these things are indeed ordinary, but they're selling them for much cheaper than normal. And there's so much of them. Oh? The tycoon turned his head and looked at Lin Yu, as if he didn't recognize him and asked, how much do you sell these for? I originally envisioned pricing at 10 points, but it would be cheaper if you paid in cash or bought in bulk. Lin Yu answered truthfully. The tycoon shook his head and took out his phone to fiddle with it for a while. It's really too low. Why sell it so low at once? Getting so many props must be difficult, right? They all look similar in style, probably from a single copy. Did you collect them and sell them? Or do you have an organization behind you? Lin Yu was about to open his mouth to refute. The tycoon suddenly pointed at the screen of his mobile phone. Lin Yu understood and took out his mobile phone from under the table and glanced at it. Newbie, I don't know how you managed to get so many items at once, but you'd better say you have an organization behind you. Lin Yu felt a chill in his heart. He raised his head and looked at the tycoon gratefully, nodding slightly. I do come from an organization, but I'm not comfortable revealing its name. The organization's leader is in urgent need of money, so we're selling off the items we've saved. That's why I need cash payment. Lin Yu said calmly. Upon hearing this, the tycoon pretended to be thinking and spoke. In that case, why not sell them all to me? I'll charge you 25 points for a baton and 20 points for a bottle of potion. It might still be slightly below market price, but I can pay you all in cash, so you won't be at a disadvantage. As he spoke, the tycoon turned around and looked at the players. After midnight tonight, I'll put these up for sale on the forum. I won't raise the price, you guys have to compete with your speed. Each account is limited to buying one copy. The tycoon said this, and the players had no objections. Now that you say so. Okay, I'll do as you say. The tycoon turned to look at Lin Yu. What do you think of this plan? If you or your organization have something you want to sell in Jiangcheng in the future, you might want to consider cooperating with me, the tycoon. How about that? Naturally, Lin Yu had no reason to refuse the tycoon. Alright, tycoon, just as you say. With the help of the tycoon, Lin Yu originally planned to practice selling the goods slowly throughout the night, but now he sold out all at once. Of course, even if there were no tycoons, judging by the popularity just now, Lin Yu should be able to sell out quickly. But Lin Yu knew that it was the tycoon who was helping him. After all, I am a newcomer whose background is unknown to anyone, and if I suddenly take out such a bunch of low-priced props, it would be easy for people to target me. And after Lin Yu sold all his things to the tycoon, this undoubtedly reduces the attention paid to oneself to the lowest level. What's more, the tycoon paid the money and received the goods, which saved Lin Yu a lot of trouble. 15 batons, 20 bottles of potion, a total of 775 forum points. The tycoon fulfilled his promise and conducted all transactions directly in RMB. For this purpose, the tycoon even invited Lin Yu to the second floor. The second floor of the original restaurant has now been converted into a luxurious office by the tycoon. Hello again, kid. The tycoon looked at Lin Yu with a smile. You recognized me. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person. Even though Lin Yu was still wary and cautious of the tycoon at this moment, he still responded politely. The tycoon waved his hand. I didn't recognize you at first, but you're such a naive kid. This baton prop starts at 30 points in Jiangcheng. You just brought out a dozen and quoted 10 points. Thinking back to how you barged into my house yesterday, it felt like you were the same person. As I got closer, hey, the size seems pretty similar. Send a message and confirm it's you. The tycoon said, and Lin Yu smiled, there's nothing I can do. Even after reading the guides on the forum, there are still many things I don't understand. That's true, you're a true newbie who just made it through your first dungeon, the tycoon exclaimed. But you're pretty awesome too. You snagged over 10 batons and 20 bottles of medicine in one dungeon, and yesterday you even had a pistol. What? Was your first dungeon a bonus level? Just good luck. Lin Yu said vaguely. Seeing Lin Yu's expression, the tycoon laughed out loud, look how scared you are. Don't worry, since you've read the forum, you should know that I, the tycoon, can host and be in charge of Jiangcheng's offline gatherings. My character is definitely guaranteed. Even if your character is not guaranteed. I won't be greedy for your little melons and 2 dates. Having said that, the tycoon picked up the phone directly. Received transfer, 7 yuan. Lin Yu's phone sent a notification. He froze for a moment. 7 yuan, you're going to give it just like that? The tycoon waved his hand and took out another paper bag. There's another 7,500 in new bills, here, take it. Yesterday I saw you wearing cheap shoes and clothes, and you looked young. Is this the first time you've made this much money? Put some new bills in your hand and light them up at home to feel good. The tycoon said with a smile. Lin Yu took the heavy paper bag and silently put it into his backpack. Thanks. You're pretty good at judging people. Lin Yu felt helpless. Holding the heavy cash of more than 7,000 yuan in my hand is indeed more satisfying than the transfer just now. Then I'll go back first. Thank you so much for your help. After Lin Yu thanked and said goodbye, he turned and left the second floor. This tycoon uncle is too good to me. If they were not in Jiangcheng instead of a city in the southwest, and if this uncle looked very straight and had a gold wedding ring on his right ring finger, Lin Yu would almost suspect that he was attracted by his handsome looks. But precisely because he couldn't think of a reason, Lin Yu became even more confused. This in the end is why. And after Lin Yu left, the tycoon also stood up and stood by the window, quietly watching Lin Yu walk out of this gathering restaurant without looking back. Inside this office, a door opened and a tall, dark-skinned man walked out. Boss, why do you think so highly of this kid? Although it's rare for a newcomer to bring out so many props at once, it's not something you'd attach so much importance to, right? The tycoon shook his head. I can feel that this kid has a temperament that is very similar to mine. His future is limitless. He's a gem worth investing in. The tycoon said this with certainty, but the dark-skinned man didn't buy it. Stop talking nonsense, boss. You act like you're really good at judging people, but what's the reason? The tycoon sighed helplessly. Well, when this guy came yesterday, he showed me a business card with our address on it. I took a look and it seems to be from the Psychological Society. He was selected by the Psychological Society. And, I'm afraid he was selected at the highest level. Psychological Society? The dark-skinned man exclaimed in surprise, then his expression became serious. Doesn't that mean that, as long as this kid doesn't die young, he'll at least reach the 3rd stage level? The tycoon nodded slowly. That's right, and his profession probably isn't too weak either. No matter how lucky I am, I can't possibly get so many ordinary items in a novice dungeon. Lin Yu, who had already left, didn't know what the tycoon thought of him. Because it ended so quickly, it's not too late now. At this moment, Lin Yu's heart was filled with excitement about making money. Would you like to buy something for your sister on the way? After all, many shopping malls in Jiangcheng are still open at this time. Besides the excitement, of course. Lin Yu was also a little curious. What did the schoolmate who left him a business card and killed him want to do? Could it be that it was just to guide me to attend the rally and quickly integrate into the local circle of Jeoncheng players? Before leaving, he walked around the restaurant twice. Even though everyone was wearing masks, Lin Yu did not find anyone suspected of being the murderer. There is no match in terms of body shape and temperament. And just as Lin Yu was thinking, behind him, there was a burst of laughter. He. Not bad, Lin Yu, you are worthy of being the one we chose. Not only did he successfully pass the first dungeon, but he even made such a splash at the first auction. Your potential is truly immeasurable. Lin Yu turned around and saw a figure dressed in black and covered tightly with black clothes appearing in the alley on the side. The man had a hoarse voice and seemed to be deliberately lowering his voice when speaking. Who are you? Lin Yu said coldly. When the man heard Lin Yu's question, he laughed in a low, hoarse voice. Ha, it doesn't matter who I am. But I can tell you that I am from the same organization as the beautiful girl who sent you into the death game and left you a business card. We are all members of the Psychological Society. Psychological Society? Hearing this name, Lin Yu understood. Isn't this the organization that was banned from accessing the forum yesterday? It's really not a good thing. Lin Yu silently reached into his arms and hid the revolver. Guaranteed hit revolver, still only has one bullet after returning to reality, but the number of bullets will be refreshed every day, unlike in the dungeon, where there is only one bullet in the entire game. Lin Yu did not fire the gun rashly or even take out the gun rashly. Although this guaranteed hit bullet is powerful, but the other party has already introduced himself and said that he is from the same organization. And it was an organization specifically mentioned by the forum. This means that the Psychological Society organization is not only likely not a good thing, but also has a high reputation, and is very likely to be large in scale and powerful. Taking 10,000 steps back. In addition to the unidentified man in black in front of them, their organization also has at least the madman who shot himself with a gun before. Therefore, Lin Yu decided to negotiate with the other party first. Who are you and why did you want to kill me before? Lin Yu asked coldly. The man in black laughed. Kill you? No. Our goal is not to kill you, but to make you join the death game. Because according to the organization's assessment, you have great potential. As expected, you were selected and successfully passed. Our organization is constantly searching for individuals with potential, those who have the ability to achieve extraordinary things in this game but haven't yet joined the game, and we won't allow them to waste their talents. When Lin Yu heard the excited words of the man in black, he became more certain that the people in this organization seemed to be mentally abnormal. What a bunch of psychopaths. No wonder the forum won't let you access it. The man in black was very disdainful when he heard Lin Yu's words. Forum? It's just a place for mediocre people to gather together for warmth. Okay, we don't have much time. To prevent being disturbed by mediocre people, I'd better complete the task first. As he spoke, the man in black looked at Lin Yu. So, respected Mr. Lin Yu, what profession have you awakened? The man in black looked at Lin Yu. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes. Why should I tell you? Not to mention that he had awakened the only profession, trickster, which was a profession that could not be told to anyone. Even if Lin Yu awakened other professions, he did not intend to tell the man in black and the Psychological Society. Because this is also a further evaluation, you'd better cooperate with us. Otherwise. The man in black drew a dagger from his waist. I'm the only one who can interrogate you. Lin Yu looked at the black-clothed man's sharp dagger flashing with cold light, and instantly felt the danger again. What would happen if players who participated in the death game were killed again in real life? The answer is, direct death. So, Lin Yu wanted to shoot almost instantly. But he resisted the urge. The man in black in front of him is his only clue now. This guy can't die. What's more, although he took out a dagger, the threat should be greater. So, Lin Yu spoke in a cold voice. Really? Then I'm really looking forward to you trying it. Lin Yu put away his gun, bent down, and picked up half a floor tile from the ground with one hand. In old streets like this in the old city, many bricks on the ground are broken and loose, and can be picked up with a light touch. The man in black was a little surprised when he saw Lin Yu's confident posture. You don't seem afraid of fighting me head-on? A brick against a dagger is no match for a dagger. Besides, you don't know my profession, do you? It doesn't matter what your profession is, because the profession I awaken to is the most suitable for fighting, soldier. Lin Yu said. He has made his choice. Faced with this unknown man in black, Lin Yu decided to pretend to be a soldier. After all, Yulongwa's abnormal fighting ability left a deep impression on Lin Yu. What's more, Lin Yu looked at the ability summary of those common professions yesterday. Among the common professions, the most suitable for single combat is the soldier who can obtain all-round and greatly enhanced physical fitness. The man in black was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. Impossible. Your real occupation and experience have almost nothing to do with being a soldier. We've investigated you, and you're a university student. Lin Yu laughed. It looks like you've never been to college. Don't you know that college requires military training? As he spoke, he weighed the brick in his hand without any hesitation and held it in front of him. Watch this, idiot. Even if you hold a dagger, you can't compare to the blessing that the soldier brings me. The man in black's expression changed slightly. Lin Yu looked at the man in black, raised the arm holding the brick high, and without any holding back, slammed the brick towards his other arm. And as the bricks fell, Lin Yu felt that his words just now had come true. At this moment, the man in black believed that Lin Yu was a soldier because of his crazy behavior. After all, if he wasn't really confident, how could he have no hesitation in breaking his own arm before fighting someone? This is also Lin Yu's purpose. He deliberately raised the brick high just to give the other party time to think and judge. Only in this way can he have belief in his heart. As for decisiveness and confidence, Lin Yu was of course acting it out. And he was right. As the confidence of the man in black emerges. At this moment, Lin Yu really became a soldier. He instantly felt that his physical fitness had increased exponentially, and he was full of strength and his body was very light. Clap! The brick hit Lin Yu's forearm, causing a slight pain. However, the strengthened skin, muscles and bones have improved Lin Yu's ability to withstand blows. The brick falling on him only caused a slight pain, and it was no big deal. But the brick hit Lin Yu's arm and broke into two pieces. Lin Yu looked at the man in black in front of him. Well, you already know my profession. Since you just admitted that you and the guy who killed me are from the same organization, then it's reasonable for me to seek revenge on you, right? Lin Yu said this, clenching his fists. It's time to tell me your occupation, otherwise, don't blame me for interrogating you. The man in black looked at Lin Yu, who had a strong aura, and also laughed. Well, let me tell you, although your profession is a soldier, the organization sent me to contact you because my profession is also capable of handling such a situation. Oh? Lin Yu narrowed his eyes and looked at the man in black. The man in black put away his dagger and took out two pitch-black balls from his body. Ha, you didn't expect that. Although my profession isn't the only one, it's still a relatively rare and powerful type. My profession is ninja. Goodbye, Lin Yu. As he spoke, the man in black smashed two balls to the ground, and smoke quickly rose up. Cough, cough. The choking smoke also had a slightly spicy taste, which made Lin Yu's eyes shed tears and a slight burning sensation in his mouth and nose. After he waved his hand to disperse the smoke, Lin Yu opened his eyes again, only to find that the man in black had disappeared. Looking at the empty streets and the dark night, Lin Yu felt helpless. Ninja? Since the profession is related to real-life experiences, how could someone awaken such a profession? That guy just now didn't look like a Japanese. Is it playing the Naruto mobile game? Although the man in black escaped, Lin Yu did not feel particularly depressed. After all, no matter how strong a soldier's physical fitness is, he cannot withstand a gun. He has already confirmed this with Yulongwa. And within the Psychological Society organization, there is definitely someone who wields firearms. Although Lin Yu was filled with displeasure and hatred towards those who had killed him and dragged him into this death game for an inexplicable reason, he was not blinded by hatred. Revenge is a matter that needs to be taken slowly. I didn't really gain nothing tonight. At least I know that the people who killed me belong to the psychological society, and I also know their general purpose. Lin Yu muttered. And just when Lin Yu was thinking, ouch! A short girl bumped into Lin Yu. The little girl had a single ponytail that was just a little longer than a bun, and her head was round. It was clearly the middle of the night, but he was still wearing sunglasses and a mask, and he was wearing a black windbreaker and carrying a hiking backpack, looking like a gamer. But before Lin Yu could react whether this guy was going to attack him, the little girl rubbed her head and spoke angrily. Fuck you, you idiot. You don't have eyes when you walk. How come you bump into people? The little girl, who was only as tall as Lin Yu's chest, raised her head and spoke angrily. You can tell from his accent and demeanor that he is a native of Jiangcheng. Lin Yu looked at the other party, who was so small but seemed to be ready to eat people, and took a step back, preparing to apologize. But Lin Yu changed his mind and realized that it was not right. Hey! What are you talking about? I was standing still, you bumped into me. You weren't watching where you were walking, so why are you blaming me? The short girl was stunned for a moment, then puffed her lips and said, well, then it's not right for you to stand in the middle of the street so late at night. There's so much smoke here, you can't even see. The little girl's momentum weakened a lot, but she still spoke stubbornly. But she seemed to realize that she was in the wrong, and after she finished speaking, she waved her hand. Oh, that's enough, I wasn't looking where I was going. I'm sorry. After saying that, the little girl hurriedly apologized and walked past Lin Yu and continued forward. Lin Yu turned around helplessly and followed the little girl. After just 2 steps, the short girl turned around and pointed at Lin Yu angrily. Why are you still following me? I've already apologized. Lin Yu raised his hands. I'm not following you, I'm going in this direction too. I don't believe you. Covering your face in the middle of the night, you're a player, right? Who knows if you're planning to rob me? She pulled out a utility knife from her bosom, pushed out the blade and swung it. Don't come over here, keep your distance from me, I'm not someone you want to mess with. My profession is very powerful, I'm a soldier. The little girl said fiercely. Lin Yu looked at the utility knife that was as small as she was inside. The deception regarding the soldiers is still in effect. Stabbing him with a dagger might be a little tricky, but this utility knife. I'm afraid it really can't break the skin. And there's no way this little girl is a soldier. But he felt that the little girl was very frightened, so he didn't want to make things more complicated. Okay, I'll keep my distance from you, you go first. Lin Yu stood there and raised his hands helplessly. The little girl looked back at Lin Yu, snorted coldly, turned around and quickened her pace. Her pace became faster and faster, and finally she was jogging. Seeing that the little girl and himself were getting farther and farther away, Lin Yu started walking again. Why do I feel like so many players of the death game are not quite right? He muttered, then walked to the corner of the street. When Lin Yu was about to unlock his bicycle and go home, he was stunned to find that his bicycle, which was parked and locked in the roadside parking area, was gone. I felt my trouser pocket and found that my car keys were gone. Lin Yu hurried forward and saw a shared bicycle parked next to where the bicycle was originally parked. There was also a sticky note on the shared bicycle with a line of sloppy but beautiful handwriting. I'm kidding, I'm not a soldier, I'm a thief, hee hee. There is also a ghost face drawn on the back. Lin Yu suddenly recalled the little girl who bumped into him just now. This was definitely the other party's work. He immediately ran towards the street, but when he got there, he found that there was no one on either side of the road, and he had no idea where the little girl had run to. Lin Yu let out a breath. I'm really being looked down upon. That girl's acting is really good, I couldn't even tell she was acting. I, a top student in the acting department and the chosen trickster of the death game, was actually fooled by the acting skills of a petty thief. There are so many heroes in this world. Lin Yu stood where he was and sneered. Very good. First it was the ninja, then it was the thief. All I encountered tonight were rats. Don't let me catch you in the game, you sewer rats. Lin Yu said this through gritted teeth. If I meet someone from the Psychology Society in the game in the future, I will definitely kill them if I have the chance. As for the thief who stole the car just now, I have to beat her up and make her return the car to me. Lin Yu thought about it and slowly exhaled. However, this thief still had a conscience and remembered to leave a shared bicycle for himself. He tore off the sticky note attached to the bike's QR code. Then, a prompt popped up on the phone. The vehicle is damaged and temporarily unusable. Lin Yu took a look and found that the chain of the shared bicycle had been removed. The evening breeze blew across the notepaper, and there was a line of text behind it. With your IQ, you'll basically say goodbye to bicycles in the future. Lin Yu saw the words on the back of the note and took 3 deep breaths. For a moment just now, his hatred for the thief girl even exceeded that for the mysterious schoolmate who had killed him in the Psychology Society. Lin Yu took a deep breath at this moment. You'd better not get caught. Otherwise, he would definitely hang the little girl up with his own hands and beat her with a bicycle chain until her skin was torn. Forget it, let's go home first, otherwise my sister will be worried. Thinking of this, Lin Yu took 2 steps forward. But just as he walked out of the intersection, Lin Yu found that his bicycle was parked safely on the side of the road. There were even his car keys and a new notepad on the car seat. Ha, I was just kidding, I'll give you the car back. At the end of the note, there was still a sticky drawing of a ghost face. Lin Yu was a little amused. What's wrong with the thief? Why did you return the car to me? When he squatted down and was about to unlock the door, he found something wrong. This car lock isn't mine? Lin Yu was stunned when he saw the unfamiliar car lock. There was a new note on the car lock, and this time the message was very short, only 2 words. We. Lin Yu was completely speechless. I'm laughing at you. He punched the car lock hard, and the soldier brought 5 times the strength without reservation, and the car lock was smashed open with a bang. Lin Yu shook his slightly red hands and threw the broken car lock into the trash can on the side of the road. It's a good thing I'm better at it. Lin Yu rode his bicycle back home. Just like yesterday, Lin Zhao was still waiting behind the door, only this time he was sitting on the sofa with the light on. Seeing Lin Yu pushing the door in, Lin Zhao immediately jumped up from the sofa, rolled up his sleeves and walked towards Lin Yu, his face full of anger. Lin Yu, today is all ready. Before Lin Zhao could react, Lin Yu immediately opened his school bag and took out 2 stacks of RMB. Business, sister, I'm going to make money. As he spoke, Lin Yu stuffed 2,000 yuan into Lin Zhao's arms. This pink piece of paper instantly cleared the anger on Lin Zhao's face. She subconsciously pinched the bills and after confirming that they were real, her tone still had some complaints. Why didn't you tell your sister earlier? Besides, didn't I forbid you from working? I kept it a secret from you because I was afraid you wouldn't let me. Lin Yu waved his hand. Don't worry, it's not tiring. I just made some quick money these past few nights. Lin Zhao suddenly became suspicious. You can make a lot of money at night. Lin Yu, you are not going to be a male host or something like that, right? I'm telling you, you better keep yourself clean. Lin Yu was a little amused. What are you thinking, sister? Why would I be a male host? As for the origin of this money, Lin Yu had already thought of an explanation. There was a senior in our school who made a short video, and I made a cameo appearance in it twice. This is the appearance fee he gave me. As Lin Yu said this, Lin Zhao believed it. After all, in Lin Zhao's eyes, Lin Yu is a future superstar and movie emperor. Of course, it is normal to make a few thousand yuan by shooting a short video for a few days. There's such a good thing. If you tell me about it, I'll definitely agree. I'm not completely unreasonable. Lin Zhao said, even a little excited. Hey, what's the name of your senior account? Let me see what you guys are filming. Lin Yu waved his hand. Oh, he's still creating an account, so those videos are saved and haven't been posted yet. I'll let you know when he posts them. I've been filming all night and I'm a little tired. I'm going back to sleep first. After saying that, Lin Yu quickly fled back to his room. After closing the door, Lin Yu let out a breath. Call. Finally, I managed to get away with it with Lin Zhao. Lin Yu is already considering whether to actually shoot some short videos. Not only do I have to give it to my sister in a few days to give her an explanation. If I make money at a rally in the future, I won't have to make up new excuses. But these are just minor matters. The most urgent thing is to ensure that I can survive this death game. Lin Yu thought about it, opened the forum again, and started browsing the strategy guide for that day. Because of the characteristics of the profession fraudster, Lin Yu decided to memorize all the currently known professions and professional abilities. For other players, memorizing other professional abilities is not completely useless, but no one would deliberately do such a laborious task. After all, as long as it is a non-confrontational copy, everyone will introduce their own abilities. But for Lin Yu, the best way to use the profession of fraudster is to disguise himself as someone from another profession. Based on the different characteristics of each copy, he can choose the profession that best suits the current copy. Of course, besides that, Lin Yu is also watching and learning the ordinary dungeon strategy. Soon, 4 days passed. Lin Yu spent the entire weekend staying in his room studying various game strategies under the pretext of reading the script. Even on the 2 days he was in school, he studied the strategy game like crazy in his spare time outside of classes and rehearsals. This greatly enriched his theoretical knowledge about the game of death. Even on the way home from school, Lin Yu was riding his bike while recalling the professions in the death game as if he was memorizing words. It feels like I'm almost back on the eve of the college entrance examination. Lin Yu couldn't help but sigh. Just after noon on Tuesday, the blood words in front of him began to change. The latest start time for the next game is less than 24 hours. Please find a water area deeper than 50 centimeters before midnight tonight, completely submerge yourself in it, and wait to enter the game. Lin Yu looked at the blood words in front of him and understood. This is how you enter the next game. After browsing the forum these days, Lin Yu already knew. Entering the death game every week doesn't happen all at once. Instead, one has to enter the game through some kind of blood prompts, and these methods are probably similar to some kind of way of dying. Like this one today, it's probably imitating drowning. Fortunately it's not very demanding, otherwise it would be a bit more troublesome. Lin Yu muttered. If you fail to enter the dungeon in the prescribed manner, after midnight, you won't be wiped out or anything like that, you will just be forced to enter the dungeon. But usually in that situation, you will be severely punished in the dungeon. Some even died as soon as they entered. To put it bluntly, it's no different from the death penalty. As a newcomer who just passed the novice copy, Lin Yu doesn't want to challenge the high difficulty in the second copy. Therefore, Lin Yu had found the water area early in the morning. Fortunately, he had this thing at home. Although this house is old and small, the bathroom is quite spacious. Lin Zhao had previously bought a huge wooden bathtub on a whim, intending to use it to take a hot bath whenever he had time. But later I found that this was a waste of water, especially boiling such a large bucket of hot water also consumed a lot of natural gas. So, this wooden barrel was not used many times after I bought it, but it was just placed on the balcony. Today, while Lin Zhao was not home, Lin Yu also came back from school early and dragged the wooden barrel to the toilet to clean it. Afterwards, Lin Yu waited quietly until Lin Zhao came home in the evening. You came back early today. Did you drag the barrel out? Well, I want to take a hot bath after studying tonight. Lin Yu said this, and Lin Zhao was not surprised. After the brother and sister finished their dinner, Lin Yu returned to the house and read a few more guides to consolidate the professions he had memorized before. Later, when it was almost midnight, Lin Zhao had already fallen asleep in the house. Lin Yu tiptoed to the bathroom and locked the door. People in the forums generally agree that entry methods are mostly related to the game content. This time, my game copy will likely be related to water, so I'll try my best to play the roles of fisherman and sailor. Thinking of this, Lin Yu took a deep breath and got into the bucket wearing slippers, tropical-style shorts and a shirt. Hold your breath, in a few minutes. As Lin Yu felt his consciousness becoming dispersed, blood words appeared before his eyes. Coming soon. Game name, Island Survival. In a trance, the blood words in front of me seemed to move. But soon, the blood words became regular again. Game name, Fatal Questions. Clearance conditions, solve the necessary puzzles. Number of players in this game, 5. Ahem, bah. Lin Yu sat up from the water and coughed out the water in his mouth. My clothes and hair were all wet, and the air was filled with the smell of dampness. He immediately wiped the water stains from his bangs and looked around. It was an empty room about the size of a classroom, with pure white walls and ceiling emitting a soft glow. There are square holes at the top and bottom of the wall. Water flows slowly in the upper hole, while the lower hole is for drainage. The speed of water drainage was obviously greater than the speed of water injection, and the original water level in the room was dropping rapidly. The water that had covered the chest when he sat up just now had quickly dropped to the lower abdomen. There was nothing in the whole room except these. Lin Yu looked around and saw the other 4 players as the game prompts mentioned. Cough cough. Poo. They had just climbed out of the water and were spitting out the water in their mouths and noses. Lin Yu looked at them as usual. A dark-skinned, strong uncle wearing a blue shirt and trousers, and a white safety helmet on his head. Not far from the uncle, there were 2 young men and women supporting each other. The boy was wearing a gray sweatshirt and jeans, and the girl was wearing a pink sportswear. They all look like ordinary college students. Lin Yu raised his eyebrows in surprise. It seems that these 2 people know each other, and their relationship is too close. They are probably a couple, at least they are in an ambiguous relationship. He had seen the idea of forming a team mentioned on the forum. Certain special items can temporarily allow 2 or more people to participate in the same instance. I just didn't expect to encounter a pair in my second copy. Lin Yu's gaze fell on the last player. Then, he was stunned for a moment. The last person was a young girl. He is probably not much taller than his good president Shinbing Miao. He was wearing a black windbreaker and overalls, his hair was short and tied in a ponytail, and his head was round. He was also wearing a pair of black round lens sunglasses. Lin Yu just felt that the dress looked a little familiar, but he was not sure for a moment. Until he saw the little girl's head turn towards him. Although she was wearing sunglasses, Lin Yu was still very sure that their eyes met. And at that moment when their eyes met, the other person's lips on the lower half of his face, which was not wearing a mask, opened slightly, as if he was a little surprised. It was at this moment that Lin Yu was certain. This is the bastard who stole his bike. Lin Yu was furious at the time, but at the same time he smiled with some relief. Retribution comes so quickly. I never thought I'd actually meet you in the game. Lin Yu got up from the ground and walked towards the little girl while dribbling through the water. I'll break both of your legs. When the little girl saw Lin Yu's expression, she was also a little frightened for a moment. Hey, don't come over here. She also quickly got up from the ground and began to back away. Looking at the hints, I know this dungeon is likely a cooperative and puzzle-solving dungeon. We don't need to fight. Lin Yu's smile grew even colder. I know, but a broken leg won't affect puzzle solving, right? The little girl quickly took out a utility knife, her face pale. Then don't come over here. If we really fight, it's not certain who will win. You want to play soldier with me again? Do you think I don't know you're a thief? Lin Yu's face. How dare I? Besides, even if I'm a soldier, it's useless. Aren't you the same? The little girl said with a sad face. But don't think that just because you're a soldier you can do whatever you want. My knife is very sharp. Lin Yu sneered when he heard this, and then took out the guaranteed hit revolver from his arms. Really? Your knife is this good? The appearance of the pistol completely crushed the little girl's last psychological defense. She fell to her knees in the water with a plop, looking sad. Brother, I was wrong. I was just joking, I returned the bike to you in the end. The lock didn't even bother you. I saw it from a distance, and you smashed it open in one swoop. Seeing the little girl give in so quickly, Linyu felt helpless. The same thing happened with the previous ninja. It seems that the soldier profession is still quite intimidating among ordinary professions. Add to that the pistol in his hand, this combination of his can probably walk all over the ordinary players. Sure enough, when the other three players saw the interaction between Linyu and the little thief girl, they all respected Linyu, who was a soldier by profession and had a pistol. Finally, looking at the kneeling little girl and Linyu holding a gun, the uncle wearing a white safety helmet gritted his teeth and spoke. Ahem, young man, I hear you seem to be having some conflicts with this little girl in real life. She locked your bike as a prank, right? From what I can tell, this little girl is indeed naughty, but you don't need to go toe-to-toe with her in a death game. Especially since this is a cooperative game. There's no need to put yourself in danger just to vent your anger, right? The uncle in the white safety helmet spoke cautiously. Linyu had almost calmed down after the other party knelt down just now. But he still didn't put away his gun. Because he wanted to confirm something. But I don't understand why you would play a prank on me. Are you sent by some organization to test me? The little girl raised her hands above her head and shook her head quickly. In all conscience, absolutely not. Why is that? Tell me. Linyu asked sternly. The thief girl cried, I went to the market to sell props that day. I painstakingly obtained 2 speed-up charms in my last dungeon, hoping to sell them for a good price. But when I got them, a player told me the price was too high. Just now, someone sold over 10 bottles of agility potion that were even more effective than mine. I asked around and found out it was real. I lowered the price all night and only sold 1 talisman. I was a little angry, so I asked about your general characteristics. And then I unexpectedly ran into you on the street. You were confronting a ninja at the time. I thought the timing was perfect, and because I was so angry, I thought I'd play a trick on you. The little girl said with a sad face. After hearing this, Linyu felt both angry and amused. Okay. You really have the mentality of a child. He waved his hands helplessly. Since this guy was not from some big organization trying to test him, Linyu's last bit of worry disappeared. And his anger completely subsided. Linyu felt that it was really unnecessary to compete with such a childish girl. Okay, now that the misunderstandings have been temporarily resolved, let's briefly introduce ourselves. After all, this is a cooperative puzzle game, so it's necessary for us to get to know each other a little. After Linyu put down his gun, the atmosphere on the scene instantly eased. The uncle wearing a white safety helmet also quickly tried to smooth things over. In this type of puzzle-solving oriented game, the situation is generally not particularly urgent, and usually gives players enough time to communicate and understand each other. He took the lead in setting an example. You can call me Uncle Tai. That's also my forum ID. My profession is craftsman, and I've already cleared 10 dungeons. After hearing Uncle Tai's self-introduction, Linyu understood. 8 copies means I've been participating in the death game for 2 months. This player is already beyond the scope of a novice and is considered a relatively experienced player. After all, the forum was established 2 years ago. The oldest known group of players only started playing the game 2.5 years ago. Since the difficulty of the death game increases as time goes on, it is very rare for players to survive for more than half a year. It is quite good that this Iron Uncle can survive for 2 months and 10 copies. And his profession is craftsman. This is also a relatively common and versatile profession, belonging to the enhancement type. Linyu still remembers the ability of the craftsman, the ability to increase proficiency in using various tools and enhance understanding of mechanical structures. This is also a profession with quite versatile abilities. After all, most craftsmen only need to buy or collect a prop such as a wrench or screwdriver to fully utilize the advantages of this profession. And no matter what kind of dungeon it is, most game dungeons always have things like mechanisms. If there is a craftsman around, a lot of trouble can be saved. After Uncle Tai finished speaking, the young man and woman who seemed to be a couple spoke. My forum ID is April, my profession is doctor, and I have completed 6 dungeons so far. The girl introduced herself and then poked the boy next to her. The boy also spoke quickly. My forum ID is number 8, my occupation is student, and I've cleared 6 instances so far. The 2 people spoke from behind. Lin Yu nodded slightly. The doctor's ability is simple yet powerful. It allows for unconditional treatment once a day, without the need for any tools or medicine. It's a typical skill-based profession. As for students, they are rule-based. When a non-player object that can be negotiated appears in the game copy, students will have a chance to significantly increase the success rate. The self-introductions of April and No. 8-inch also made Taishu realize something. You two seem to be together, didn't you come in as a team? The 2 nodded, and Dr. April didn't shy away from saying, yes, we use team props. Uncle Tai also sighed. Among the 5 people, 2 teams actually know each other. Then he looked at Lin Yu and the little girl. Although I already know that you two are a soldier and a thief, but please introduce yourselves anyway. The little girl nodded and introduced herself. Hello everyone, my forum ID is Don't Forget, and I've played 3 dungeon games so far. Lin Yu felt helpless. To be honest, in this game that seems to be mainly a puzzle-solving type, Lin Yu really doesn't want the identity of a soldier. He would rather have an information-based career, such as a teacher or a journalist. But there is a guy here who knows me. Therefore, Lin Yu had no choice but to admit it. Yes, my profession is soldier, you can call me Jiao Shui. I just passed a dungeon. Lin Yu said calmly. The little girl's eyes widened. What? You just passed a dungeon? Lin Yu looked at her and nodded. Yeah, what's so strange about that? The others were also in disbelief. Uncle Tai adjusted his helmet and asked, Brother Lin Yu, how did you know about the forum when you just finished the first instance? And from what you said, you even participated in the offline rally in your city? You won't encounter veterans in novice dungeons, you'll only encounter other newcomers. Therefore, most of the new players only learned about forums, props, etc. after being educated by other old players in the second copy. Lin Yu smiled modestly. Just good luck. Several people looked at Lin Yu in surprise, obviously curious. The college boy named number 8 showed a relieved expression. If there's a newcomer. That means this dungeon might not be too difficult. He said this with some optimism and relief. After the self-introduction session, the water in the room was finally drained. After all the water has been drained, everyone heard a slight crackling sound coming from the surrounding walls. Lin Yu and others looked in the direction of the sound and found that 4 doors had appeared on the wall. The 4 doors have different colors, corresponding to red, yellow, blue and green respectively. Among them, the green door slowly opened and a person walked out. But Lin Yu and others were very sure that it was not a human. A near-humanoid creature wearing a crow head mask and covered with a black feather cloak walked out. Hello, fellow players. Crowhead made a hoarse sound in his voice, like the voices of dozens of people overlapping together. Lin Yu and others looked at it solemnly. The bloodletter prompt before entering shows the copy name and clearance conditions. The dungeon is called Fatal Questions and Answers, and the requirement to clear it is solving the necessary puzzles. In other words, the crowman in front of him is most likely the one responsible for setting the questions. Sure enough, the crow spoke again after a few seconds. I'll be the examiner for this game. I'll give you questions and hints. There are 3 rooms in this game. I set up 3 questions in each room, 2 reward and punishment questions, and 1 decision question, but answering the reward and punishment questions correctly will result in a reward, while answering them incorrectly will result in a punishment. And only if you answer the choice questions correctly will you be able to enter the next room. Answer all the choice questions correctly, and you'll complete the dungeon. These are all the rules for this game of fatal questions. The crow said, flapping its wings. At this moment, the water flow from the top outlet hole suddenly increased. Boom! The water gushed out and fell on everyone again, causing several people to scream. Hey, I'll go! The crowman's voice rang out again. Ladies and gentlemen, please listen to the first question. At the current flow and drainage rate, how long will it take for the water to completely fill this room? When Lin Yu heard the crowman's question, he was slightly distracted. This is a very typical pool filling problem. From a mathematical perspective, it belongs to elementary school level. As expected, upon hearing the question, number 8, the student wiped the water from his face and spoke. It's a swimming pool filling problem. That's easy. Just assume the time is X. He said a little anxiously. Lin Yu shook his head. No, the difficulty of this problem does not lie in the mathematics part. Before he could open his mouth, his girlfriend, the doctor with the ID April, spoke helplessly. But do you know the volume of this room, the speed at which water flows in, and the speed at which water flows out? Number 8 was stunned. Ah, yes. Examiner, what are these numbers? Can't you give me some hints? These should fall under the category of hints. He looked at the crowman anxiously and asked. The crowman's feathers and hoods were also wet by the water, making him look wet. He looked at number 8 and said, this doesn't fall under the category of hints. Uncle Tai looked at no. 8 and shook his head. I'm afraid what you're asking is the difficulty of this problem. How could an elementary school math problem possibly appear in a death game? This tests our estimation skills. As he spoke, Uncle Tai had already walked to the edge of the room and waited around the room. Number 8 and April were both confused. What is this uncle doing all of a sudden? Before Lin Yu could speak, the young thief named Bu Wang spoke up. I think he's using stride length to measure the length and width of this room. This uncle is wearing a safety helmet and is a craftsman by profession, so he should be good at this kind of thing. As he spoke, Lin Yu nodded slightly. However, while the uncle was measuring the length and width of the room, Lin Yu was not idle either. He walked towards the crowman. Excuse me, should the final answer be accurate to the minute or the second? That should be within the scope of the hint, right? Lin Yu asked with a smile. The crowman glanced at Lin Yu, shook off the water on his body, and spoke. Let me think. That's it. Just keep the error in my answer within 5 minutes. The crowman said this, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The error must be controlled within 5 minutes. This means that the estimate does not have to be particularly accurate. Soon, the uncle finished his circle and returned to the crowd. According to my estimation, this room should be about 9 meters long and 6 meters wide. And the floor height. The uncle stretched out his hand towards the ceiling and said, based on this data, the floor height should be about 3 meters. Number 8 quickly answered, then I know. The volume of this classroom should be around 162 cubic meters. As he spoke, he quickly said, next, as long as we know the speed of water drainage and water output, we can calculate it. As number 8 spoke, Uncle Tai and April nodded, as if they were starting to think about how to calculate the water outflow and drainage speeds. If the speed of each outlet is uniform, we can find a container to catch all the water flowing out of a single outlet. From the time it takes to fill the container, we can calculate the time per unit of water flowing out of each outlet. There are 10 outlets here. April suggested first. But these words were interrupted by Bu Wang. Don't bother with that. Although a 5-minute error is allowed, the more data you estimate, the greater the error will be in the end. He looked at Uncle Tai and said, Uncle, I just want to ask. Are you sure this room is 3 meters high? Can the error be controlled within 10 centimeters? Uncle Tai nodded. Although the height isn't that easy to measure, based on my experience, the ratio is roughly 3 meters. After working on construction sites for so many years, my eyes are my ruler. He said with some confidence. Don't forget to take out the utility knife from your pocket. My utility knife is a standard 15 centimeters long, he said, walking to a corner and pressing it against the wall, with the tip of the knife touching the water and the blade locked into the corner. So all I have to do is calculate how long it takes for the water to completely submerge the knife. Then multiply that by 20, and that's the approximate time. He did not forget to say this, and then started counting in his mouth. 1, 2, 3. At this time, Uncle Tai also reacted. Converting this problem into the speed of the water level rising is a great idea. I have a pocket watch here, which is a prop I got. Let's use this to tell time. He also walked to the wall, took out his pocket watch, and started counting time. April and No. 8 also understood Buwan's intention and showed admiration. I see. If I do that, I can estimate a more accurate time, April muttered. This was indeed an oversight on my part. Number 8 curled his lips. I thought it was a math problem, but it turned out to be just like a brain teaser, allowing this thief to steal the show. Siyue heard her boyfriend's sour words and poked him in the back. Watch your words. Don't always say such nonsense to save face. April's tone was a little unhappy. When number 8 heard what his girlfriend said, he could only touch his nose awkwardly and squat down. It might be more accurate if it's at eye level. I'll help you see when the water has gone up. Looking at the few people gathered in the corner to observe the rising speed of the water level, Lin Yu felt that something was wrong. Just as Uncle Tai said at the beginning, simple elementary school math problems would never appear in a death game. At first, everyone thought that the difficulty of this problem was estimating various data. But when we simplify all this data into the simple indicator of water level, and add the 5 minutes error allowed by the crows, this question is too simple. But what if we think about it from another perspective? As No. 8 just said, what if this is not a logic or math problem, but a brain teaser? The biggest feature of brain teasers is that there are traps in the questions. Moreover, the crowman in front of him was obviously not an NPC who mechanically read out the rules and questions, but should be a being with high intelligence and independent consciousness. It will judge which question it can answer, its own or No. 8's question. But it was because of the answer just now that Lin Yu felt that there was something wrong with its tone. Let me think about it, then. That's good. A hint answer, or even a sentence involving answer rules, it uses 3 uncertain and imprecise tones. The crowman didn't seem to care much about the error range of the answer and just talked about it casually for 5 minutes. Rather, Lin Yu felt a little strange that the crowman did not tell him about the error at the beginning. Thinking of this, Lin Yu walked towards the crowman again. Looking at the wet crowman in front of him, Lin Yu spoke again. Examiner, I'd like to ask. After you ask the question, can we ask you any questions you want? For some reason, the crowman flapped his wings twice as if he was happy when he heard Lin Yu's question. Of course, this is how I give hints. If you ask the right questions, I will tell you the corresponding hints. Really? Lin Yu understood. This question further confirmed his guess that answer given by the crowman was definitely not meaningless. Lin Yu made an assumption based on his casual attitude when asked about the error just now. Suppose the final answer is not a specific time, so the error is really not important. However, to confirm this conjecture, Lin Yu still needs to continue asking questions. At this time, several people in the corner also noticed Lin Yu's actions. Uncle Tai looked at Lin Yu with a stopwatch in his hand. "Zhou Shuai, what are you doing?" The somewhat enthusiastic senior uncle asked again. "I'm just confirming some conjectures." "Uncle, you guys go ahead and get busy. Maybe we'll need your results later." Lin Yu waved his hand and said. Number 8 glanced at Lin Yu and opened his mouth as if he was about to say something. However, thinking of Lin Yu's strength as a professional soldier and the revolver he took out at the beginning, No. 8 finally did not interfere with Lin Yu's behavior. Lin Yu looked at the crowman again. "Well, I have 3 questions. First, examiner, are the 4 surrounding doors related to the decision problem in the first room?" The crowman turned his head to the side and looked at Lin Yu with his single eye, as if he was looking at him carefully. After a while, the crow finally turned his head back and said, "Quack, yes, the final decision question is to let you choose one of the doors in the room that has a door leading to the next room." As the crowman spoke, Lin Yu narrowed his eyes. "So, Mr. Examiner, what's behind the wrong door?" The crowman chuckled softly. "Ha, of course it's the endless void. Falling into it means death." "Ha, but isn't it a little early to ask about the question of decision now? You haven't even answered your first question yet." "But are these really unrelated to the first question?" Lin Yu said, looking at the drain under his feet. "Mr. Examiner, you seem to be very good at misleading and deceiving people by telling half the truth." Having said that, Lin Yu grinned. "My third question is, you can choose any one of the following to answer. When you say this room, do you mean the enclosed space we're in, consisting of 4 walls, a ceiling, and a floor, or do you mean the first room of the game in general? Do these drains lead to the same void as the wrong door? Does the void space you mentioned count as part of the first room?" Lin Yu asked in a series of questions. The crowman chuckled softly. "Ha ha! You're really amazing, player. I can answer all the questions above." "Ha, the answer is the same, yes, as you guessed." As the crowman spoke, Lin Yu looked at the 4 people gathered in the corner of the room. "Hey, stop fiddling with your utility knives and water levels, the answer is obvious," he shouted, and the 4 of them looked at him in confusion. Because the sound of splashing water was a bit loud. So, although they heard Lin Yu asking Crow some questions, they did not hear clearly what Lin Yu was asking. At this time, the 4 of them had just finished measuring the time. Uncle Tai pressed the stopwatch and walked over with a few people. 15240532055. Although Lin Yu made some strange remarks just now, Uncle Tai still followed his own pace and stated the unified conclusion reached by the 4 people. After measurement and calculation. Lin Yu shook his head and denied Uncle Tai again. "No, Uncle Tai, this question is more of a text trap than a measurement or calculation." As he spoke, Lin Yu told Uncle Tai and the other 3 all his reasoning and questions. After hearing Lin Yu's words, No. 8 showed an incredible expression on his face. "What? It's actually like this? Doesn't this mean that we almost got trapped and died?" He spoke in disbelief. April, standing by, helplessly reminded her boyfriend again, "Hey, this is just a reward and punishment question. You won't die if you answer wrong. You'll just be punished." As April spoke, number 8 also spoke with a silly smile. "Oh, is that so?" There was a clear stupidity in his eyes. However, April and No. 8 obviously believed what Lin Yu said. When Uncle Tai heard Lin Yu's analysis, he nodded slightly, somewhat agreeing with it. "Now that you put it that way, your idea does make a lot more sense. And with the crowman's response as evidence, it's almost certain it must be." Lin Yu nodded and took over Tai Shu's words. "That's right, the answer is that with the current drainage and filling speeds, no matter how long it takes, this room will never be filled up," Lin Yu said firmly. After all, the scope of this room actually includes the endless void mentioned by the crows, and it is not this house with a volume of only 162 square meters. And hearing Lin Yu's words, although the 3 of them had expressed their conviction, only Buwan looked at Lin Yu suspiciously. "Really? Joshua, you're not lying to us, are you?" Lin Yu looked helplessly at the little thief girl who started to question him again for no reason. "Why would I lie to you? This is a cooperative game." Don't forget shook his head. "I don't know, but what if? I mean, what if you are a madman, a petty man, holding a grudge against me, and want to torture me by deliberately giving the wrong answer?" As she said this, Lin Yu almost laughed out of anger. "You have a very vivid imagination. Would it be necessary for me to torture you in such a thankless way?" Lin Yu took out a revolver and pointed it at Buwan's knee. "I'll shoot you twice in the legs, isn't that better than any punishment?" After Lin Yu took out the pistol, Buwang's attitude immediately changed. The little girl pushed her sunglasses and smiled awkwardly. "Oh, brother Joshua, I was just questioning. It was mostly a joke. Actually, I'm basically convinced by your answer, but I can't help but feel a little bit disappointed that I just worked so hard for nothing." He did not forget to say this and made a pleased gesture. "Just follow your answer." Lin Yu put away his pistol and looked at the crowman. "Okay, then. Our answer is, no matter how long it takes, this room will never fill with water," he said calmly, and the crowman looked at the other four. "Do you agree with this answer?" The other four people nodded. "Agree. Agree." The four of them spoke almost in unison, but the tone of Buwang, who had just questioned, was the most determined. And when the crowman heard this, he flapped his wings again. "Quack, the answer is correct. Congratulations on winning the prize. I will eliminate a door with a wrong option." The crowman said this, turned around, and touched the door on the wall he had walked out of with his wings, and then the green door disappeared. Then the crow turned and spoke again. "Ha, there's a second reward below." It flapped its wings, and then, in the middle of the ceiling, a new black square suddenly appeared. The center of the square split open, two black trapdoors appeared and opened, and then a larger stream of water gushed out of the trapdoor. For a moment, the 5 players present were stunned. They originally thought that after the first problem was over, the water outlet would definitely stop discharging water again and the accumulated water in the room would be drained away. However, the water flow did not stop, but an additional outlet from the ceiling was added. The water flow was almost the sum of the remaining 10 outlets. The water level rose faster all of a sudden. From this perspective, the estimate of 55 minutes in the first question that the room in a narrow sense will be filled with water does not seem to be meaningless. Because now, they can easily calculate that this room is filled with water and the time left for them to survive is probably less than half an hour. Considering that I just wasted nearly 5 minutes answering the question, there is less than a quarter of an hour left for everyone. Soon, the water in the room was above their waists. What kind of reward is this? Isn't this a punishment? Uncle Tai couldn't help but said angrily. The crowman laughed. Ha, this is indeed a punishment. Although you answered the first question correctly, so I will give you a reward, but you answered too slowly, so I will also punish you with this limit. You should be able to answer the next questions faster. The crowman smiled, and Uncle Tai's expression became even uglier. Number 8 also looked unhappy. How could you do that? You didn't tell me to answer the questions faster. He looked at everyone and whispered, how about I use my power to make it close these water outlets, at least make it close the biggest one above its head. When these words were spoken, both Uncle Tai and April were a little moved. Lin Yu frowned and was about to speak out to stop him. But he didn't forget to speak first. No, I don't think you need to use your abilities here, this is only the first room. At least we were stumped by the second and third questions in the first room. We really couldn't come up with an answer right away. It would be best if you could use your abilities to buy us some time. Not forgetting to say it playfully, he added at the end, hey, I think none of you can't swim, right? As he spoke, no. 8 and April both shook their heads. We took swimming lessons together in college. April spoke out. Uncle Tai also laughed, I can swim too. I loved swimming in my early years. Lin Yu nodded. He could swim, too, not particularly well, but he could easily stay afloat in the still water. Don't forget what you just said, that's basically what he was thinking. The little girl convinced everyone on his behalf, and Lin Yu also had a slightly different opinion of this thief. Okay, let's not waste time for now. Lin Yu looked at the crowman. Since you don't like wasting time, then tell me your second question. When the crowman heard Lin Yu's question, he spread his feathers and floated on the water. Ha, then the next question is reward and punishment. Now that the current has increased, you already know that you don't have much time left, so, let's assume, I will assign 3 tasks to the 5 of You. The three tasks are crack the safe combination, find the padlock key, and turn the switch to close the black trapdoor. As the crowman spoke, a projection of a safe appeared on the wall around them. The crowman looked at Uncle Ty and number 8, whose eyes became eager, and called out twice. Just a quick aside, these are just hypothetical missions. You don't need to do them, so the trapdoor can't actually close. The crowman spoke out as a reminder, dispelling the unrealistic fantasies of number 8 and Uncle Ty. Suppose it takes 10 minutes to crack the combination to the safe, 12 minutes to find the key to the padlock, and 15 minutes to turn the switch to close the black trapdoor. It takes one person to crack the safe combination. It takes 3 people to find the padlock key. It takes 2 people to turn the switch. Then, can you see to it that no one is drowned when the trapdoor is closed? The crowman asked, and 8 spoke automatically. Why is this another elementary school math problem? This is an elementary school math problem that's even more classic than filling a swimming pool, a time allocation problem. Brushing your teeth and making breakfast while boiling water in order to save time is still a type of question that is etched in the DNA of everyone who has studied elementary school math. But this time, no one really thought about it as an elementary school math problem. After all, we have already learned from the previous experience. Even number 8, who had just spoken subconsciously, reacted quickly and looked at Lin Yu. Jiu Shui, is this question essentially also a word trap question? Lin Yu shook his head. I'm not sure yet, but based on the experience from the previous question, this possibility is more likely. He nodded and said. But we can't assume it's necessarily a word trap type of question. After all, this game might deliberately go against the grain. Using our habitual thinking, we think this question also has a word trap, but in fact, this is really an ordinary elementary school math problem, so this possibility is not impossible. Lin Yu basically agrees with the statement of never forget. Although in the first question, the crowman did play a word game and set a trap. But this cannot be used as evidence to indicate that this question must contain a text trap. In a sense, this is also a form of fraud. Therefore, as a trickster, Lin Yu can easily come to the conclusion after thinking from the other person's perspective. If it were him, Lin Yu would definitely mix up the truth and falsehood, the real and the fake. So, after thinking for a moment, Lin Yu took over Buwan's words. Then let's treat this problem as a regular elementary school math problem for now. If during the solution, we discover the possibility of a text trap, it's not too late to consider that aspect. Lin Yu said in a low voice. Because the first question just now was almost solved by Lin Yu independently. Therefore, even though he is the one with the newest seniority among the group, he still becomes the backbone of everyone's hearts at this time. The other 4 players naturally had no objection to Lin Yu's proposal at this moment. Number 8 quickly calculated. We have 5 people now, but the total number of people required for these missions is 6. Number 8 looked at the crowman as if he had thought of something. Examiner, does this number of people have to be strictly met? Is it possible to complete the task with one more or one less person, but it will only affect the completion time? Number 8 asked aloud. The crowman shook his head. Quack, the number of people who complete each task must be no more, no less. After saying that, number 8 scratched his head embarrassedly. So that's how it is. I thought the trap was hidden here. Then he began to do mental arithmetic. If we solve this problem strictly according to mathematics, if we follow this algorithm, the fastest time would be 25 minutes, Buwan said. One person cracks the code, 3 people look for the key, and one person is on standby, and then the person who cracks the code immediately goes to turn the switch with the person on standby. 25 minutes? Uncle Ty pondered. At this time, it seems more likely that one of us will die. After all, under the most optimistic circumstances, this room will be filled with water in about 15 minutes. Even if we take into account the duration of holding breath, some people will definitely die. April also frowned, so the answer. Someone must die? No, this is the conclusion drawn from the math problem algorithm. He shook his head. We haven't considered the possibility of a text trap yet. I don't know if you noticed just now, but the question the crowman asked was, can you ensure that no one drowns when the trapdoor is closed? He didn't tell us that we had to complete all 3 tasks. In other words, if we complete the longest-lasting task of shutting down the switch first, then 15 minutes later, the trapdoor will be closed and the water injection will stop. If we take the breath-holding time into account in that situation, we probably wouldn't have lost anyone. As he spoke, Uncle Ty and number 8 were both convinced. That makes sense. This seems to be the text trap. Only April frowned. I feel like something's wrong. But I can't put my finger on it. Lin Yu also felt something was wrong. At this moment, the water level had risen to his chest, and Buong, who was shorter in stature, had to tread water before he could start speaking. April was not tall, so she also stood on tiptoe in the water. Number 8 was a little anxious. Whether it's right or not, at least the analysis of not forgetting sounds reasonable. Why don't we just answer this way? There will be a penalty for answering too slowly anyway. Number 8's words also shook April. However, just when April decided to agree with Buong's analysis, Lin Yu spoke. No, forgetting all that has been analyzed is the biggest trap. Even though Lin Yu said that we should put aside the text trap for the time being, we still cannot really ignore the possibility of the text trap. It is difficult for people to overcome the preconceived notions in their subconscious mind. After the experience of cheating in the novice copy, Lin Yu knew very well that if one could calculate and utilize other people's subconscious when cheating, the success rate would be very high. So, the gotcha in this question isn't on his face. It's on the wall. Lin Yu looked at the projection of the safe on the wall. It was a projection of an old-fashioned safe with a knob-type combination lock. Whether it's 25 minutes or 15 minutes, it's still a bit too ambiguous. It's within the realm of possibility that someone died or that someone didn't. So, the answer can't be such an uncertain time. And I'm curious why you insist on using the hypothetical mission format instead of actually giving us some missions to do. The Crow Man shrugged. After all, this game is called Fatal Questions. As he spoke, Lin Yu shook his head. No, it's more than that. The safe on the wall should be the diagram of the first mission. Lin Yu looked at the crowman. Then, what about the diagrams of the next 2 missions? When the crowman heard Lin Yu's question, he floated on the water and laughed, flapping his wings on the water surface. Ha, you found the key again. The crowman waved his hand, and then the projection diagrams of the other 2 missions appeared one after another. First, there was a long and narrow hole that was too narrow for a human hand to reach, and inside it was a metal iron key. This should be the schematic diagram of the second Find the Key task. Then, a projection of an old-fashioned rotary switch appeared on the wall, and the switch was wrapped with circles of iron chains as thick as a fist. At the end of the chain was a huge lock. This is a diagram for the third task, Flip the Switch. The style of the lock and the metal key are almost the same. After seeing these 3 diagrams, the remaining 4 players realized something. Lin Yu looked at the Crow Man and whispered, "Let's confirm this for now, Mr. Examiner. You must complete one of these 3 tasks before you can complete the next one, right?" The Crow Man laughed. Quack, yes, the safe contains a magnet and a piece of string, and the key opens the lock on the switch. You're really too clever. Lin Yu let out a breath. So, the time it takes to close the trapdoor above is 10 plus 12 plus 15, a full 37 minutes. In that time, let alone whether anyone will die, I'm afraid none of us will survive. So, my answer is, we can't guarantee that no one will die. The crowman looked at the other 4 players. Before it could even ask, the remaining 4 people rushed to speak. We all agree with Lin Yu's answer. After all, the water level had risen a lot at this moment, and even the 3 taller men couldn't help but stand on tiptoe. The crowman then announced the answer. Ha, congratulations then. You answered the second reward and punishment question correctly. This time's reward is in the first room. After you answer the choice question for the first time, I will open the door you didn't choose and give you a chance to change your choice.